All right, everybody, welcome to the December edition of the Nerd Street Gamers CCS monthly tournament presented by Mike and Ike. I'm a bit of a new face to the NSG scene. My name is Lynx, and I'm joined, of course, by a much more regular face, one that you're used to. You got Uzumaki.
Hello.
How you feeling, Chris?
I'm feeling pretty good today, actually. I'm feeling really good. I got 3 weeks off of work for break.
Let's go.
I'm ready. I've been watching the qualifiers for SI for NA and EU. We just actually saw Navi lose to Makers 2-0. So
wait, really?
But yeah, not Makers 2-0 Navi.
Yeah, so action-packed today and just in Siege in general. Obviously, MKer's taking that. That's actually really huge. But if you haven't heard of MKers, you probably should. But anyway, they're not in NSG, unfortunately. As much as I would love to cast them, they're not here. We do have some good teams, though. We'll get to that a little bit later on. But so yeah, I think overall it's a pretty good day so far. I think we're all kind of excited to be here. And as you said, I just got done with finals, so getting back to casting and just watching some good Rainbow Six Siege is going to be something I will enjoy thoroughly personally. But I mentioned Mike and Ike's earlier. They're our standard sponsor here at Nerd Street Gamers, and I just want to deliver a little bit of a message. Sponsored by Mike and Ike's. We've all witnessed the end of a ranked stack. You're 0-5, about a D rank. Friends yelling at each other because, somebody wasn't holding a flank drone. You all are down absolutely atrocious. I just want you to picture that for me, okay? But then right as things reach their apex...
every night.
It happens every time. We've all been there. But right as things reach their apex, the map ban screen comes up. It's Canal, Theme Park, and Outback. And things are just about to devolve into absolute chaos. That's a Mike and Ike's moment right there. That's when you need them the most. While your stack crumbles into flames, you just got to lean back, pop some lemon and orange flavored Mike and Ike's, and carry your team. Because if you want to catch that first W, you need to power up your game with Mike and Ike's. And that's why they sponsor. Because Lord knows, as Chris said, we've had enough of those moments. Even in recent history, for me, last night, Crow, caster on the CCS stream, might have had a bit of a moment and started angering some people in the stack because he likes to not pick ops when he plays. He only does random ops. So that can anger people sometimes. And that's a Mike and Ike's moment right there. That's when you need it the most.
Did you have a Mike and Ike's moment last night with that?
I didn't. And that's, you know what? If I had a Mike and Ike's if I had Mike and Ike's and the rest of my stack did, maybe it would have been salvaged. Maybe we would have got a W. But instead, we went 0-3 after that moment. So
that is pain.
That's
true pain.
That's a fable right there. But going back to the teams again, mentioned it earlier. Uzi, are there any teams you've seen today that you're, kind of excited for? Things that you've seen?
Yeah, Biggity Boobop, a name that we haven't heard since year 1.
Yeah, that's a throwback.
Rainbow Six. That is a major throwback. The roster has got MVK, Kilo, Wolfie, Necrox, and Spades. So 2 members of the OG Biggity Boobop team there. But they're going to be going up against Idiots, otherwise known as Head Eyes TTV, back in the SI quals or Challenger League quals. Those guys have been grinding for CL for God knows how long, but
yeah,
they've just had a really bad string of luck in quals.
Yeah, there are always a few teams like that. You always see around CL quals, always the brides, never the bride kind of teams. But beyond as well, we also have some solid teams, going back to names you'll recognize. Fernie's Tacos, always a team that goes through various iterations of rosters. They're in here as well. We got Windstorm, PogChamp, Aerial Arise, the CCS champions, if you recall, just a couple weeks back. And then, again, more well-known names like the Favelas, Oblation. We even have the Gatekeepers. That's Rexavy's team that run a pretty solid gamut in NSG last month, really making it to semis before getting knocked out. So, a lot of good names you want to go and look out for. You can see the whole roster right here. Even some names in T3 that are much more recent. In Control, Project Neo, and my personal favorite, North Coast. If you remember North Coast, I always bring this up. That was the team that got 1,000 likes in their tweet because one of their players got grounded, and they had to disband because of it. That is one of my favorite moments in Siege history, by the way.
Yeah, I actually remember that. Yeah. You've also got Oblation in here, a team that I love casting. I've been a fan of those guys since their inception, when they were also known as Investigation File back on the Xbox days. I love all those guys. They're a great group of guys. Gatekeepers, they were also in the previous NSG tournament a few weeks ago. I'm excited to see how those guys pan out because I know that they had some issues here and there. So they also got a bye. They'll be going up against the winner of Undesired Prophecy and North Coast. But yeah, there's a lot of teams here. There's definitely a lot of friendly faces and familiar faces that are in this tournament, and I'm really excited to be casting some of these games with you Lynx.
I'm as well. And going to that current matchup we do have, it is Biggity Boobop versus Idiots. And I mentioned this earlier. I put it on my Twitter. Maybe you didn't see. It's not sure you all don't follow me. I'm, not the, just like I'm short, I'm not the biggest personality. But there are going to be some names. Uzu follows me, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
There are some names that you might recognize on this team. It wasn't just, it's not just somebody who saw Biggity Boobop and thought, hey, that's a funny name. Let's name our team that. As Uzu said, we got NVK, we got Necrox in this team. I mean, maybe it's just, some 16-year-olds impersonating them for all we know. We haven't actually gotten in the game yet. But that's pretty cool for me personally, especially someone who, I'm just still coming up casting things like that, just starting to get some, pretty storied teams. Be able to cast NVK and Necrox, some people that have been around since the beginning of the scene. As Uzu said, Biggity Boobop, year one. That's, that's something I'm gonna enjoy personally, even though it's, maybe it's probably a pug stack. But again, a lot of good names on that roster.
Yeah. And my 2 years of casting Siege, I don't think I've ever casted NVK or Necrox. I've had the chance to, but it just ended up getting taken away from me by a different caster when we were under ESL at the time. And I just ended up having to go cast a different team. Or I was a fan of another team that I was like wanting to follow throughout the tournament. And I've just never been able to cast them. But if it is NVK and Necrox, then I think we're in for a pretty good treat. Because these guys, they've been on the Valorant grind. I know that NVK and Necrox have. Spades is currently in Challenger League on The Last Dance, along with Kilo. And Wolfie, I'm not familiar with Wolfie, but...
I'm not either.
Yeah, well, we'll be in some good touch. Yeah,
so... Getting word on the matchup now, not entirely sure yet when we'll be getting in, but what do you think? Predictions of the map. It is on Cafe, so we're not going to Coastline or anything where things are kind of thrown out the window. This is a much more standard map where even if NVK Necrox been on the Valorant grind, not going to be this is going to be something where they just don't know what to do and no strats. It's still some fair defaults everybody knows. How do you think this is going to pan out? It is a best of one, only map that will be played. You think Biggity Boobop takes it, or you think the CL qual stack of Hibibi, Cry Magic thing to be able to come out on top?
I think Biggity Boobop might take it. It'll probably be a little bit closer than some people might be expecting.
Probably.
But I'm assuming that B3 will be taking this one. Because both Necrox and NVK, they've still had their hands on a mouse pretty much daily, even though they've left R6. So they're still playing FPS games. So I don't think their gun skill is necessarily going to pan down. But alongside the likes of like Kilo and Spades, I think they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. And we kind of saw a similar situation last night. If you were watching SI Quals, it was Ape versus Beast Coast. And a lot of the reason, the desk analyst gave the edge to Ape was the same factor I think Uzu and I are probably given to Biggity Boobop. They have X-Pros on them. That's a big factor you can't count out. But Beast Coast ended up taking it 2-0. And while Uzu and I are giving it to Biggity Boobop because, you got NVK and Necrox who are X-Pros. Then you also have Kilo and Spades who are current pros. In your mind, that gives you the edge. But hey, for all we know, maybe we're overestimating it. It is best of one. Anything can happen sometimes. Maybe idiots, they just get lucky a few rounds and maybe their shots are just hitting today. And that's what happens. Could just be overestimating them, and maybe we'll regret going against them. It's entirely possible. We do have...
Maybe. As the caster's curse usually goes.
If the one probably only time I cast NVK and Necrox, if I caster's curse them, I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight. I'll just after the NSG stream, I'll just turn on the shower, just stare while the water's just hitting me, just stare at the floor, just reconsidering my life.
Just boiling hot water hitting your skin.
just slowly becoming just like like a tomato. That's what it was. I almost said an onion. Onions aren't red, but yeah, we're just waiting on one more player right now to see, just resolving some issues. We'll get the lobby as soon as possible. I'm just excited, man. NVK and Necrox. I never thought I would. I'm kind of fanboying right now, and I hate doing it on stream because it makes me look all cute and adorable. I'm not that. I'm an edgy guy.
You're not that? I don't know. You're pretty cute.
I am like 5. I'm 5'7", so I'm that cute fun size. Debatable.
Yeah, I'm 5'9" and a half, but the half doesn't matter. It's probably just the hair bonus.
Why? Here's the why. When you get to a point like that, why can't fate or whoever's out there just give you the extra half inch? It's not much.
Exactly.
It's not affecting anybody. But yeah, here we are. You're 5'9" and a half. I'm 5'7". There's no, you have to look. You have to be short the rest of your life.
Yeah,
5'9" and a half isn't even short. I'm sorry, Chris. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean.
No, it's short. It's average. It's average. 5'7" is also it's like very like right between below average and average. I guess I would have to say. But
how do you think I felt casting with Loaf, who's just just outside of the frame?
Oh, Loaf, Jesus, man. I'm surprised she's not in the WNBA.
Dude, I mean, she could Goomba stomp a few people in that, like really just leap over entire bounds of people. Loaf also on the other CCS stream, we do have a second stream going on. After all, this is the Nerd Street Gamers CCS partnership, so there's a second stream going on with another game. Not exactly sure what game is being streamed actually. Crow didn't tell me, but it is being casted by Crow and Loaf, who you recall, if you watch T3, they were in ESA, also in CL. Obviously, Crow to do double duty, but part of the duo, Crow and Loaf, that was in CL. So yeah, go check out over there if we're on break. They're still on. Obviously, I'd prefer you stay here and watch Chris and I speak. But, I understand if we're on break, you got to go watch something else. That's the place you should go. Or you get both on 2 monitors. Or you do like the Google Chrome thing. You split it in half. You got one on each side. But yeah, so one more thing if you want to watch. You do have the prize pool coming up. If you want to see everything, see how things get divided up. Because, if Biggity Boobop could make a huge run throughout the tournament, NVK and Nexrox get their first tournament win. If they do, look at $1,500. But of course, if they get second, $750, third, $250. Honestly, if Biggity Boobop were in that top 3, that'd be insane. Can you imagine if they just pop in? They're just like, yeah, we're just gonna get top 3 now. Just why not?
Why not? Yeah, I mean, looking at the teams here, there's definitely a lot of stiff competition with Ariel, PogChamp, Favelas. Favelas are actually interesting to me because I was looking at their roster earlier, and it was all the way over in Brazil.
I remember you DM'd me this.
Yeah, so the roster as follows is Jolton, Fish, Beastly, Dias Lucas, Kino, Wimpy, and Iconic. And Iconic being on this roster, I'm not so sure if I don't think they're replacing Kino, but
I don't think they would either.
Yeah, it would be pretty weird. Crazy to see Iconic, on the Favelas, because then you would just leave the only Brazilian as Dias Lucas.
Yeah, I was about to say it would be kind of weird because the whole theme is like it is Brazilians. You have Dias Lucas, Kino. It's a Brazilian themed roster. If you had Iconic come in, you'd only have him, but still, Iconic being on the roster is just huge. If you don't know who Iconic is, first of all, how? Second of all, player on the Sonics. Then there was that whole Thanos snap incident, if you want to refer to it as such. And he was now off the roster. Now he's on the Favelas to play in this NSG tournament. Again, also my first time casting Iconic. I came in after the OB T3 era, but then he joined Sonics in I think July. No, not July. That was too early. Like
around May.
June? May or June?
Around May, June. Yeah.
Sometime around there.
NAO kicked off. Yeah.
Yeah. So I missed my chance to cast him in T3. So being able to cast him now on the Favelas with some solid players like not Kino, unfortunately. He's in Brazil. But you got Jolton, Beastly. You also have Fish, who entertaining player to watch, to say the least.
Oh, the other stream
he's entertaining.
Started. It's currently Project Neo up 2-0 versus Slayer.
I'll be honest, I do not know who Slayer is. Let me pull up the roster for you real quick.
I have no idea. It's Alchemist, Frosty, Public, and Roxy.
Yeah, I don't know who any of those players are, unfortunately. But
I don't know either.
I know who Project Neo are, and Slayer are surely finding out who Project Neo are as well, since Project Neo are up 2-0. But Project Neo, very good team. Another one you should keep your eye out on. One of those, along with In Control Nation, they're kind of the T3 representatives in this tournament. Not many aside them and Aerial Arise, they're kind of the main 3, I would say, that are the established T3 teams right now that are actually playing in the tournament. Beyond that, you don't really have much else. I'm trying to think, but I guess we don't have Wichita Oblivion playing now. But yeah, that's really the only 3 teams that stand out to me as like, oh, I cast them regularly or I see them play regularly. And then, of course, Aerial Arise, CCS champions. Hopefully we get to cast a game of them later on so you all can see how insane they are at the game they play. But we are just about to get into the match, just waiting a little bit longer. Almost there. We want to start the game. Don't worry. It's just, you gotta let things take time. You gotta let the problems iron themselves out. And then we can see, hopefully, if it's not somebody impersonating them, NVK and Necrox, back in action in Siege, and not in Valorant. As much as Valorant's a solid game, seeing them in Siege is nice. Seeing them back home. If Modego were on this roster, it would be just... the world would break. The world would break.
Yeah, Mo's considered a world eater in these parts, but I was looking at the Aerial roster. You were going off right now, and then it looks to be that they've picked up Wings in place of Max, since Max is going off to try to make CL.
So yeah, that's a team we could certainly see later, but we do have everybody in the lobby, and fortunately it's not Aerial Arise, much to my chagrin, but again, we do have Biggity Boobop up first, followed up by Idiots, kind of that T3CL team we mentioned earlier. So now, finally getting in the lobby, we can see everything panning out, I should say. Idiots are banned first.
Well, it is going to be Necrox and NVK, the real deal. From both.
We did not get pranked. It was not a prank.
No, we did not. It was not.
It'd be funny if Bob comes in, he's just like, gotcha. It's actually me. I'm on Biggity Boobop, and I lied. But it is. It's Necrox and MVK. Maverick banned first, so thankfully, we're not getting too crazy with the bans.
Yeah, Maverick on Cafe. That's no surprise here, especially given how powerful he can be if there is a Thatcher ban. Just there's no real way to frag off the Maverick other than trying to shoot him through the holes that he makes. Jackal ban. It's so strange seeing Jackal get banned after 6 months of the utility simulator.
It is weird. Jackal's one of those bans where anytime he was such a ranked ban that seeing it in comp, even if it was a smart ban, I just got nervous and I started gripping my desk. But yeah, seeing him get banned after basically like 6 months, it felt like, of just Mav Thatcher bans or Mav insert hard breacher bans or insert other hard breacher ban. Just kind of odd. Mirror also the next one to get banned out, so no Velvet Shell Ops in play, and the final ban coming out from Idiots. It's going to be Valkyrie. So aside from that Jackal ban, pretty much everything standard fair, especially for Cafe. You don't want that Mira especially, but that Val can also be extremely annoying. And Cry even said he's ready to play Whack-A-Mole on a window. If Valkyrie were in play, everyone on Idiots would have to be playing Whack-A-Mole on a window once they get to attack.
Yeah, I guarantee that would definitely happen. So the Idiots roster consists of Habibi, Dwy, Cry Magic, Zoinkers, and Bravo Dog. Dwy takes me way back to my competitive days when I used to play comp. I can't remember the team that he used to play on, but back when I played on Prevail, in ESA, I think it was ESA Rivals that I played in. Yeah, I played against Dwy, and I ended up beating him. So it's nice to see that Dwy is on this team. It's nice to be casting him after all these years. And then moving on to Biggity Boopop, we obviously bring them over. I'm wondering if Wolfie is a Valorant player, and they're bringing him in just to have a fun time with Kilo and with Kilo and Spades. I mean,
obviously, yeah. I mean, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think this is not some new roster we're seeing with NVK, Kilo, Spades, Necrox. They're just playing in the NSG tournament. They're just having fun. So I'd assume Wolfie also, he does have CS in his name, not Valorant, similar style of game. Probably just someone that either like, hey, we need a fifth, want to tag along. They have put him on Ash, so for all we know, he could just start fragging out on Cafe. And if you want to put a Valorant gunner on any op, put him on Ash. Now the utility simulator is kind of over. Still have to conserve your utility a little bit, especially with a Goyo and a Maestro on board, and the Malusi as well. So he will have some things to do and have to conserve his utility a little bit. But beyond that, R4C, there's a reason Ash is stereotyped as that kind of, not brain-dead operator, but operator with a little bit less thought required for her to be used successfully.
Is this 60 FOV? I think this might be 60 FOV, Carter.
It kind of looks like it, I'm not going to lie.
It does. I was looking up Wolfie on R6 tab, and they're only a level 6. So their clearance level is only 6, so they can't even play ranked. So I'm assuming that this person is someone that NVK and Necrox know from Valorant, and they're just coming in to just have a fun time, and then just having everyone just drone him in. Okay, you're gonna go here. You're just gonna kill these people, and then you're gonna be done. That's it. So that's my assumption for Wolfie's role here.
I like the fact that he's a level 6 too. He's not like a level 1 or 2. He just played. He's played at least a couple matches.
Yeah, he's played a couple T-hunts here and there.
I really hope he played a couple matches in 2015. Never uninstalled or played the game again, and then NVK is like, hey, you want to play the NSG tournament? He's like, I guess. If you want me to. I guess I can. So Peter, we'll start kind of playing Utility Simulator a little bit. You can see the ADS change already in play. 2 have now been wasted on Pixel. Makes that position a lot more precarious to play in, especially when you don't have a Wamai in with an ADS change. Though more projectiles will get sucked up. BB, with that rotate, he'll have to be a little bit careful rotating back, as depending on how tight of an angle the attackers can hold, they can cut off his rotate. But still, minute 24, attackers just now making their way into Pixel. If ADS just wasted 20 more seconds or so, they're exactly the amount of time they need to try and make this work.
Minute 15 left on the clock, and MBK still trying to make his entrance here into Piano, but he'll get choked out by the gas grenade, dropping him down to a little bit below half HP. Right now you got the Malusi of Zoinkers all the way down below. Kilo's going to get the opening pick here before Crime Magic will trade it on back. Down goes Dwy as well as Kilo. Necrox trying to fight against Habibi. The smoke still playing on Pixel spot. You've only got about 50 seconds to go here. Spade starts to make his entry, finding one, trying to find another, but Wolfie's there for the frag onto Zoinkers. NBK falls here, and all of a sudden it's a 2-on-3 for Idiots versus Biggity Boobop.
Necrox picks up one more. Habibi will choke the life from Wolfie, but he gets quickly choked himself. Necrox with a 2-piece to end the round. That's Biggity Boobop. They are first on Cafe. Krivitz says they still got it.
They still got it.
They still got it.
As long as you've got a mouse in your hand, there's really no gun skill really going away, other than just possibly maybe your game sense. But given the stature that Necrox and NBK have, I don't think that much has really slipped away from them. They've obviously taken more than like a 6 or 7 month break here from Siege, but they still got it, especially since it's on attack for Cafe. Granted, the meta has changed completely, but still, like, they're looking very nice.
They're looking nice. Did see a Ying teased out for a moment from Necrox. He'll go to the Thatcher instead. But based on how they kind of played, they just, I mean, that round, it wasn't all that crazy, really.
He misspelled Houdini.
We got the gist. we got the message he was going for. It's not about, you know, execution could have been better, but we got the overall idea. But I mean, that push, you saw Biggity Boobop did. They threw 3 projectiles into Pixel. All of them got sucked up by an ADS because the timing wasn't there, and they were just like, well, screw it, let's just push up long bar. And that's what they did. They just pushed up long bar, ended up fragging out. They had a little bit of map control on Newbout, and a little bit inside of Christmas and Cigar, but at that point they were just like, you know what? We've got this opening pick. Thank you, Kilo, for that. Let's just get a move on. Let's end this quickly before they have any real chance of recourse. And that's what they did. At that point, it was just, you know, Habibi and one more member left. That was not long for this world. And Biggity Boobop just had to sit there, hold their angles, maybe get the plant down. It was a round win at that point. Now we're going back to Cocktail. Maybe we'll see the same strategy. Maybe they just get frustrated with the strategy and they're just like, screw it. Let's just take gunfights.
I'm curious to see whose drone that was on the bomb inside of a bar. It's just chilling right there next to the chassis on the B bomb. That's such a smart drone. Yeah.
It's not been spotted yet. Oh, I see it. I literally could not see it. I was like,
I saw it because of the silhouette before they changed over to the spawn location, but that's such a smart drone if it doesn't get shot out.
That was so smart. I was like, Uju, that's just a part of the bomb. What are you talking about? No, that was actually a drone. That's impressive. I would not have thought of that drone spot. That's why I talk about the game. And I don't play it. It is the same setup coming out from Idiots, though, so hopefully we can break it down a little bit. Bravo's got the same Goyo shield inside of Bathroom. That wall opened up just to provide a bit of uncertainty on the side of the attacking team. And that second one placed kind of Pixel. Oddly enough, I wonder where that other deployable shield is, because it looks like the 2 Goyos... Yeah, the 2 Goyos are inside of Bathroom. One will blow up right in Bravo Dog's face. He's on 25 HP now. You have to rotate away. That one pops too. Biggity Boobop barely have to do anything anymore. It's 40 seconds before last round where they made their foray into Pixel. Now it's minute 45, and they've already achieved far more than they were able to.
Yeah, MBK's already made his way into Piano. Bravo Dog's has taken over 75 of his HP already gone here. So MBK trying to progress over to the white stairs, seeing who he can find. I think that's Bravo Dog on the staircase. And you got one currently on the tarps. So now the ace coming out from Spades here. Zoinkers with 2 big picks onto Kilo and Wolfie.
Yeah, that ace falls, but he will use one of his charges. NBK pushing up. Will spot a BB for a second. Spots the second on a Cry. Goyo on the stairs will not fall to the pre-fire. He gets his own kill with the TCSG, but Necrox is pushing up long bar just like we thought. He's sustained a little bit of damage with Dwy's fallen as well, but he's not able to spot Malusi on the rotate. The angle not favorable to him. She'll be able to rotate back into the site and start to fend off the attacking team. Time is certainly on the side of Biggity Boobop as Spades starts to get the plant down. Zoinkers has already used it before. The crosses has to be held. Netrock takes the heads off Bravo Dog, but Zoinkers gets the refrag. Spades is the last one left. It is a lot of shots from the MP5. They'll finally land, though. A 4K from Zoinkers on the round, 2 with the utility, 2 with the gun. They'll get a plant for the cost as well. And even at 1-1 for idiots.
Very well played from Zoinkers in that situation, able to keep himself cool, calm, and collected, trying to predict the movements of his opponents, and it ends up resulting in the Idiots round win. So now we're tied up 1 apiece. And for our next bomb site, I'm predicting that we'll be heading down below into Kitchen on the ground floor. If not, we'll be heading into Fireplace Mining.
I would assume that as well. Also kind
That's
of odd.
Usually the rotation, yeah.
Usually the rotation. It's also kind of odd that started with Cocktail. I mean, even during, you know, Womai Jaeger, like the trenches of that meta, still one of the lesser defender-favored bomb sites. So the fact they opted to go back to it twice, let alone going to it at all, was curious. But they'll go down to Kitchen now. Not all that crazy of a lineup. You have Habibi on the Warden, but kind of like Frost as well. One of those ops that a couple months ago you'd have been like, why are you picking that? I don't understand why you're picking that. But it makes a little bit more sense now. You got the MP5 1.5. Since Womai and Valk lost their shields, Warden brings 1. Along with Frost, as I mentioned earlier, though she's not in play. So overall, it's not a terrible pick. Sure, his Gadget's a little bit more situational, but... and BB's even bringing a C4. So that's still incredibly useful piece of utility with that 1.5 MPX. Maybe BB can start fragging out. Maybe just sits behind Bakery and kills 3 people. Who knows with the Warden? Honestly, you can just put him anywhere. And if you got a shooter on that op, it'll probably do well.
Yeah, so Dwight's already expended both of his impacts. I was expecting him to possibly just keep those on the roam because I think Habibi is also... Or no, Habibi's using the MPX, as you mentioned. But I think since Bravo Dog's really the only one that's going to be doing rotates alongside Zoinkers, I thought that Dwight would have kept those impacts in his pocket, possibly for some rotates up above. But it looks to be that he's going to be reinforcing the 3rd floor hatch up inside of Piano, so that way they can play instead of mining just a little bit more safer, and just try to progress their way back to the bomb site if they ever need to rotate down. I think they've also reinforced the freezer hatch, if I'm not mistaken. And if that is the case, then the only way that they'll be able to rotate back to the site will be through the 3 staircases. Oh, it's open. Okay, cool.
So yeah, they've opened it, clearly signifying an extension up above. That's kind of the issue. You got people like, you know, Spades, NVK, Necrox, you know, experienced people that have been around the block a few times. If they're able to effectively clear out that roam, you've given them a hatch that's really open. And that's not a hatch that, you know, rarely gets utilized. One of the pushes you'll see sometimes just a couple people drop freezer hatch, whether the wall is open or not, and that's where they make their execute from. So far, they're not giving any sign they're going for the roam clear, just focusing on the side itself, opening things up. But Habibi, with that 1.5 MPX, he gets the opening kill into NVK. There's Zofia with both her impact and stun lifelines. Will no longer be a factor in that round. And losing one of the most storied fraggers in Rainbow Six Siege history, that's going to be a problem for Biggity Boobop, and we just reached a minute 57 left.
MK going down on the Zofia is not a good sign here, but they've already gotten some stuff open inside of prep, which will allow them to progress through into the bomb site. They've also utilized the Ace to progress further into Kitchen. Spade's trying to use the Argus launcher, I think it's called.
I believe it. Yeah, I believe it is. I just call them zero cams is the problem.
Zero cams, yeah, like Valkyrie cams and zero cams. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, he'll launch a zero cam over into Kitchen before it's instantly shot out, and then you have Bravo Dog lurking up above inside of the 2nd floor in Train. He's going to utilize those holes to look down and try to catch any of his opponents within his crosshairs. So Spade's currently trying to look back and forth between Kitchen and over at Coates. But I think Spades might be trying to make a move into the B bomb side. I think that's going to be him getting caught out. He'll make the entrance in. C4 is going to get tossed out by Crime Magic, and it's not going to land, or will land its mark before Habibi gets taken down. And Zoinkers is there. Wolfie with another pick. Frags all over the board as Wolfie comes up huge with another pick. Now all of a sudden it's 2-on-2. It's Y and Crime Magic as Wolfie goes down. Cry is able to find one. Now all of a sudden it's Kilo in a 1v2.
He's trapped outside. He vaults in right at the wrong moment, but Cry takes a lot of HP in that engagement, despite Kilo's compromised position. Pulse will have to rotate back into the bomb site that far. Divwise rotated back as well, so 36 seconds left, and Psych Control still firmly in the hand of the defense, but even if one was off the side, it'd still be a problem for Kilo to try and clear out. Doesn't have Diffuser. The angle's being held by Cry. Well, it at least can be contested by Cry if he decides to go over and pick it back up. But no, he was trying to go for the frags. You can see him kind of a little bit of indecision. Does he go for it? Does he go for the frags? Does he try to run through that Malusi Banshee as much as it might be difficult for him? But no, now he has the diffuser. 10 seconds left. You have to rotate through, but that's going to give the sound cue for both Cry and Dwy. And the Ladder of Rich will just take his head right off. Idiots taking the lead 2-1. It was a bit of a slow end there, but overall, that was definitely Idiots in control of that round.
Yeah, Idiots had control all the way there. It got a little dicey towards the end of the round, but overall, it's going to be Idiots on top here, winning 2 rounds in a row now. So they'll be going to their 3rd bomb site, which I'm predicting is reading Fireplace. I have started to see Fireplace mining come into the fray a little bit more on this map as the meta has progressed. I'm curious as to why, but I'm pretty sure that teams are probably trying to confuse their attacking opponents. And because that site's normally not, attacked on. They're normally trying to progress with Fireplace reading, which is where they take control of 3rd floor, then they progress down to the 2nd floor, take control of pillar, take control of train and mining, and then they move on to the bomb site that way. But who knows? Maybe we'll see a mining and Fireplace defense come out in the future. But for now, it's going to be reading and Fireplace.
I will say that one of the teams in the tournament, Project Neo, when I first started casting T3 back when they were Valkyrie, they're one of the first teams I saw actually try to attempt a mining and dining defense, even, during the Jaeger, my meta, not so much right now. And at first I had the same reaction, like, oh, they're just trying to confuse their opponents. Be like, oh, mining and dining, that's weird. But then they played it more, not often, but they still played it more, and I was like, oh, this is a thing you guys are doing. You guys are trying to make this work. So maybe we'll see it happen from Idiots. It would certainly be interesting. I'm also happy that, speaking of uncommon picks, Spades on 0. Not something we've seen that often. Maybe just because he's the new op. People are hesitant to slot him in. Not exactly sure where he fits, but seeing him get played pretty much almost every round by Big D Boobob is at least nice. Using the MP7 as well, so not a new weapon, but at the very least a new gadget we get to see. Not something new, though, but Idiots are extending up top on reading. Fairly standard way to defend the site. You extend up to that 2nd floor, basically pretend like you're defending Cocktail. With that clash as well, I imagine Cry will be playing up there. He's inside of reading right now, so I hope there's a rotate upwards, because it'd be kind of weird if Cry was playing on the side as Clash. I mean, I guess he is. He's holding... Oh, okay, this actually makes sense. He's holding Reading Hall down below, just making sure that nobody actually pushes the side itself. So, okay, this makes sense. I take it back. Did just get a barricade put in his face, though, so don't know what happened there, but...
No.
His teammates just like, no, you're playing and reading. I hate to be that guy.
You're defending me.
You're defending me.
You are my shield, and I will be your weapon. But Spades has already made his entry into mining. He's going to have to deal with one person. I believe it's going to be the Malusi of Doinkers. And now he's pushing up. He's going to get smoked. And Spades is going to get the opening pick here in round number 4.
I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea how Spades just won that one. I mean, not only did they basically have probably a Z-ping. I don't know if they have a Z-ping, but they basically had a human drone of Cry Magic pointing him out. Zoinkers with the pre-fire, and he still won it.
Oh!
Juan loses that one too. NBK spots his head perfectly aligned between shield and the balcony. He's also getting some shots through the floor, but Cry can land some of his own. A lot of HP sustained due to the wall bang from the Capitao. The headshot will still be found by the Clash and start to even the man count a little bit. They're still in the disadvantage, don't get me wrong. Still a lot of ground that they have to cover to try and make this a 3v3, especially with top control firmly in the grasp of Big D Boobop. They've at least started to bring it back, and with Habibi on white stairs, they don't have some bad positioning either.
Not at all. It is a 3v4 for the defending squad, and Cry Magic is on very low HP, but he still has that CCE shield to protect himself and to also deter the attackers should they come into his line of sight. Necroc's gonna get gunned down by the Mossberg here from Habibi, who's also very low on HP now. So the only member that's going to be able to really take these gunfights is going to be with Bravo Dog. Spades is already pushing his way into Fireplace as Cry Magic is there to find Wolfie, and now that's the advantage in favor of Idiots. Spades still trying to find a way. He does have that new hard breach gadget, which could put him inside of Fireplace in a prime position. But now you have the Clash already starting to rotate back into Fireplace. And now as Spades is starting to rotate over from pillars, it's going to be Kilo on the Hibana. Now Spades is just trying to find an entryway here into the bomb site, but there's going to be a Toxic Babe getting tossed out with Habibi. He's only got one left. But I believe that's still the clash over inside a fireplace, unless that's going to be someone else. But Bravo Dog just waiting in line with the shotgun. Easy pick here. Kilo finds one, and now all of a sudden it's a 1v1 with Kilo and Bravo Dog. Bravo Dog has the SMG-11 out. He'll push in through pillars. Kilo starts to progress in through reading. It's going to be Bravo Dog fighting up against Kilo, who misses the shots. Pulls out the shotgun, and Kilo ends up coming up big with the Type 89 and Biggity Boop Bop. B3 are on top. It's now 2-2. 2-2, yeah, it's 2-2 now.
As soon as I saw him miss those SMG-11 shots, I was like, "Oh no, he's gonna lose this, isn't he?"
It's over.
Oh no. We did have one member of Idiots drop out, unfortunately, so we'll be going for a pause here, I assume. How? How? That's members confused in chat. Just pause. They just go, "What?" It's like I feel like there's a reference there, but I can't exactly think of it. But just, you know, the older guys coming back, and there's this newfound lingo. They're like, pause. Just like, what? What does that mean? What is the internet? Like that kind of logic. But so,
because the internet.
Because the internet. We will have a little bit of a break. No rehost, thankfully, because of that pause feature got added, which, by the way, outstanding. Very much appreciate that we don't have to remake the lobby or the round history. But also, again, if you saw invite calls last night, we had the pause feature implemented for the first time. And then they still needed the rehost anyway. So hopefully that doesn't happen here. I would really appreciate it very much. I'm talking to you, Siege. I'm talking to you right now. But yeah, I mean, so far, 2-2. Fairly even game, albeit fairly close for Idiots at the end. They brought it back from that 3v4 they got put in. Or Biggity Boobop started... Well, it was actually kind of even back and forth. I'm trying to think. I was like, one team didn't really bring it back. Like, the main count got even, but then at that point it was anybody's game. But then do you think the moment that the final guy, the mute, tried to push into pillars, do you think that was his undoing? Should he have stayed in the site and gone for a play there, or was it just kind of whiffing his shots?
I think it was whiffing his shots. I think Bravo Dog made the right play there, trying to extend the time as possible and try to put it in his favor. But whiffing those SMG-11 shots, man,
that'll get you.
That seals the deal right there. And then he pulls out the shotgun. He's not able to whip over to Kilo in time. And Kilo ends up winning out the gunfight regardless in the end there. So now it puts us at a 2-2 split. We'll be going back into bar for the third time here. And this will be our 5th round of play from Idiots on their defense.
Same lineup as well overall, being brought up by Idiots. No adjustments made, not even on the players playing the op. So you can see with the TCSG, Bravo opening up that bathroom wall. You will definitely see that same setup. The 2 Goyle shields and picks. I don't actually know where Habibi's placing that 3rd shield, thinking about it now. I can't quite remember. I didn't make a note of it either, because... Oh, he's putting it... Oh, okay, I see. So he's putting it inside of back storage with that hole made in... I guess back storage wall, if you want to call it that, or cigar wall. That's always interesting. I never quite know. When there's a wall like that, I'm like, do I call that, like, freezer wall? Do I call that cigar wall? Like, what do I call that?
5 seconds to go.
It always confuses me. Call-outs are always weird. I got down a weird tangent there. I started
call-outs on Abe, actually. So.
Oh yeah, that's on me. That's my bad. I was,
yeah.
The dementia gets you sometimes.
The dementia does get
you just start thinking you're somewhere else. I thought I was back in 2016. I saw Biggity Boobop. No, the Dementors are in Harry Potter. That I know. Oh. No matter what happens, I will always remember the Dementors are in Harry Potter. I'll never get that.
I'm always afraid to repel on this window that Spades is on, because I'm just afraid that I'll get slammed from someone. Like, I'm trying to kill someone that's over on tarps.
My confidence on repels is so small, you would not believe. Like, I repel on a window like that, and I'm like, I'm gonna get fried. I'm gonna get fried. Like, I'm just gonna die. You can even see Bravo's cooking the C4 right now. He'll go for a peek instead, so Spades might actually come away with this, depending on the Goyo's recklessness. That's exactly what will happen. Spades was just playing patient there. He was waiting for Bravo to make a mistake or get impatient himself, but it's 2 more kills, a refrag, a trade game. The Biggity Boobop will come on top due to the opening pick from the 0. Zonkers and Bravo both fall. That's 2 C4s, the only 2 on the side of the defense. The only 2 potential C4s. Wolfie will sustain a lot of damage due to that evil eye. Spades will get 1 more. Biggity Boobop are taking an early advantage. He just repels another window. They just don't, they don't even know. Wolfie doesn't know where the evil eye's coming from. Idiots don't know where 0 is shooting them. There's a lot of confusion going on. Now he's just up longbow. He's just in the sight. Hello? It's a 4K for Spades. Idiots don't even know where 0 is. He's playing Splinter Cell, and they're playing, I don't know. They're playing checkers or something.
Spades is out here playing chess while the rest are playing checkers.
He's not even playing chess. He just sprinted in.
He just Sam Fishered his way into the bomb
He repelled two windows, killed people, then just dropped Skylight, walked in, and killed two more. Like, okay, sure, why not? I'll allow it.
Usually the story goes for Cafe when you're on attack that if you're able to get at least 2 rounds, you're in pretty good sitting because this map favors the defense more. But getting up 3 rounds is pretty impressive. But going up 4 rounds, which is on the verge of happening here, if Biggity Boobap can keep that momentum going, it's just going to be wraps for Idiots. And I was expecting a better fight to come out here from Idiots, but I think just some of the decision making from the players and just the lack of awareness, really, that like they weren't even aware that Spades had dropped into the bomb site.
Yeah, they were. As soon as they got into that 2v4, they were just like, I think they might have entered panic mode a little bit, and they were like, okay, we got to do something. You know, batten down the hatches, cover all our bases. What's going? But then in that worry of trying to prepare and clutch out the 2v4, Spades was like, I'll just drop Skylight. And then while you're a little bit off guard in that moment of indecision, I'll just kill both of you, and then you won't have to worry anymore because the round's over. So that's what happens sometimes. You have that moment of trying to maneuver yourself in a position to clutch it out or have a chance at clutching it out. But in that moment, somebody will just, sprint into the site, continue on their rampage in the case of Spades, and not much you can do because you're focused on too many things at once. Can't blame them, though. You can't blame them.
Ever since I've been casting Spades, I've always wanted to cast him getting an ace just so I can say the term Ace of Spades. Like it just rolls off the tongue so beautifully.
It's so easy. It's just like it's so easy. It's like, why isn't the universe giving it to us yet? You're right. It rolls off the tongue. It's nice to say. It's a classic phrase. But the universe just hasn't given it to you and I yet. Spades almost got it last time. He got a 4K.
He did.
Maybe we'll see more to come. Eyes emoji.
So this looks to be like a split take where Spades is solo pushing the garage side of things while the rest of his team is progressing over towards Bakery, and Spades has 2 different angles to worry about. He's got the one over in Freezer and the one that's over inside of VIP. Crime Magic and NBK are going to find picks for themselves as Bravo Dog and Kilo will fall. So you've lost the mute and you've lost the ace, but there's members already progressing their way into the bomb site. NBK and Habibi are all over here. This is just madness. Wolfie's progressing his way into the bomb site, getting shot to death by the Evil Eye. C4 gets chucked out. That's an easy pick. Down goes Wolfie. So now Dwight already made his way back. Habibi with another pick here. All of a sudden, it's all on NBK. The diffuser is not in his hands here. He's going to have to find Zoinkers, Dwight, and Habibi if he wants to survive and win this round for his team and go up 4-2. First one up to bat is going to be the player over by Sinks, which is going to be Habibi. And now as NBK starts to progress his way slowly through the bomb site, he'll be able to take off the head of Dwight before taking a lot of damage himself. An impressive shot from NBK. Now as he's crawling his way and snaking his way through here.
The lifeline will do it.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time here, so he can play this.
Okay.
He can play this very nicely. I'm pretty sure stunning himself wasn't part of the game plan.
It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
Yeah. So now he's got to worry about 2 other members, and he's on 1 shot of HP. So no matter who shoots him from any range, he will fall here.
He's trying his best. I appreciate it. He's prolonging it out, trying to give himself as much a chance he can. Does have diffuser, so I guess he is, in theory, in a better position, but he's still on 1 HP in a 1v2 with defender control of the site pretty much firmly in hand. Still considering whether or not to push in. Some tracers will ring by his head. The Maestro's pushed up, though. Stunned himself a second time, so maybe this is just like maybe that's his good luck charm. He stuns himself. Might be able to get the pick spots to the Maestro, but no, he's not able to. Wouldn't even be able to flick. Zoinkers kills him too quickly, but then again, could have been the slowest man on the planet with reaction time. Still probably would have ended up killing NBK. Because of that, Idiots even at 3-3 going into the second half.
Yeah, I think regardless here, Biggity Boopop are still in a very comfortable position given that they've already won 3 of the 6 rounds that they just played. And now moving on to the defense. I'm curious to see how Idiots are going to handle themselves on attack because for the longest time, and I still think it's true to this day, that your defense isn't nearly as impressive as your attacks, because if you're able to get attacks on the board consistently and consecutively, then that really speaks volumes of how your team is, structured, how well coordinated they can be. Because attacking in this game has always been more difficult than the defense, at least in the past few years.
That's true. When you look at the attacking,
outside of the lion meta.
Aside from that time in Siege history. But if you look at the strategy being brought up by Biggity Boobop, I mean, a lot of it is just, let's take some gunfights, peek some angles. That Spades 4K where he essentially just repelled 2 windows and got 2 kills. The very first round where they pushed up long bar and just had control of the bomb site. That's somewhat hard to do on attack, even if you're in a man advantage. Especially if you got ops like Maestro on play, which idiots are bringing fairly frequently on Cafe. It's kind of hard to do. But now you're on defense. For players like NVK and Wolfie on Jaeger and Mozzie, I mean, that's their bread and butter. Just running around the map, playing that guerrilla style of warfare, where you just attack them a little bit, then run back in the shadows. Attack them from a different angle, run back in the shadows, and just cast down on their mind, where you could potentially be pushing from. That got 2 rounds for Biggity Boobop on their attack, where that is much, much harder. Now Wolfie is going for a spawn peak, so that strategy of casting down and worrying the attacking team is already showing to happen just 10 seconds into the round. This side facilitates that style much easier. That means it's going to be a much easier time for Biggity Boobop by extension.
So looking at the attacking lineup, their operator selection is Zofia, Capitao, Nomad, Sledge, and Ace. We've only got 1 set of nades coming out from the Sledge. 2 sets of projectiles because of Habibi and Bravo Dog, and then, I guess 3 if you count Cry Magic, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to be going in for a smoke plant. But NVK, yet again, I think this is his 4th opening death.
He's had
something like that.
I don't know if it's his 4th opening death, but he's been involved in a few opening engagements. Also, apologies. Caster's cursed him a little bit. Not Habibi, though. Me not mentioning his name the first time it's leaving my mouth. It's got him 2 kills so far on both NBK and Spades. The Mozzie and the Womai, excuse me. Site control still is, in the hand of the defense. Not much pixel control. I mean, Wolfie has pixel control, but there's no shield. Maybe an ADS behind the couches, but he's just kind of holding that with his gun and presence alone. He has been droned out. A drone flew into Christmas. The ace has already dropped on Newbout. Cry takes down Wolfie. It's a 2v4 in the favor of Idiots with 1:25 seconds left. So plenty of time to work with here. Again, they do have Diffuser. So at this point, they just have to slowly work their way into the site and get an execute down it. Necrox is in a position where he's forced to use his smoke grenades, though you'll be spotted on a drone, and one member of Idiots will be spotted on Newbout. You can see the evil eyes have not been destroyed. So that's a fair bit of info still in the hand of the defenders that they can use. So these 2 ops, the Smoke and the Maestro, still very powerful going into this final minute. But Idiots are stalling out. They're not pushing in so far. They're clearing out utility, spending that time to open up angles, and Bravo will just get repeatedly shocked by an Evil Eye. I don't know why. They have been the bane of...
Oh,
is he about to die?
Oh, no.
He's on 1 HP.
He's about to die by an Evil Eye.
Dwy's also...
Dwy is just constantly... Oh, no, he's down!
What is happening? What am I watching? This just isn't happening. So, 2 Evil Eyes have now put 2 people to low HP. Dwy will get picked back up. Manage to seal the fate of 1, but that alone has wasted so much time. Necrox has gone unseen inside a bathroom. He takes the head off of Cry. He might be in a great position to go for a flank, but he's been spotted finally. On 25 HP, much like Dwy and Bravo. But Kilo's still full health with that Alda in hand, but now with his teammate gone, he's got a clutch of 1v3 plus man on the Newbout, but he can't land the shot. Bravo removes his head and gains Idiots their first round of the attack, though it looked a bit shaky, to say the least.
A round that honestly should have gone in the favor of Biggity Boobop.
Yeah.
But the over-aggression from Necrox there, and then losing his life, forcing Kilo to get off his cams and not play his position properly. Spades, these guys are more tired than you. Well, if you don't know Spades, his sleep schedule is backwards, usually. He stays up all night, sleeps all day. But that's usually been his schedule for as long as I can remember. And... I don't know. Just like watching how that round unfolded and seeing Idiots come out on top, that worries me. Like, I think if Necrox probably just played a little bit more passive that round, that definitely goes in the hands of B3. But
yeah, I mean, even then,
Yeah.
Like, 2 people almost died to Evil Eyes. And they weren't just like, Evil Eyes that the attackers just forgot to take out, though they probably did a little bit. One of them basically had a pixel angle, it looked like, all the way into Cigar from Cocktail Balcony.
Yeah.
And he was shocking the sledge with it. And it almost killed 2 people.
It was right there on B2, I think, on the left side of the bomb chassis where it's positioned. And then they also shotgun opened holes inside a bathroom, and it's just lasering them to death. Oh my god.
If I had seen a double Evil Eye kill, I
would have lost it.
I might have just unplugged my mic and walk away. Just been like, okay, I've seen it all. It cannot get better than this. Though NVK has promoted himself to Doc. He's not top fragging, but he still feels like he deserves the role. Hopefully he won't get opening pick this time. But Spades is looking like he's going to go for an early engagement. Breaks a couple of the bars, or a couple of the panels on Bakery Doorway, but no, tunnel vision. Tunnel vision.
He had the right idea.
Gets you every time. He knew someone was going to spawn over there. And the sad thing is, too, he got spotted by Cry, didn't even have a reaction. That was the ace. That was an opening pick in the favor of Biggity Boobop, and the ace being taken out first, and then Spades just fleeing in the wind. That would have been huge. And probably, honestly, if they played it as well as they should have, or well as they could have, that definitely would have resulted in a round win, I think.
That's it, why? You really got the edge of the patch there.
He was trying to...
You showed the snow who's boss.
He just wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to get C4'd, okay? He was like, if I stand on it, they can just shoot me or blow me up. I don't want to do that. He's dry run it, hitting it in that corner. That's how they do it in dry runs. Dang it, he's doing it here.
Wait. What?
I want to be honest, I had that same reaction. Necrox just died, and I was like, huh. I don't know how that just happened. Dwight killed him, though.
Yeah. But I was more concerned about the fact where the ADS was positioned, because... Okay, Zoinkers is just going to get blown off the face of the earth before getting refragged by Bravo Dog. Down goes Wolfie. So now it's a 2v4 here for B3. MK getting lit to smithereens. My god, it took Crymagic so long to kill him, and all of a sudden it's now on Kilo yet again. He's going to have to 1v4 here, and there's a minute 20. It's not a good time for Kilo right now. I think this is going to go in the favor of idiots.
It probably is. I think that's a safe bet, and I'm not a betting man, so I would agree with you. He does have his Evil Eyes, though, and we saw how much chaos that was able to cause. The one will get quickly taken out. Both frag grenades look like they were utilized. Maybe that was smoke grenades. Either way, well, the smoke grenades will go down. So that means the XQ will come out in short order. We'll spot 1 through the barricade, or through the bar, but it's only 1 for him. Dwight gets that, 2 for him on the round. Idiots. They're looking like they might be running away with it. They've got 2 rounds in a row, and they're attacking half so far.
Yeah, I think B3 might have been they definitely bit off more than they could chew that previous round. I think if Spades just committed himself to just one angle, I think he gets away with that, and it's a completely different ball game for that round. But unfortunately, Spades was the opening death there, and then everything just kind of snowballed for idiots right there in B3's hands. So, what's a breach molly, by the way? What?
He I think he's talking about when they capitaled Pixel.
I guess so.
That's the only thing I could think of. Maybe it's because NVK he's been playing Valorant.
I think they're referring to Valorant operators here.
Oh, do you not know who Brimstone is?
I do.
Oh, okay. I was like,
yeah. I've played a little bit of Valorant, but it was only like in beta. I haven't really touched it since it's been released.
Defenders, protect your
because with me, I'm just a Siege Tarkov gamer, and lately just COD zombies. But yeah.
yeah. With me, I suck at FPSs, so when I play Valorant, I just feel bad about myself. So I give that game fun to watch. Love watching Valorant, love watching CS, but playing it, I don't feel good about myself coming after it. I just don't, because I'm not good.
Because you're getting slammed left and right.
That's the end of that. And hey, that tells you I don't be that guy. That tells you a little bit about Siege. I'm okay at Siege. I can get a kill every now and then. I can get my plat 3. Not much more than that, but I can get it every now and then.
Yeah.
But with Valorant and CS:GO, it's not happening.
It's not happening. I hate the gunplay mechanics in Valorant. it's not comfortable to me. I don't like how the first few shots are accurate and then the recoil kicks in. Like it's so awkward to me.
I just learned I can't play first person shooters. Like I don't know why. I can do it on I could always do it on console. Maybe that's because the aim assist is like getting mind controlled, but like I could do it there. But on PC it's not happening. That's why I drone people in Siege. I'm just like, I'll drone you in, I'll have my fun that way.
Yeah, that's me too. I'm pretty decent at callouts, and I'm able to like put my fraggers in positions to get picks, which is what I assume that Cry Magic will be doing here. For Cry Magic being on support, both he and Habibi have been on top of the team here, and Zoinkers too with that 4K that he had previously in the game. Moving on over to B3, however, they started off pretty nicely here on attack, and it's just strange to me how they're not able to string any kind of defense around yet. They're going to bar for the 3rd time, if I'm not mistaken. So NVK is just hiding around pillars, just waiting. I guess Dwy is also waiting to see if he can find over NVK, and they don't know that they're so close to each other.
That's always the kind of position right there where one doesn't get spotted, but he will get Z-pinged to put to 50 HP on the rotate back. Dwy, unfortunately, not able to land the kill. Zoinkers as well, trying to get a pre-fire to nail down and remove the pulse off the board, but he'll be able to live at least for the moment. The question is whether he'll rotate back or not. Looks like he's sitting all the way back on white stairs, at the very least in that general area. Yeah, he is. So he's rotated back. Won't be able to use that pulse skater very much over there. Not much to look at, really, but hey, he's alive. He can be used later on. They also have a Frost, who's now at 50 HP as well. He just got hit right in the face with his Ophia lifeline. So there's that. But not a lot has happened so far. Aside from those 2 members taking damage, it's all quiet going into the final minute.
60 seconds to go, and it's surprising that no one has died yet. So this is going to be a 5-on-5 execute for
with how the rounds have played out. You'd have thought somebody have died by now.
Yeah, that's usually how the story has gone here. But right as we're talking about that, Spades with the 1.5 on Frost, able to dispatch a Cry Magic, and I don't think that Cry Magic was able to use any of his Selma charges. He used both of his drones, but now the only drones are going to be with Habibi and Dwy. So
it's also ironic because that was the opening duel last time. Cry was the one that got Spades. Now the Frost, not the Vigil previously, has now gotten his revenge. Idiots will have to avenge their teammate, though. 18 seconds left. Smoke grenades will come out to try and cover the plant. One Evil Eye will be spotted. They finally managed to take down the Cocktail Balcony one. And there goes Habibi trying to get down the case. Dwy's there for coverage. Behind the deployable shield will have a solid angle, and the defenders aren't even contesting it. Bravo gets one, evens it to a 4v4, but it doesn't matter. They're in a post plant now. Habibi gets his second the moment he lets up off that case. And none of the defenders are really in a good position to contest all that much. NBK's got to take a long gunfight with the UMP, not exactly the gun you want. He managed to do a bit of damage to Bravo Dog, but Habibi does far more to Spades and takes his life as a result. Kilo on the Maestro is left in a clutch situation again, but now it's NBK on 1 HP. He gets a C4 kill. That much is to be certain, but he's got to get 2 more. Tracer's flying over his head. He knows someone is on Skylight. If he pops his head and lets off the trigger just a second too early, they'll get killed, but they know they don't have to peek. They know they just have to wait. Now that we've moved past 9 seconds, NBK has no chance of winning this. He'll get 1 kill at the very least, get his exit frag, but it's match point for Idiots. And they can give up. They're 1 round away from getting first rounded in Nerd Street Gamers tournament.
I'm at a loss for words right now because of how I just didn't really expect for Idiots to be like the way that they're playing right now. Like they're up 6-3 right now. They're on match point. And the way that Biggity Boobop was performing on attack,
they weren't looking terrible. They weren't
looking bad at all. Yeah. I think just because of the fact that Wolfie is very brand new to Rainbow Six, like he doesn't necessarily know how to play his position over on Pixel Spot. I think that B3 are just like, here's Ash, here's Jaeger. They're the 2 easiest ops in the game to play, and then we'll make the holes. You try to utilize these holes for your advantage and just roll with it. But I think they need to probably put someone on like Spades or maybe NVK in that role, and just have Wolfie play more supportive and just give them information. But obviously you can't really give smoke away from Necrox or Kilo. So I don't know. Well, granted, these guys are just having fun.
Yeah.
So, that's all that counts. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's nice seeing NVK Necrox back, and, casting Kilo and Spades is always fun. And Wolfie, who's new here, obviously, level 6 in Rainbow Six Siege. I'm not familiar with him. I think he might be new, relatively, to the game. But yeah, they're just having fun. This isn't something they're taking too seriously. You know, if they get knocked out first round of NSG quals, not NSG quals, the NSG tournament, Spades gets to go back to sleep and hibernate again. Like this isn't a big deal for Biggity Boop Bop. It's just a nice thing to do. You know, best of one, not a lot of stress. You don't really have much to prove. You can just go back to spending the day as much as you want. And hey, you had a good time, as you just said. For potentially the final site, we'll be going to Kitchen. Some ops have changed hands. Kira will move to the Smoke instead of the Maestro. Spades on the Bandit. NBK will return to the Mozzie, and good old Wolfie. Good old Wolfie CS. He's on the Jaeger, as Uzu said. NBK went for an early run out, but as has been the tradition with Biggity Boop Bop's aggressive plays in the first 30 seconds, they're quick to get punished. Thankfully, he's not dead, so that's a bit different than how they've gone previously, but still. He's at a HP deficit. They generally know where he is now that drones are coming in main door, so not in a good spot.
Habibi, I think, maybe trying to bait someone out, running... Oh, no, wait, the site's down below in Kitchen. I was thinking that they were maybe like going like second floor or something, but Spades is going to get the opening pick here yet again onto Crime Magic 2 rounds in a row. Down goes the diffuser, and he'll have control of that right outside on the AC unit outside of mining. So now the diffuser is in no man's land. It's just gone. But now Habibi, from the looks of it, is rappelling down, possibly trying to go grab that diffuser, and Spades is rotated away over towards third floor.
Question is NVK in a position to go for a run? He's on second floor red stairs, that much just to be certain. He's sitting at the window, might just be waiting to go for a flank. The side is all the way down in Kitchen, by the way. It's not third floor, despite Dwight's earnest attempt to clear out the roam, and NVK and Spades' presence upstairs. He'll spot the drone, hits the sledge off guard. There's still one more inside of Christmas and another one on red, but he won't be able to get either of them. He's refragged by Bravo Dog. NVK will rotate back down, top floor presence, I believe now in the hands of the attacking team. As you can see, yep, all four of the players are downstairs inside of Kitchen. Idiots do have them. They are at a man disadvantage. That is true, but they have pretty much all the map control they need. The question is, can they just maneuver themselves with what little time they have left?
We've got 70 seconds left to work with here, and the Smoke is going to go ahead and reinforce the last of the freezer wall. So now that's an avenue for Bravo Dog to no longer take, and they'll have to rotate down either brown stairs or go down red and try to attack that way. But the hatch wasn't reinforced previously. You got Habibi currently on the white stairs. I think they're just probably trying to bide their time and wait and see if B3 peeks them. But from the looks of it, they're really all just on the bomb side except for Wolfie, who's going to be defending inside of VIP, which Habibi will be the first one up to bat against him as he's going to get droned in now.
Yeah, drone coming in. Might have spotted Wolfie behind the shield, not entirely sure, but he'll not even be able to get the pre-fire. He walks right into the crosshairs of Habibi. Unfortunate play from the Jaeger, and unfortunate as well, because now it's an even 3v3. Time still on the favor of the defense, but we've seen Idiots manage to come back from worse odds before. If they do it again, they'll win the map. NVK on 1 HP now, a lot of damage taken, but he's watching that rotate. Hold on, Brown Bar throws out a C4, it'll get one. Habibi falls, disintegrated right as he tried to make their entry. Right with 5 seconds left. Zonkers is the only one alive, but it's only NVK left. He's on 1 HP, but he has to go for the plant. The NVK knows he just has to waste time, move in, and kill Zonkers. So start to rotate in. Here's the sound cue for the plant. Vault right over, and Capital will fall off. Biggity Boop Bop stave off defeat, despite the fact it came really close at the very end of that 1v1. If the Capital had just known the Mozzie was in code check and he had gone for the kill, I mean, there is not a chance that NVK comes away with that, and not a chance Idiots doesn't come away with the map. But alas, it's 6-4. Still 2 more chances for Biggity Boop Bop to come back.
I gotta question how the comms were on that round for Idiots, because NVK literally just killed someone from code check with a C4. And then they don't even
also shot at someone like 5 seconds before that.
Yeah, they don't even bother checking code after they're trying to progress their way to the bomb site. Like, Zoinkers and Bravo Dog were too busy focusing on trading each other and getting those initial picks that I think in the midst of the chaos, Zoinkers just probably forgot where MBK was playing, or maybe he was just so tunnel visioned he probably didn't even hear the call out. Or there's an off chance that Crime Magic just didn't call it out because he had his mic muted or something. Or whatever the case may be. But either way, Biggity Boop Bop still are staving off elimination for at least one more round, and they'll be moving into second floor for Reading and Fireplace here. And they've got to win these next 2 rounds to force us into overtime. And then they'll have to win the next 2 rounds that they'll be meeting in overtime as well. So they've got to win 4 of the next possible 5 rounds.
And they certainly have the talent on the roster to do so. So it's not out of the question, but again, their defenses have looked fairly weak so far. So I believe it's the first one they've actually won on this half. So again, haven't had a lot of proof yet they're going to be able to do it, but hey, this could be the start of a comeback. Entirely possible. Be an extension upstairs as well, at least I believe. I'm just assuming because it's a reading room fireplace defense. And with a Malusi and Maestro on the board, generally probably going to be extending upstairs. No pulse or any shield. Oh, there's one shield on Necroc, so that will likely go upstairs. Yeah, it will. You can see the Maestro playing behind it right now. So yeah, it's a fairly standard setup up top. You can see all the idiots going up to the roof to try and set up their ability to counter it.
Yeah, I was actually looking back on the Nerd Street stream with like the delay that it had on, and I think that Zoinkers wanted to go for the pick onto NVK, but I think he just decided to go for the plant because that's what he was probably told. Because after getting that last pick, before he started to progress into kitchen, he looked over towards coat check and saw that MVK didn't peek, so I guess that he decided to just go for the plant, which obviously either way would have resulted in them losing. But who knows, maybe it would have been Zoinkers coming out on top of the gunfight and Idiots win at 7-3. But now Big D Boop Bop in this scenario, they're currently down 2 rounds compared to 3, and they're also still facing with match point. So this is also going to be the first time that we're seeing Ella get played out by Kilo.
That's true. I was also going to say Wolfie's now been removed from the Jaeger and put on the Maestro. NVK has taken the Jaeger. So maybe that role swap you were mentioning, or maybe just maybe the roles you talked about earlier about why the reasoning they put Wolfie on Jaeger, maybe they were like, I think if we want to try, maybe we should put the Jaeger in the hands up in the master himself, the man that pioneered him in North America. Maybe you can disagree with my characterization, but
yeah,
it's NVK.
Yeah. Currently, there's going to be 1 member on the rappel outside, which is going to be Beauty on the Nomad, as well as Zoinkers. So now the firebolts are going to come in, but they're not going to be effective. It's a waste of utility here. It's going to allow for Kilo to still be inside of White Card, but not for long before he's able to find Crymage, just completely disregarding Zoinkers on the rappel. But you've eliminated the ace, and now you're down Necrocs as well. So Habibi's able to pick off Necrocs. All of a sudden, Spades and Wolfie versus 4 idiots.
Yeah, this is an issue. This looks like an idiot's win. Obviously, Spades is top fragging, so if you want anybody in the clutch situation, along with a Maestro, it's certainly not a terrible position to find themselves in. Also, time is low for the attacking team, but now the Maestro falls down, doesn't even know where to go. Bullets are raining hell and fire all down upon him. He's just lost, doesn't know what to do. And there, the Malusi gets taken down right as Bravo Dog falls. Biggity Boo Bop, unfortunately, they are first rounded in the Nerd Street Gamers monthly tournament. You hate to see them go already, but again, this match was mostly about fun all around. And I think we ought to have had a fair bit of it. But the idiots will win Cafe 7-4. They move on to face. Let me check real quick. Check the bracket, just so I make sure I don't get it wrong. Idiots will go on to face the winners of Tax Collectors and Tuck Your Chain.
Yeah.
I love that. I love the name Tax Collectors, by the way. Every time. I don't know why. It's not like a meme name, but it's still funny to me. Is
it because you're a lawyer?
I mean, I'm not a lawyer.
You're going to be a lawyer?
Maybe I hate fun, so that's why Tax Collectors. It's like, yes! Yes!
Collecting taxes.
Oh,
that's the roster for Tax Collectors.
So great.
It's Tones, Not Nice, Silent Ends, Asian, Newers, and Loading from Mirage. And they've also got Minecraft Kid from Dark Zero, so that's a stacked roster sheet.
That's an insane roster sheet. It's a shame that we won't be able to see NVK, Spades, Necrocs, and in the cast, along with Wolfie, our boy Wolfie, who is now my favorite player, just because he's a level 6, just coming in to play the tournament. It actually, oddly enough, reminds me of Max. Max never really played comp. Then he got brought in on Aerial Arise, and technically his first foray being CCS, he ended up winning it. Similar story, very different outcome, but similar story. Sometimes those happen, sometimes they don't. But that was a fun game overall. I thought it was, Chris. Good way to start it off.
Yeah. So over on the CCS stream, they're currently casting Favelas versus... Oh, wait, is it Favelas? No, it's not Favelas.
Thought it was...
Sorry.
Oblation versus insert
name. Yeah. Insert name. So.
Yeah, we're gonna check. We're gonna check a little bit, see what games are coming up next. I believe round 3. You have North Coast versus Gatekeepers coming up, but also on the CCS stream later on, I've heard that Aerial Rise versus PogChamp will be on the CCS stream in the next round. So that's one of the round 3 games. So keep that on your calendar. That's going to be a great game. Unfortunately, it's early on, but still one thing you're going to want to watch. But if you do like Nerd Street, you just, you enjoy watching, these monthly tournaments. We do have some other things as well beyond Siege. We actually believe Nerd Street has a Valorant tournament coming up. It's the Complexity Valorant Qualifier. But we also have other games as well, Smash, Overwatch, Warzone, if you're into that. Then, CSGO, Magic, all sorts of games you can go for, all of course presented by Mike and Ike. So if you ever have a tournament itch you need to scratch for a different game other than Siege, because there are games other than Rainbow Six out there, surprisingly, Nerd Street is certainly your place to go and check out some fun tournaments, either watch or play in if you feel like you're up to the challenge. I know that I'm not, so you won't have easy fodder to take down in quals since I'm not playing. Chris would probably be harder to take down, but
No, I'm terrible.
Well, I tried. I tried. Anyways,
I mean, I have my moments, but yeah.
Yeah. But so yeah, we're gonna go to a break real quick. I have another matchup right after this. Gonna take a couple words from our sponsors. We'll be back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Hi, welcome back,
Hello,
everybody.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. And I think that you are still on mute, Lynx, unfortunately.
Am I muted?
Yeah, there we go. We can hear you.
Oh.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers x CCS, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege $2,500 monthly tournament presented by Mike and Ike. And I'm Uzu. That's Lynx. We just got done watching Idiots take down Biggity Boo Bop 7-4 on Cafe. And we'll be moving in pretty shortly here with Gatekeepers versus North Coast.
I was muted in Discord. That was the problem. That was on me. I got confused for a second. But yeah, we do have Gatekeepers versus North Coast coming up. Gatekeepers made a solid run in the NSG tournament last month, I believe, making it to the semis before getting knocked out. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. But you know, Uzu, they're called the Gatekeepers, right? They fashioned themselves as, well, the gatekeepers of, the NSG tournament, the winners bracket, the losers bracket. They kind of weed out the lesser teams. And Rexv, that's the way he likes to fashion himself, the Lord of NSG. So North Coast, at least in terms of the mental game, they have some obstacles to overcome. But if they want to come out on top, you know what they might need? They might need some Mike and Ikes. They got to get Zan real quick, sprint down to the corner store, picks him up from the candy aisle. He's sitting at the register like, listen, man, I'm fighting Rexv and Feltwinter and Apollo Targaryen. Like, what am I going to do? And the register just looks at him, the cash register. He's like, I got you, my guy. Hands him. He pops some lemon or orange flavored Mike and Ike's. I'm going to keep bringing those up because those are my favorite flavors. Not a big fruit guy.
Those are my favorite flavors too.
I know, exactly. They're just like any
so
candy,
good.
like lemon or orange flavored, is usually the way you want to go. That's a Lynx and Uzu tip right there. But that powering up with Mike and Ike's might be the way that they come out on top, and they actually don't get gatekeeped, and they win this best of one. We'll just have to see though. We do have the rosters coming up though. Thank you for Mike and Ike's. We can talk about the rosters. It's obviously Rexv, Apollo Targaryen, Feltwinter, Splash, and Xeno on the side of Gatekeepers. Don't believe that roster has changed much since the last go around. And we also have on North Coast, a team that I am not at all familiar with. I just know the org. I believe it's Zan, Chesler, Prone, Wu, and Anubis was the ones I had on the sheet. Might be wrong, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to expect for Gatekeepers to take this one.
Probably.
Me personally as well. I think they're just going to probably storm through. Their next opponent might be against Project Neo. I don't know how that game's going because it's not being streamed right now. But over on the CCS channel, it's Oblation versus Insert Name. Some familiar faces on Insert Name too. That's just a pickup squad just trying to go for this tournament. So it's nice to see like these teams are coming in together. Like hey, let's just do this for fun. We don't got anything going on for the rest of the day. Let's see if we can make this tournament in our name.
Yeah, I mean, if you missed last match, we had a similar situation. Biggity Boo Bop had NVK, Necrox, and then Spades and Kilo, who are currently in CL on the Last Dance, joined by just a guy named Wolfie, just chilling. So we already had something like that. That match ended 7-4, not in the favor of Biggity Boo Bop, in the favor of the other team, profoundly named Idiots. So, they came ahead, breaking away from the curse of their namesake and managing to win the very first round there. They're moving on as well, I believe, to play the winner of, I actually don't know, but it's Tuck Your Chain versus Tax Collectors. Don't know there. But again, we have Gatekeepers versus North Coast going on right now. And yeah, Gatekeepers definitely the ones favored to end up winning this out. Almost have ours and Chad just waiting from one more team to say that, hey, we're ready to get into the lobby and decide to start things up. But yeah, North Coast, I want to be honest, they might. Not a team I've seen a lot of, not been in any league that I've casted or watched. Maybe they're a sleeper agent, or not a sleeper agent. Maybe they're a sleeper pick, and things end up working out in the favor of Gatekeepers, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I think the Gatekeepers are definitely going to be taking this match as well. I think we're just waiting on a couple more players to enter into the lobby. We've got Gatekeepers in, so we're just waiting in on the other team. But right now, the map I believe we're going to is Villa, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Villa, it's been getting a lot of play lately. I love playing Villa. It's a fun map to be on. Not many teams utilize the basement at the start for their roam game, but the past few months, I have been seeing some teams start to rotate down through red stairs, go up either through pantry or up to what is it? I think it's main stairs, if I'm not mistaken. Either pantry or there's another stairs that I'm forgetting. But I know that one goes up through pantry into kitchen, and then I think another one goes up through over towards Astro, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, Astro.
For a second, I was like, red stairs isn't over there. Like I could only think of red stairs for a second. But yeah, you have pantry stairs that leads up from the basement into the first floor bomb site. Then you have the stairwell that's right next to Astro. Are the two main ones that connect down to the basement. So yeah, we don't often see. It's kind of like how if you see a team playing on Clubhouse, they're on CCTV or Bedroom. the basement church arsenal is kind of used as just a transition rotation area. You don't see anybody, holding or playing down there. Villa's a much similar way, probably even more so because there's no bomb site down there like at all in the rotations, and most people just don't even really utilize it. It's just kind of used for you're a vigil, you're a Jaeger, you're Roman. You just need to go through the map, probably not get shot at. That's what that's utilized for. I haven't seen Gatekeepers play, so I don't know, what sites they prefer, what setups they run. They are somewhat of an established team. I mean, this same 5 roster has played through tournaments and qualifiers before, so surely they have something. It's not the same pub stack kind of style that I'm sure we'll see. Maybe we'll see something similar, but I don't know. Going into this, they're definitely favored because of that as well. Just in terms of the caliber of player and the cohesion that they probably have.
Yeah. I'm just looking through like the rest of the bracket and seeing what teams are in here. I saw that Didn't Ask is in here. They were making a pretty good run inside of SI quals this past weekend. I think they were also within CO quals, if I'm not mistaken, for stage 2. Just looking up here at the winners bracket, teams that have been winning, I expected to win. Teams that have been losing, obviously dropping down.
Yeah.
Obviously, we didn't expect for Biggity Boo Out to lose as in the 7-4 fashion. I thought they would have put up a much better fight. But clearly, the pickup squad, it just wasn't working out for them, at least on Cafe. Maybe if they went to Coastline, it would have been a different story. I don't know what the map ban situation was for that, but yeah. So we're going to be moving on into Villa pretty shortly here. A site that I don't really get seen play often is Living Room.
Yeah,
I'd like to see Living Room get played more.
I like Living. I always like those sites. Obviously, there's reasons they don't get played. They're not the best, but I like the way that usually whenever somebody plays Living Room Dining, you have somebody inside a vault having a hole in the floor watching the long haul that's outside the site. Just seeing those unique plays like that, and usually with fairly unique operators as well. Ward and MP5 or MPX with the 1.5. That's an operator that we mentioned in the first match. If you were there, that doesn't get utilized often, but that kind of operator that has, not like an ACOG magnification, but able to take some of those gunfights a bit easier through that awkward angle. To put it lightly, it's not the easiest thing to take gunfights through. It makes it interesting. It varies things up, and it at the very least provides something new to watch, because Villa's one of those maps that's it's not stale. It's not like Oregon where it's, pretty much the same thing every time, but it's a fairly tried and tested map in the rotation. A lot of the same setups going to be brought out, so seeing new sites get brought out like that, it helps freshen things up. Same with bar stock on Clubhouse. I think that's the other example. Maybe Living Room is a little bit better, but same idea.
Yeah. Also, I think that with that bomb site, some teams, I know that I used to coach a team recently under Prism, and we made some Living Room strats, and just I know that we had tested out in some scrims here and there. It kind of worked, it kind of didn't, but I think it's just because of the fact that the players really weren't comfortable with playing that bomb site since they never play it.
Yeah.
But I think if a team is like able to incorporate that into their lineup of strategies, then it's a pretty fun site to play. Yeah. And also it's just it's also just it's weird to attack, because you think that since it's like it's a non-primary site, or it's like a tertiary site, that it's easier to attack because the defense might not know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But still, like on and on, like on both sides of the game, on the game, you really don't know what you're doing on that side, because you never attack it, you never defend it.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Gatekeepers, if they know what they're doing on Villa, or if North Coast have the game a little bit more down, as I believe we are getting in the game now. We're already in the ban phase, just about to start it, so we haven't missed any of the, I guess we can call it the action, if you want to call that, action of a different sort, not in the traditional sense. North Coast will be banning first, and since this is Villa, I'd imagine we see probably a hard breach ban, maybe an Ace, maybe a Hibana. I'd say one of those two, but no, it'll be a Thatcher, so still fairly standard.
So Thatcher's going to get banned out by North Coast, no surprise here. Gatekeepers going with their first ban, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's Ace or a hard breacher, but Ace is going to be the one chosen here. So no Thatcher, no Ace for this map. As for the defense, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Mira get banned. Maybe we'll see Wamai ban come out to help out Gatekeepers on the attack, but maybe they'll want to utilize both Wamai and Jaeger when they transition to defense, so who knows. It could also be a Valkyrie band as well. And the band we're going to be seeing is Valkyrie. So what do you know?
Yeah, Valk has before, she was mainly banned on like Consulate Coastline for, I think, even if you play ranked, fairly obvious reasons. Those maps just naturally, allow for aggressive play much more than the other maps, and getting cams outside or in tricky positions to facilitate that makes it much easier. But she's also been starting to be banned more on maps like Cafe, if you saw last match, and Villa like this match. So makes sense she started the ban here, consistent with the trend. Kate also being the next one banned out. Usually when Thatcher gets banned, Kate is a lot harder to deal with, especially on Villa, because with Maverick, you have to get close to the wall. Not a lot of hatches that really get emphasis or get emphasized on Villa. So you're mainly focusing on walls. And if you play close to the wall, it's a lot harder to deal with just based off how the map of Villa is set up. So getting him out of the way, it's going to be much easier for the defense and much easier for the attack, not have to force them into that role of bringing a Maverick and risking him getting killed, whether going inside of Study or inside of Master Bedroom.
Looking at the bans, I'm a bit surprised personally that North Coast are banning both Thatcher and Kaid. Normally, you would leave it up to the other team to ban Kaid for you if they don't want to go against it, but it's apparent that North Coast doesn't want to deal with Kaid whenever they do transition to the attack. Sick picks are going to come out from Splash. He'll be trading away from Twitch into Ash. I didn't see any 6-pick come out from North Coast side. They're going to be bringing some operators here, but I'm a bit surprised we're not seeing Lamai. I probably would have placed them in favor of maybe Smoke. If anything, I don't know, but I mean, you kind of need the Smoke for that area denial, and then Burr is going to be on the Goyo for utility, sure to eat up that utility from the attacking squad, as well as Anubis and Badish. So that's 3 different types of bulletproof gadgetry that you have to go through. And then you're also going to have to deal with the Jaeger that'll deny 1 projectile per ADS every 10 seconds.
Yeah, we're in that kind of transition period right now where there's a new meta beginning to develop, but people still, want to cling on to the old one. And not to say that's a bad decision. I mean, Jaeger and Wamai, while certainly worse than it once was, is still not a bad combination to have. It's still a headache for the attacking team, just a little bit less so. It's gone from a migraine to a steady dole for the attacking team when they have to deal with it. But so they've just decided to supplement that with the Goyo. Different idea. Obviously, you're not burning projectiles. You're burning utility, as Uzu mentioned. But it's a similar strategy. You even saw Burr place 1 Goyo shield on the top of main stairs, so that's signifying that we will see it be played in a similar vein to how a Jaeger Wamai setup will get played on AVG. Somebody playing on top of main stairs to contest Study and, main stairs. Somebody also playing inside of 90 and at the doorway from games to the actual hallway, by books and by 90 itself. We do also have Anubis on the Malusi, who is on the roam on red stairs, just probably baiting out some intel right now, taking out some drones before he rotates back to site. But Fellwinter has already pushed up, destroyed the barb, but it's a C4 to seal his fate. Fellwinter, as soon as he meleeed the barbed, Anubis had a pre-placed right there. He knew, he's like, okay, you've initiated my trap card. And he gets taken down. There's also Malusi down below. For Splash's position will be signified. He might go for the free fire. Yeah, the Ashe isn't even looking, but the Malusi misses her shots, and she gets down as a result. I have no idea how Anubis just lost that in one. For a second, I thought there was a teammate going for the pickup, but it was just Anubis down. So, thankfully, the refrag goes in favor of Gatekeeper, but Prone gets 1 more. The Ashe and Zofia are both taken down. North Coast, now Badish down. It might change, but for the moment, now it will change because Burr's fallen. Badish down. Gatekeepers now, after that long trade, have the man advantage.
Mata just trying to bide his time here, seeing if he can find where Badish is currently played, but Prone's going to see if he can fight for his teammate's life. He's currently sitting inside his study, and given the fact that they didn't reinforce the rest of the study wall, Prone will have an opportunity to protect his teammate essentially here for the throughout the remainder of his bleed out time. But now, as the Maestro is tucked in the corner, the Jaeger's going to have to rotate away. Peeking wildly is going to be Chester on the smoke. And as Mata is starting to progress in the... Oh my god, Mata finds 1, but he'll go down instantly. Chester pulling out the shotgun. He's going to try to fight his next opponent here. But he'll rotate safely into the cusp of the vault. Now, Apollo trying to fight for his life, missing almost every shot there onto Prone.
Rex just takes him down. Chester in a 1v2. Thankfully, the Jackal's on low HP, so even a couple SMG-11 shots will seal his fate. He's also getting the plant, so it's mainly the coverage that the Smoke has to deal with at the moment, but he won't even challenge. The marks are there to provide intel, but they don't really mean much if you don't act on it. He'll go for the prone, but he takes him down. Will the close fire with the shotgun work out? No, the prone angle too strong in the favor of the Jackal. Low HP won't stop him. And it's very close, but with the plant down in the 1v1, it goes in the favor of Apollo Targaryen. I think that's Gatekeeper's the first round on Villa.
It's pronounced Targaryen. I don't watch Game of Thrones. I always thought it was Targaryen.
No, it's. I mean, hold on, wait. I'm gonna pull a crow right now and look at that. Let me. Is that how you spell it? No, okay, so yeah, that is how you spell Targaryen. I didn't know if there was like an E in there after the R or the Y, because I've watched the entire show and I've read all the books, but like, it's just one of those things where like I haven't read or watched it in so long. I just say
Yeah,
it, but I don't really
forgot.
have a concept of
Yeah.
how it's spelled. So I was like, you said Targaryen, and I was like, no, wait, is that actually right? And it is right. So it is Apollo
Yeah,
Targaryen, not
Targaryen.
Targaryen.
Okay.
Attackers
Yeah.
need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, actually, it's technically
That's on
It's
me.
Mata Targaryen right now.
Mata Targaryen and
not.
Apollo Targaryen. I guess they're duos, if I had to guess. I don't know. I played them in ranked a few times. But they're pretty okay. Same with Flash. Like that's like the trio right there. They also play with Asian, who's also like a pretty big name on Xbox, I think. Like he like rotates back and forth between PC and Xbox for like Go Force and stuff. I don't know.
I haven't played on Xbox until I switched over during. I played since launch, but I switched over to PC during Wind Bastion. So I don't. Do people like switch back and forth like to Xbox then back to PC?
Some of them do. I know a couple people who do. I think Asian is one of them.
Locate and defuse the bomb.
I tried it, but after experiencing PC and going back to PS4, because I came from PlayStation, and like after going to PS4, because I got in like trouble with my parents one time, and and it's just a much different experience. It's a totally different experience on PC compared to console, and I don't know why people will transition back to Xbox other than because I know that like back on Xbox, Go Fours were like the biggest thing for teams to compete on. So that's probably the only reason why, if I had to guess.
It's a fairly solid guess. I mean, it makes sense. Obviously, going back to year one, since you know we just got done watching Biggity Boo Bop. Xbox Pro League has not been a thing for a long time. Got canceled way back. So Go For is really the only thing the comp scene has to compete in. Thankfully, we're on PC though. And we have much more prevalent with tournaments. Gatekeepers so far in their second round of the competition. In terms of the bracket, they're up one round on North Coast, as you can see. It's the same setup being brought up by the defense. I say that, I lied. Anubis is sitting downstairs in the basement, just chilling, just sitting down there. Prone will suffer. Be the opening duel. It's a bullet to the head to spell the end of him. Rex is repelled on 91. A very common position for the Bonded to be. Likely going to try and open up 90 wall now. We'll have to worry about some shots being rained out by Kester, who's able to get a nice angle onto the window. If Rex gets a bit too aggressive, or if he's able to spot him, it'll be his end. But no. Chester will rotate back in. Rex is safe to probably get the wall for the moment.
Yeah, I was looking over at the Nerd Street chat, and apparently this is Prone's first game on a PC.
Oh boy.
And yeah, apparently Wu is also one of their hard carries on North Coast, so he's not playing today, obviously. So that's a pretty big one that they're missing out on, which I believe is what Bash is playing on in his place. Anubis is currently coming up for a flank on the red stairs, but given that there is an air jab, he's gonna have to be very careful for this. C4 is gonna get launched up. It's gonna detonate and not even find it. Splash is gonna find one more. Chester trades it back, but Splash is there for the trade. Burr gonna find one with Feltwinter. All of a sudden, it's all on Burr in a 1v3. He's trying to stay inside the bar. C4's getting tossed out. Not gonna find it smart. It doesn't even kill the planter because they got blown up right behind the door of Vault. So now Splash is gonna go in for the plant. He's gonna rotate through Vault, try to find Burr. With that Vector in hand, with how fast it burns through the ammo, he's gonna have to be very careful for how he progresses into these gunfights.
Yeah, he spots one, but going through the rotate. What the heck was that, Burr? What a shot from him. That was probably more luck than skill, but still a great shot nonetheless. And somebody's going to be mad about that one in comms. Still the only one he'll get, but what a hell of a shot to land. Gatekeepers get their second round, but Jesus Christ, that's a highlight moment right there.
That's definitely going in the next montage. If he's a video
he
editor.
literally got put on a poster right there. That's holy.
That's disrespectful. Woo! That's like the Vince Carter elbow in the rim, the honey dip.
He's like, yeah. He's Richard Sherman. He's pulling dreads. It's not even close. I just got to take a moment after that one, dude. That might be the craziest. That one might be one of the craziest shots I've ever seen.
That's definitely one of the craziest shots like of RNG that I've seen lately. Man.
Yeah, we got to get the replay on that one. You can see it right here. Oh my, just watch. That was a flick too. That was actually a flick.
Who are you peeking, Mata?
I was
By
about
the
to
way,
say,
this
Mata.
Mata is also the same one from Spiker in Stage 1 of CL.
I forgot about Spiker. I'll be honest, like, I forgot about him.
And not a lot of people remember them.
What was it? It was Alec, Takeoff, Toon, Sonar. Was Mata the 5th?
Yes.
I cannot believe I got that.
It was supposed to be Pray K, or Prayer, whatever Tyler's name was at the time, and
10 seconds to go.
he ended up getting dropped because I think there was like some internal issues with the team,
5 seconds left
and then they
before
let him go, and then there was like all these rumors with Alex supposedly heading to like a pro team, but because of a contract issue that he had with Spiker, that he wasn't getting paid, but they were still like it was like a pretty large amount.
I remember this.
Yeah,
They had
it was
they weren't getting
wild.
paid,
So
but they had a massive buyout.
yeah,
buyout.
it was stupid. But that's in the past now, and Mata's hopefully found a good team here with Gatekeepers. If this is even a team that's gunning for CL instead of Stage 1 for 2021. But wow, good night,
Okay.
Prone. Holy smokes.
Gatekeepers answers back with a shot of their own to be certain. Prone will unfortunately not have the best PC experience so far after getting smoked like that. 90 control also in the favor of the attacking team. Now that deployable shield right there, well, it's just one more thing the attackers can use. Chester will take down Feltwinter though. 0-3 so far, the Zofia is. So also not having the best game, and Prone can kind of commiserate in that front. But Apollo's on Jack. Spot some feed. Now it's going to provide some useful intel, but nice shot from Badish as well. Avenges his teammate, gives Splash a shot of his own, and at least certain members of both teams appear to be shooting and landed their shots today. That much is to be certain.
I've never heard of any of the guys on North Coast, but man, they're absolute shooters. Flashbang's going to go Ari and flash their own teammate. Rex is going to rotate over towards Master as Mata is still watching the flank on red stairs. Tossing an air jab over onto the staircase, so Chester will have to shoot that the moment he comes around. But there is going to be a proximity alarm beeping off, so now Mata's going to have to rotate over. It looks like he's rotating back over, but it looks like Chester just wants to bide his time here. I don't think Chester still has a C4, but he's going to gun down Mata either way. Badish with another pick here onto Apollo. All of a sudden, you're left with Rex to be sitting inside a Master. He's got to fight through 4 members of North Coast. And this is not looking good here for Rexavy.
Yeah, it's not, to say the least. He might be able to get diffuser. No, he can't even do that. Badish is just prone in the angle. I didn't even see him, and Rex clearly didn't either. North Coast, I will say, get a fairly convincing round on their defense. It is their first one, to be fair, so still have to see if this will become a pattern or not. But looking at that round, when you see Prone get taken out early on like that, you just think to yourself, oh, this is the attacking team's round. They're just going to storm through and wash over the entire map, and North Coast won't even have a chance. But
because usually the story is that if you do get that opening pick, you do win the round because you have the advantage in man count. But we've seen from time to time, it's like what we saw in SI quals on Intero's stream with Ghost and God, I can't remember who, but Ghost got a 4K to end the game on Villa.
Oh, I remember.
It was absolutely insane.
Did he vault over the railing on Villa? Or was that a different round I'm thinking of?
That was the smoke. He got the final pick as Ghost got the 4K, and the smoke finished off the planter after he got done planting, and then it was just over from that. I think it was.
Is it Rudy?
It was Rudy. Yeah, it was Rudy.
I remember Rudy, Ghost, and I think it was mainly Rudy and Ghost that game, but Sippin is also usually in there in terms of Beast Ghost.
Yeah. That round it was just Ghost and then a little bit of Rudy.
I don't know. I never seen Ghost hit shots like Bird though. What Bird did 2 rounds ago. So I don't want to say anything, but I'm just playing. But it will be an AVG defense. Again, after a fairly solid round, all things considered, on Trophy and Stats, where they'll try this site a second time, not opting to try Kitchen, despite the fact, again, they've gone this site twice and they've lost it the same amount of times. Maybe you would have given the third site maybe a little bit of a try, see how it works out before going back to AVG, but maybe they're just more comfortable with this. I honestly think Anubis, what he did last time, he just sat down inside a basement and waited to flank later on, just kind of doing that, kind of rat, deep roam kind of play that we see players do sometimes. I honestly liked what he was doing on red stairs more. I mean, you had the barb that when the sound cues, obviously I don't know if it would work again. When the sound cue was given, he would just blow it up, and he has moved up a floor, so it's a bit more standard, not all the way down in the basement, just waiting for 2 minutes to go for a flank. But I like that. I like that strat, just him kind of playing on red, wasting time. Sure, it might be an easy pre-fire, but sitting inside a basement was weird. Him in living room now, I like that more.
Pro's just gonna give up 90 control here and rotate down towards the living room and have to rotate up the main stairs. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but because Rexy really doesn't have anything to deal with anything here on 90 outside of the flashbangs for those ADSs. Apollo's gonna be waiting up above inside of Astro, looking down the hatch. Should anyone be rotating up from the basement? I think that's a smart call, considering that maybe Rexy called out that he was rotating. I don't know if he could have heard the drop or whatever, but you already burned off the first minute of play. There's not a whole lot of action that's been happening. Maestro's going to go ahead and reinforce off the vault wall. And from what North Coast are doing, they've also got a rotate over inside of the bar room, leading into the 90 hallway. So I'm curious as to how they're going to utilize that rotate hole. But the attack starts to seemingly progress over towards.
Why would you open the evil eye? Like why would you do that?
That's so why?
Well,
come on, Badish.
I don't know if that was okay. That was a Goyo shield that damaged both Mod and Felwinter. I was like, oh, a C4 must have gone off. Then I looked and all 3 C4s were on the board. And I was like, what? What was that?
Yeah.
It was a Goyo shield. Also, Anubis is on a flank because that seems to be Anubis's game plan on Malusi so far this match. Is all the way inside of Astro and bedroom right now. Meanwhile, Prone, who was roaming earlier, has made his way back to the site. He's playing on top of main stairs, but Anubis gets his first kill. So Mata's in the site, he takes down Prone. Prone at the very least gets down. Now the sledge is to go for the plant, but Badish managed to get one. C4 doesn't find anything. Much like Anubis, he only found himself, and Maestro gets one more. It's Felwinter in a 1v2 now, and effectively 1v1. Maestro on low HP, not a lot he can do. If he goes for the gunfight, he will surely be taken down. There's even one bullet from the M762. Will likely just remove the life from him. He doesn't have diffuser though, so Felwinter will have to cross, and he'll put himself in danger from suffering from a bad case of Alder. Pre-fire already coming out. He'll rotate into the site itself, but there's an easy pre-fire for Felwinter, or so I thought, but it's an easier pre-fire for Badish. He goes for that, but that's a 3K for the Maestro on the round, and I can't keep my composure, man. I got the end of the round, but he killed himself with the C4 that he used to open the hatch. And they still won the round. They still did it. They still did it.
Oh my god.
Alright, take it. Hold on.
Oh my god. Anubis, bro.
Gotta drink some water after that one. Why did you...
Oh my god. Why, bro? Why?
You know what the best part is?
What?
Like, okay. Maybe dropping down the hatch would have been safer, okay? But...
That's why you bring impacts.
One, that's why you bring impacts. Two, could have just vaulted over. Like, he was inside of statue. Just vault over.
I guess his anticipation maybe was expecting someone to be below red stairs rotating, which is why he didn't want to do that in the first place, but he could have chosen to rotate to Astro and go down those stairs, but maybe he thought there was something else there.
There were so many good options.
He just came up from Astro too, so I don't know, man. Thank you, Anubis. Your sacrifice was very well appreciated. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to go.
5 seconds.
Like he makes this amazing play, this amazing flank. It's
a solid flank. It's a good flank. Gets the kill on a splash, who's top fragging for gatekeepers, and then trades himself.
Like,
Badish just won the round anyway. That's the thing. Badish is also on Malusi now. He's taken the reins. He's like, Anubis, you're on Maestro. He's also bringing the C4 though. The question is he? Okay, no, he's playing on the site. Okay. We're all good here. No?
Are we?
Well, Splash is on the drone, so... Oh, no, he spots him, too. He literally sees him. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, why? Okay.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Wait, can he not finish it off? He might not be able to finish it off, so he cannot. The Malusi will be able to get picked back up.
You have an Ash charge! Use it!
Hey, thank God he opened that window, though.
Yeah, that's a great use of utility.
Thank God I used the X charge on that window.
Smart brain.
What would he
on
have
the
done?
16-year-old.
Like, could have meleeed?
No, I don't know. If he dies here, which he's not
thank
going to. Okay. If he died there, that would have just been all for nothing.
I would have cried.
Like why? I would have howled. Oh my god.
All right. Well, Bird just died. We just saw him literally get demolished and just turned into a rag doll at a moment's notice. Headshot from Feltwinter. It's 4v3 in the favor of Gatekeepers. Now 4v2 thanks to Apollo's efforts on the Chester. Got a T4 kill on the Rex just a little bit prior. The Zofia will sustain a lot of damage. Some impacts being thrown up by Anubis. An impact tricking of sorts, but not really for burning utility, more for just, I don't know, trying to catch the attacking team and add them to your Pokédex. Prone's also going for a flank. As seemingly everyone on North Coast has a tendency to do. He'll spot Splash, but the Ash goes for the prone. That is an odd instinct in a gunfight, Splash, but hey, it worked out. Anubis gets Mata. It's a 1v3. Sprays some more, but Feltwinter's up above the 180. Not doing much to stop him. And just this game, man. This game is already just the gift that keeps on giving.
Honestly. Oh my.
So,
Wow.
Zof HP, question mark?
I mean, sure. Sure. Like, yeah, just ask her, you know? If he really was one, then that's a true pain.
He was
for
one.
Anubis.
Feltwinter was one for I think 15 seconds at that point. That's true. Feltwinter sustained most of that damage because he got impacted. Not often you see impact grenades get used like that, but you love to see that level of secondary utility usage.
Mm-hmm. This is being used for something, you know?
Exactly. Like, what are you going to impact trick on living room? Like, nobody really goes for... Maybe you go for the laundry wall. Maybe. But usually you don't really do that much. It's mostly vertical destruction, and again, no real... You can't impact trick a sledgehammer. I guess the impact trick is throwing it at them, like we saw with Feltwinter. It's about the extent you can, though, so you gotta make do with what you got.
I took a glance at the EU qualifier between Secret and Tempra, and Void had 22 and still lost the map.
Oh, that's...
On Clubhouse.
That's just...
It's just like... You can go for like breaking the co-record all you want, and you're still just gonna lose.
That's
it's just destined to happen, man.
The first, I'd watch maybe a match or so, maybe a couple moments of an event here or there, but the first full day of Pro League I watched was Season 9, and it was the day that Rampy broke the kill record on Coastline just to draw. That was the first day of Pro League I watched. So
that is some true pain right there, man.
All I'm saying, Void would have secured that kill onto the Malusi last round. He would have taken out that Ash charge, shot it through the drone hole, and then shot up in the barricade.
I agree.
That's not what
would have
happened.
definitely shot the charge through the drone hole instead of on the barricade. I agree.
Nah, I'm still stuck on Anubis C4 and himself, man. It's replaying in my head endlessly. Anytime I stop talking, I just think about it again, and it's just...
Dude makes this superb flank. No one knows that he's a coming frag.
What is this?
I don't even know who he fragged. I think it was Splash.
It was Splash.
What? Okay.
So Badish suffered a lot of damage there.
Yeah. Wait,
Was
do they have a glass?
They have a glass. He has smokes, so that's good. Remember, not loading playing the glass with frags made one of our friends very angry, so we won't have to get angry here. Also spotted Anubis behind the shield, I do believe. At least with the highlights, so okay.
Shoot through the desk! Shoot through the desk!
You see him. Dude! He's breakdancing on the floor!
Oh my god.
Just shoot him! So Anubis will get to live, unfortunately the shield destroyed. You'll have to rotate back.
Anubis is getting bullied,
and he lives.
And he's surviving! Oh my god, bro. Apollo's down to 47 shots down. There's 3 members of Gatekeepers all inside of Astro.
How is he still alive?
I thought was about to frag his own teammate for a moment.
Splat will take down prone. 3 members of North Coast fall. A 4th as well. Burr's taken down. It's just Chester. And he's not long for this world either. Rex finishes him off. And Gatekeepers, they end the round. Or end the half, I should say. I believe it's 4-2.
Yes, 4-2. For the Gatekeepers.
What was Anubis doing? He was prone behind the desk, and I swear it looked like he was just moving like in place. Just it looked like he was breakdancing. Like that wasn't a bit. He was just moving his. I don't know. That was.
I think because the player model wasn't able to like accept the legs there, so it had to rotate the body, and then you just see Apollo just spraying into the wild.
Is this game real?
Unable.
Is it happening?
This might be a simulation, if I had to guess.
Are we on a prank show right now? Cut the cameras real quick. Like,
where's Ashton Kutcher?
Hello? I like how I do hand mo like I mimed unveiling the curtain, but like you all can't see me, so there was no point for me doing that. But I always do that. I always do hand motions like to accentuate my point, and then after I'm like, nobody saw that. Like, why did I do that? But you can't just sit here and just like arms by your side, just look into the camera.
Our producers saw it. So
well, yeah, that's true. I mean, at least 2 people, not including you and I, saw it. God, if we get a C4 kill on the side of gatekeepers, this will be the best match in NSG. I've decreed it.
This one specifically?
This one specifically. If that we've already had nothing has topped the C4, but we've had some great moments each match. We've had each round, sorry. The C4 self-kill. We had the failed down on the Malusi / Ash charge on the barricade. We had the Anubis incident last round. With Apollo. I'm just worried about what we're gonna get this round. The Malusi is just sitting inside a bathroom right now. Let's just see what Feltwinder will do. He'll rotate back. He's not going for an incredibly early aggressive play. Not in the same vein as Anubis on the Malusi. But I am worried as what we'll see because he does have a C4 and he is roaming. And we know how that's worked out before. He's dangerously close to that hatch.
Very dangerously. Also, this is the first time we're seeing a castle, I believe, on this bomb site from either team. So it looks to be that Feltwinder is wanting to aggress into Master. There's currently 4 members of North Coast all progressing their attack from Astro / Master.
Yeah,
I think that Feltwinder just needs to get the hell out of Dodge and
I was gonna say he got that drone. You just gotta leave at that point. We will assume the position on red stairs. They're still playing a little bit aggressively, but all of that trophy statuary control has been ceded to the attacking team, so they can, as you said, start to progress and make their push happen over here. As it's clearly a master bedroom sided push. They won't still have to deal with Slash, who has a castle barricade next to him, so you won't have to worry about an angle or a gunfight or bullets flying through that way. But he'll rotate back. Also, here's someone on the 90 window, and a minute 30. The defenders have wasted a fair bit of time and health as well. Anubis takes a lot of damage, and now North Coast are finally in a position to truly start to progress, but I don't know, a lot of time wasted by gatekeepers, and that's going to hurt.
They're really wanting to take control of 90. Like they're destined. They're hard set on taking control of 90. They've got some good flank cams though. What is that?
Is that a cam watching the study run out?
I think so, but the window isn't shot open. So
they're also all inside.
Splash is just going for the feed here, and he's gonna find them, but not really finding deaths or kills here in his pick. They're just toying with their food at this point.
Splash and drone holes certainly don't miss, but I think you might be onto something there with that diagnosis of the situation. Mata will get the opening kill onto Chester. The Nomad's probably already got most of her air jabs down, so they don't have to worry about flank. But Anubis is looking to try and push his way into the site despite his low HP. Spots one, isn't able to land the shots. Probably was the reason his teammate died. Instead, he lands the shots on the wrong person, his teammate. It's only 4 kills for Gatekeepers and 1 for North Coast, but it was on his team. It was on his team. That's not what you need.
They are just not aware of anything. I don't even think they had any flank drones.
Hey, but they had that run out cleared though.
They did.
They knew they had that run out on lock. If anybody vaulted out that window, was
over.
It'd be over.
They're not surviving.
They're not. It's not. You're not getting out of that. Unfortunately, nobody did. So, didn't work out all that well. And Gatekeepers will be up 5-2.
Curious how the other stream is doing over on CCS. I think they're done with their game because I saw Giddy in our chat earlier. So I think Oblation won. They're starting off with Aerial Arise versus PogChamp.
That should be a very good game, by the way. Not saying that, you know, this game isn't brimming with content, because it very much
This game
is.
is amazing, man.
This game is amazing for very different reasons. This is one of those games where there are 3 games that you cast as like a caster. There are the really good games, you know, your Invite 2020 Grand Finals, you know those sorts of quality of games where it's a serious game but it's super fun to cast. Then you have this weird middle ground where it's like they're playing seriously, but there's nothing funny happening. It's just not fun to watch. It's either a stomp or neither of the teams are very good, and it's just kind of, it's just a struggle to get through. Then you have the third kind of game. You have this game, where even if it's serious or a joke or whatever, there are just funny things happening, and it makes it entertaining. It's like a reverse bell curve. The Invite 2020 Grand Finals kind of matches are great. The second ones are not, but this one is great for different reasons, but still equally great. It's like the potato chip of casts. May not be the most healthy for you, but it's a lot of fun.
I would have to 100% agree with you there. Moving into round number 8, though. North Coast not looking good here against Gatekeepers. Granted, you know, some of them are pretty brand new to PC, but still, Splash is still gonna just do splash things and just. If he dies, he doesn't care. If he doesn't care if he dies, he's just going for the kill at this point, and he's just gonna be targeted sitting inside of Aviator.
It's not working out so far, and I say that. He gets prone. Honestly don't know how prone lost that pre-fire, but it's unfortunate to say the least, and he just slithers around the corner and takes the head off Vanish. Down goes Nomad, and it's a 3v5. Already just eclipsed 2 minutes remaining, and, well, there's only 3 people left alive, and 2 of those 3, 66.6 repeating, if you were good at math, are almost on 50 HP. Just a couple more shots will be the end of them, but Rex tries to go for a quick peek, lands on the head, but isn't able to pull the trigger fast enough before Anubis removes his in turn. Chester will rotate down below. He has Diffuser, so this could be worse for North Coast, but it's not good. It's not good to say the least. Now with Anubis basically on 1 HP and no HP thanks to Apollo with a long shot from the Vector, this round is probably going Gatekeeper's way unless something goes horrifically wrong or they just all start charging.
Yeah, it's just Burn, Chester, left, their last standing here. Great shot from Splash. Now he's got one more to find. Can he find the 4K here on 90 Hall? C4 is going to get blasted open, but not find anything here as Burr is starting to rotate still into the vault. Able to find Apollo, but Apollo is quicker to the trigger. Down goes Burr, and Gatekeepers will push themselves on to match points. It's
6-2 now for the NSG Gatekeepers. Not their name, but what they do. The North Coast seem to be the next victim to being knocked down to the losers bracket by Rexavi's team. This is double elimination, by the way. Oh, what?
PogChamp is playing with both Nyx and Butters.
I know Alec had to sub up, but who was the second one?
The current roster that's playing right now is Prod, Trippin, Jarvis, and Butters and Nyx.
Oh, so Alec and DP Fire aren't playing.
Yeah.
Geez, that really is. I mean, you know, Butters and Nyx aren't boomers, but, you know, Siege equivalent of boomers. That's kind of the boomer squad right there. They do not. I mean, we were mentioning Alec earlier, but DP Fire, same vein, you know. Young Gunner, different teams, obviously. Young Alec was on Spiker, DP Fire on Thunder Logic, and various storied T3 rosters. So losing those might actually be kind of big. You know, don't want to diss Nyx. Don't want to diss Butters. They're both very good players. Both had, especially Butters, had a very good run in CL. Season 1 especially, he was absolutely fragging out. But DP Fire and Young Alec are also incredibly talented gunners in their own right. So losing those is a bit rough, but thankfully they do have Nyx. Give that cohesion, that IGLing, and Butters is Butters. He does his thing. He can slide it with anybody. He's an amiable guy you can get along with. We have a Cav prone behind the desk in library.
Attackers are heading out.
I don't have anything to say about that. That was it. Fellwinder is also going for a run out. New run out timer will can notify his presence very quickly, but he's not going to find anybody. He'll barricade himself back up. And now the only moment we have, or the only moment we really have hope right now that we can foresee, is Splash sitting prone behind this desk. And you know what, Uzu? I'm not a betting man, as I said earlier, but I think this might work.
Definitely, if North Coast aren't able to drone out Splash's current location,
there's just no way they drone him out in this location.
I highly doubt that they will. The only one that he's going to fight up against is going to be the Ash of Anubis, who has no backup. And he's on drone, so he's going to get fragged, and he's not even going to go for the interrogation, so no problem there. I would have liked to have seen the interrogation, but obviously Splash is playing it safe, making sure that he doesn't die. So Bird's going to get taken down here, as well as Rex and Feltwinter just going all over the place. Probably able to find a second pick. Finally, for the first time in 2 rounds, is Chester's able to down another, I think. But Chester's in a 1v2 here, trying to fight for his life. He'll pull out the shotgun, realizing that it's not a long-range engagement gun, so he'll have to reload his primary. Gonna have to go against Flash, who's crouching here, and somehow wins it. It's actually Feltwinter. It'll be GG here. Gatekeepers progressing on through in the bracket, and they will win out Villa in 9, going by a score of 7-2.
Yeah, again, going the way of Gatekeeper, something I think we all pretty much knew was likely going to happen. As much as that game was fun, don't get me wrong, we all enjoyed that game for various reasons, but we all pretty much knew that Rexy and the stack were going to come out on top, and that's exactly what happened. North Coast will have to fight in the lower bracket to try and make a comeback and give some more moments for a more prolonged run in this turn. But yeah, overall, I mean, there's nothing much to really break down there. Like, I mean, what do you say?
Other than North Coast, I guess they just need to get more experience on PC.
Yeah.
If it's true that they are new to the scene, on PC at least. Also, just more experience, There's a lot of mistakes there that I saw from North Coast that Gatekeepers were easily able to exploit. No challenge there for them, other than a couple rounds here and there. Literally.
Literally 2.
Literally 2, yeah. Well played from Gatekeepers there, but they were expected to move on through in the bracket and progress, and they'll be playing most likely Project Neo. I don't know who is on Goodnight. I'll look at the roster right now, but it's Mohesti, Surf, Halo, Freak, and Addo. Okay, so that should be a good game. I wouldn't be too surprised if it's Goodnight to actually beat Project Neo, so they'll be the next ones playing.
Interesting. Well, also, we do have the Aerial Arise versus PogChamp game going on the CCS stream right now. Don't know the exact score line, but still, I will not be offended if you leave this stream and go over there, because that's a great game. It does not mean one of them will be eliminated. It just means either Aerial Arise or PogChamp, probably definitely the higher seeded teams in this tournament. I don't know the exact number, but they were both top 5 at the very least, or around there. One of them will have to go to the losers bracket. The other one will storm through, but still, one of them getting eliminated early on, it's going to be a good game with a lot of ramifications going forward. But again, as well, before we go, we do like stuff going on at Nerd Street. We do have Nerd Street Plus. If you're into tournaments, if you're into that sort of thing overall, Nerd Street Plus, access to community, monthly, championship tournaments, all at your fingertips. Again, we mentioned earlier, Valorant, Smash, even Magic. I never got into card games, but some people are. Chowder, if you ever hear this, I know you have a massive Magic collection. This is for you. And you can learn more at nerdstreetgamers.com/plus if you're into that sort of
Chowder?
Thing. Chowderhead, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Did you mean like the cartoon character?
No, because there's the Chowder that's Chowderhead, and then there's the other Chowder that used to work for X13.
I didn't know there was another Chowder. I'm being honest. The only 2 Chowders I know are Chowderhead and the cartoon character. Okay. So you said that, and I was like, why is he bringing up Chowder right now? But I mean, okay, whatever. But anyways, we'll be back in a little bit. I don't know the match we have coming up next, but I believe it should be we actually have the Favelas versus Didn't Ask. I'm getting word right now. That should be a solid game overall. And either way, we'll be back in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers December monthly tournament. If you just missed the last match, it was kind of a stomp from Gatekeepers. A 7-2 win on Villa against North Coast Esports. And while it might not have been, a win for North Coast, there were at least some funny moments throughout. So we can look back on that with some joy. I'm still Lynx, still joined by Uzu. And, you mentioned this earlier. We got the Favelas up next. And Iconic is playing with the Favelas. Storied player, SQ player. But what you might not have known is that, he was slogging his way through Grey's Anatomy for a while. And you know how many seasons there are, Uzu? Do you know how many seasons there are?
I'm going to guess that there's maybe 20.
There are a lot of seasons of Grey's Anatomy, probably close to 20. And so he might be familiar with, at one point there's a plot line where Meredith Grey and Derek Shepard break up. And that's similar to our sponsor, Mike and Ike. Back in 2012, there was a big breakup between Mike and Ike that was widely publicized for a whole year. Now, eventually they reconciled, which I haven't seen the show, but I don't think Meredith and Derek get back together, unfortunately. But he might be at least familiar with that. And that might be a reason to give Mike and Ike, some familiar territory. If you're prepping with the new roster before a game, you got fish, you got people on this team, people you've played ranked with. But hey, you gotta level up your game a little bit. Mike and Ike's might be the way to do that. So if you like Grey's Anatomy, Iconic, or if anybody likes Grey's Anatomy, get you some Mike and Ike's. But anyway, we do have the Favelas versus Didn't Ask up next. I do believe is the team name. I don't know why. Second guess myself there. Yes, it is the Favelas versus Didn't Ask. Which, do you have the roster for Didn't Ask?
No. I'm just looking at how many seasons there. There's 17. They're
That's
currently on 17.
They're one of those shows right now that are they're incorporating COVID into the plot, which makes sense. They're a hospital show. not gonna flame them for it because it makes sense. I would do it too. They're a hospital show. But so yeah, there's some weird plot line going on, Meredith Grey, spoilers if you're into Grey's Anatomy. I think she almost dies or something, or she does. I don't know. There was she was in some weird beach scene. I don't know what it was. I don't watch the show. Ask Iconic.
Yeah,
Ask him. I'm not an expert.
Might know more about it.
He might know a bit more.
Yeah, I was looking at the Didn't Ask roster. So there's 6 players. It's Delta Force, Snoop, Envy, Jandy, Zest, and Nismo.
Not a lot of names that I know.
Yeah, I used to team with Jandy. He was actually on the last team that I was on before I fully committed to casting. And I remember that actually went against Delta Force in that scrim too. I dropped 20 on his head.
Humble flex, Uzu, but okay. I see what you're trying to do there. So, I guess you've had some experience with them. Excuse me. Think Favelas are coming out on top, or it's a bit of a sleeper and Didn't Ask. That might surprise us.
I think it'll be a close game. Favelas, obviously, they're not playing with Kino. They lost Carnage and Avenai because they dropped them. Also, another notable name is Zest. Zest is a fantastic player, in my opinion. He's a great support. He's a shooter too. When he's on one, man, it's almost tough to stop Zest. It's almost impossible. But looking at the roster sheets for both these teams, I don't know exactly who is playing for Favelas because I don't think they've played yet on stream apart from this one.
They have not, I believe so.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who their 5 are that are playing for tonight or for today. So
I am as well. It'd be really awkward if Iconic wasn't actually playing and he was just on the roster, and I kind of wasted that whole bit on somebody not even playing. So again, like we had with NVK and Necrox, praying he's in the lobby. But also, if he's not in the lobby and you're a big Iconic fan, you're like, he's not here? I've been lied to. Well, go over to the CCS stream because we still have Aerial Arise and PogChamp going on. So that's one of the games going on stream. But as for off-stream games, we did mention before the break that Project Neo actually suffered a loss to... What was the team name? It's Goodnight. That's what it was. So Project Neo are now playing in the losers bracket. If I can look real quick. They're playing Zelos. I don't know who that is, but this is an interesting off-stream game that I actually like to cast. In Control Nation, one of those T3 representatives I talked about, are facing off against Biggity Boobop, who won their match against Tuck Your Chain. So In Control might actually come away with that, again, just because of the coordinatedness and the fact they're one of the better T3 teams, but that'd actually be a fun game to cast. Sad it's happening off-stream, but hey, we're still going to cast the Favelas and potentially Iconic, Grey's Anatomy's biggest fan. So I'm still happy with it. I think I've used that bit enough. I'm gonna put it. It's in the box now. I think I've milked it for all it's worth. I don't want to, I don't want it to get stale. You know what? You never love it when you have someone just hammer a bit home for the entire game. So I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, Slayer won against Luxury Gold. No surprise there. Undesired Prophecy had a bye in their lower bracket. Some of the teams had buys in their lower bracket, which is fair. You know?
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, so they got a free pass to the second round of the losers bracket, but Insert Name and Buttadog have won their lower bracket matches, so Insert Name will be going off against Zero Frequency versus the winner of, or the loser of, where the hell is C22?
Well, also,
idiots and tax collectors.
Well, also speaking of off-stream games, the Gatekeepers team we just got done casting is actually fighting Goodnight right now in a game off-stream. That was the team we just mentioned that beat Project Neo, and I think, there's some nice names on the roster. Freak, he was a member of Ape before he got dropped. So some fairly recognizable names on there, but I still think, at least for me, maybe I'm biased a little bit because I cast Project Neo fairly frequently, but I thought it'd be close, but Project Neo would come out on top, but they actually ended up winning, and now they will be fighting Rexavi's team, the Gatekeepers, that we just got done casting, who beat North Coast. They're playing a game right now as well, so that'll be interesting. We also have to see if, now the Idiots won their match against Biggity Boobop, they're also in a position to potentially fight Oblation in another game going on concurrently with this one. Hasn't been decided yet, so who knows when that's going to happen, but going back to this game, we are waiting on 2 players right now to get back in the lobby. I believe it's from the Favelas. Might be wrong, but should just be a little bit, then we can finally see who is on the roster of the Favelas. We know it's gonna. Yeah. We know DS Lucas will be there. I think.
Yeah, I think he's definitely playing. I think it'll be, because I also saw Fish on there too, who was originally part of the Favelas before they decided to go 18 plus, and I think Fish is still 17 if I'm not mistaken. So,
I'm not sure his age actually. I know he was. Was he playing on Moneyball in CCS? Was that the team he was on? Yeah, that's what it was. I remember he was on some team in CCS. I can't remember if it was the Favelas or if it was Moneyball. So
yeah, it was Moneyball, and he was balling out individually. But Moneyball, they won their first game, and then I think they lost the next 2, if I'm not mistaken. But
yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
I remember
Fish was doing good individually.
I cannot remember for the life of me what team they played first. But yeah, I know Moneyball lost their first one. It was
Glow Up.
I forgot about Glow Up. Oh,
otherwise known as Jones.
Was that their team name? What do you mean?
No, it was like Jihadi Jones, but they had to change to Glow Up.
Oh, I cannot imagine why they had to change that name. I don't know why.
I don't know why either, man. That's just what CCS wanted them to do.
Such a head scratcher why they couldn't go with that name. But I forgot about Glow Up. They wasn't it them and Seventh Spades were both the ones that got first rounded? I believe those were the 2 teams.
Yeah, they were. They had Hawks, who was actually a pretty decent support player. I can't remember the rest of the team, but there was like I think that team was like full Frenchies, like full French Canadians. So
it's like Altior but T3.
Yeah.
Also, Altior, shout out. Uzu, I know you had it pulled up. Do we have any updates on Invite Qual? Since there is a lot happening today, by the way. We got the NSG tournament. We got the Steel Series show match between SSG and DZ at some point today. And Invite Quals. Like, this is, in terms of Siege, there's a lot going on today in terms of tournament action.
Yeah. Looking over at the Europe SI Quals, right now it's Secret and Tempera. Secret won first map, I think, it was 8-7. And then now they're on Coastline, which Tempera is up 6-4. but Temper is currently up on a man advantage of 5-4 with 2 minutes left in the round. So,
Secret's comeback was cool to watch. It felt like it kind of.
oh yeah,
felt like it kind of came out of nowhere. They're like they just put Packable on the roster, and all of a sudden it was like,
yeah,
they were just nobody was safe. That was
yeah.
normally.
Packable...
What are other examples like that where just like one player gets switched out, and all of a sudden just
yeah.
I guess Canadian
it was
with SSG.
2 players actually. It was KS and Expo that got dropped for.
Oh yeah, it was 2 players. I forgot. It was.
It was Shate and Packable
Yeah.
that came in for Expo and KS. Then they just went from worst to like 5th.
And even then, like they went to 5th, but they were still gunning against like the top 3 teams.
They won their first 4. They won their I think first 3 or 4 matches in UL in stage 2. So yeah, Secret's on a tear lately. I'm so happy for Packable. He's one of my greatest friends, or one of my best friends. Love that guy.
Shout out to Packable, but we are in the game as you can see.
Peter Bull.
Peter Bull is not here, unfortunately. He's not on the Favelas roster, despite half of all of Siege being on the Favelas roster.
Basically, it seems like they're changing players every month. No, I'm just kidding. I love Jolton.
Thatcher band
Oh
starting
hey,
on Oregon.
They fixed the apostrophe bug. Let's go.
What? Wait, what's the apostrophe bug?
So when I used to cast.
Oh wait, didn't it like do like the
had,
hashtag and things like that?
Yeah. They finally fixed it. I had always been afraid to add the apostrophe because whenever they did, it would like take up like 5 characters in the screen.
There's some weird bugs with the spectator, man. Like the strange, like I guess this one's not as weird, but sometimes like if somebody dies, it'll remain. Let's say it's a 5v5. Somebody gets killed, it'll remain a 5v5. Like the counter will get stuck. That's not as weird, but like also they changed the overlay in the most recent patch where it's like a centimeter higher than it was previously, and now it makes some overlays look weird.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a bug or if that's a change, but it just makes you like wonder like why? Why did you do this?
What? Oh my god, dude. Packable is a snake, man. What he just did, oh my god.
We'll have to see it later.
He was prone in service, and he got one peeking service entrance, and you just have a Hive just jump out of penthouse window and just gun down the Ash.
I would like to see Coastline right now, actually. I would. But alas, we're on Oregon. Yeah. You know, the opposite of Coastline. Bands did finish. Thatcher,
it's
Ace,
Fish.
Goyo,
No
Mirror.
iconic. Pain.
Are you telling me I used that bit for nothing?
Unfortunately, that is exactly what happened, Lynx.
Man.
But you got the 2 new pickups of Wimpy and Beastly, who are officially on the roster.
I'm too sad to be excited about Wimpy being on a new team, man.
I mean, Joe was just a dumpster fire, man.
That second split was just it was
atrocious. I felt so bad for Wimpy. He's doing all this work, and then they get to their relegation match and they just dump Bracket Blessed, and I hate that interview so much because that game literally meant nothing. Like, congrats, you got 7th place, you're going through relegation. How do you feel? And it was just so dry with England. God, I hate that interview so much. It's so awkward.
I've never seen someone have such strong feelings about an interview.
Because like normally, like I like to have fun with my interviews, but he just did not want to have fun for whatever it was. Like, I mean, like, you know.
I mean, he's going to relegation.
Yeah, he's going to relegation. Like, what are you supposed to
be?
be happy about? Like, you beat the worst team in CL, who had the worst rated player in CL. Arrow. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, Tyler. That guy, he went absolutely nuclear in quals just to have like a 0.6 rating, 0.5 something rating in CL.
My friends and I were all watching Bracket Blessed about it. I think it was Fernie's Tacos.
Yeah, it was Fernie's Tacos. That was the match that put them in CL.
It was on Cafe. We just could not believe what was happening in front of our eyes. We're like,
I couldn't either, dude. I had to like stop myself from like physically, like, you're like mentally, like just like going off on them. But fortunately, hopefully, Bracket Blessed with their new pickups, you know, they look better without Dauntless and B-Dog. No shade to them, but you know, with Lethal and Red X, I think they'll be okay.
Well, Favelas are also, they're not stopping. They're picking up some map control. A segue. Though Zest is also moving up a little bit. That player you mentioned, Uzu, is going for a flank right now, Big Tower Stairs. We often see teams do sometimes, though it's not a basement defense, it's a dorms defense. He's playing quite a bit opposite the bomb site. Just chilling. Just waiting. He sees the air jab, can shoot it, but the moment he actually shoots it, the two attackers will likely know that somebody's flanking because, well, somebody just shot about 2 feet behind him.
Oh,
Delta Force
Zest.
will be the first one down, but Zest triggers it nonetheless. And you have to rotate back. The attackers basically all just stopped and were like, okay,
Wait,
what was that?
How did Delta get downed? Was it by Fish?
I do not know. Yeah, it must have been Fish downstairs. She's also pushing up a long haul. We'll spot them. Lucy on the rotate. Gets one. Flicks to the second. 2 beautiful shots coming out from the Ash. It's a 5v3 early on in the favor of the favelas.
I have no idea where he got down. I have to assume it's Fish.
Must have been like a Z-ping through the wall.
Maybe, but Delta Force is all the way in the basement. And I have no idea. Either way, because like Zest was over on tower stairs and there was no entrance of like no sign of anyone in meeting.
Hear me out. What if Zest ran down, got scared, and shot him?
It's possible.
The timeline adds
The
up.
timeline does add up. Oh, that's a beautiful nade coming in from Jolton. Now Envy's gonna have to rotate in and pick him up. Envy's a player who's been around for forever, but like for the past 2 years, he just hasn't been able to make it back into Challenger League. I can't remember the team that he was on, but it's been forever since I've seen Envy and CL. Snoop's gonna get flown, like just absolutely blown to bits here. And Fish ending things off with, I believe, a 3K. So Favela's really heating things up here. Fish on the Ash, no problem for him there. And the Favelas will easily take round number 1.
Not a lot to break down there. Just kind of every facet of the defense coming out from Didn't Ask just crumbled under the pressure coming out from the favelas. Whether it was Fish downstairs with, you know, that questionable situation. We don't really know how Delta Force got down, but either way, he exploited it perfectly. 2 early picks. He also got 4 as well, so clearly the Ash going nuclear that round. But then at that point, 3v5, the attacking team just kind of in the same way we saw. It was Gatekeeper start to kind of flood over the entire map and take all the control they needed, except as opposed to that round I'm referring to with Gatekeepers, I believe it was round 3 versus North Coast, they actually managed to transition it into a round win. They didn't stop at the walls of the attack. They came over them and just killed everyone on the site, especially that beautiful nade onto Snoop, kind of signified the fact that they're basically just outplaying Didn't Ask at every single turn. So much so, they'll go down to basement. How are you going to try Dormers a second time?
You know, now that I'm looking back on it, I think it was Fish that downed Delta Force, because Fish for the most part of like the first minute of play was sitting at 220 bullets, and then Delta Force, as Fish progresses down below to the basement, yeah, it's Fish that shoots at Delta Force. He ends up dropping down the hatch into E-box, and then Fish just cleans up the mess that he had to pick up. So.
But hear me out though.
Huh.
Zest downing him is a lot funnier.
It is.
So.
It's a lot more comical that way.
And it continues the trend of last. I mean, you're probably right. Like, as much as I hate it, you are probably right. But it's much funnier to think about it my way.
It is.
And there's something to be said for comedy.
Yeah. So Temper just won Coastline 7-5, and Secret and Temper will be fighting on the final map pretty soon here. So. Meanwhile, on the CCS stream, it's currently 4-3 for Aerial. They ended out a 4-2 split on defense, and now PogChamp have won their first round of defense. So now they're defending second floor on, which is the exact bomb site, opposite bomb site that we're heading into. We're heading to the basement for our stream, and there is a Maverick in play with Jolton, who's the only one rocking the favelas in his name. I feel like he's like the odd man out here. Like everyone's just got their name, and then you just have Jolton with the team tag.
I mean, Diaz Lucas at least has, you know, Brazilian. He's got, or BR. He's got the theme, the overall vibe and message from the favelas. So if you expand your definition, there's technically 2, but still, that's 60% are just chilling. They're still new pickups though, so plenty of time to change. Fish will pick up 1 more kill. That's 5 so far for him in the lobby. Takes down Jandy the Cage, the opening pick inside of E-Box. Did he just get that kill through the hole on Big Tower? Or was that through the hatch? It's through the hatch.
I think it's through the hatch, yeah, because that's where the Ash is. So Jandy's going to fall here. No C4 used from him. Zest will pop off his C4, so there's no more explosives to use for the defending squad because Snoop decided to bring a shield instead of a C4. So then Envy's going to go ahead and utilize a Toxic Babe. That Snoop will rotate back and forth, and okay, that just looked like it was awkward for Delta Force there. Snoop and Fish are going to find frags for themselves. It's a 3-on-2 here for the attacking squad. Envy on the smoke is going to have to fight the next member sitting inside of the front door of Laundry.
A bomb has been located.
As for smoke grenades will fly out and stem the tide. Don't let them gain any further ground. But again, it's a 3v2. They have the man advantage so far. That isn't spotted by Jolton. He makes it even worse for Dynast. There's a refrag, and then a refrag in turn. Favelas pick up their second round, much closer than the first, to be fair. So pretty dominant in the Favelas for pretty much the majority.
Yeah, that's not an ideal situation for a smoke, especially peeking into 2 members like that with the SMG-11. Unless you're Rudy, who just probably would have won that because Rudy just wins everything with whatever gun he has in his hand. He could probably have the what gun is it? What gun am I thinking of? He could probably just have like the Han Solo pistol that DS Lucas would have and would still kill 2 people with 2 shots like consecutively.
I just remember that clutch Mint had at SI, and I can't fathom anybody getting a kill with that gun, let alone like multiple.
Oh yeah, it was against Achieved, right? TSM? Yeah, it was against Achieved on TSM, but the one kill that really sticks out to me from Mint at SI was when they played in BDS against BDS in the playoffs on Coastline, and Mint got I think it was a 1v3, and he pistol Shaiko.
Was it with the Han Solo or Stokes?
No, he was playing Capital.
Then does it matter?
Does
it really matter then?
I mean, he's playing Capital, but I guess not. And
I mean, fair point. Fair point.
And it is against Shaiko, but still, you know. But yeah, it was Mint with the... Oh no, it was Achieved with the Han Solo pistol versus DZ. Now that I'm remembering it. And Mint's pistol kill was against Shaiko on Coastline as Capital in the playoffs, where Hot and Cold just went absolutely nuclear. It was like the greatest match I've seen Hot and Cold play in a while.
You see, Crow has that, but what you just did, like remembering those moments, but he has that for like T3, and yeah. I don't understand it. like every single, I mean he's casted Aerial Arise on Project Neo enough where he knows it, but he can. There are times when a team will be playing and he's seen them run a strat so many times, he'll be like, okay, so this is the patented, we'll say Aerial Arise, Consulate, Archives hold. And he'll run through every facet of the strategy and like how everything is set up, and it's 100% correct. And I'm like, I don't know how you do that. I understand how you do it for like a couple teams, but he has it for like so many teams.
Yeah.
Like, not just
it's like his brain is an encyclopedia.
Yeah, not just in terms of playing now, but like back in history as well. Like he recited to me, I think it was a Penta or EG bar stock hold from like year 2, season 3.
Jesus.
And I
used to be like that, but like lately my memory's just kind of been hazy sometimes, but I think I'm slowly starting to get back into that encyclopedia mindset.
You don't need to be an encyclopedia to know, or you don't need to predict the future either to know what Fish is probably thinking about right now.
No, you don't.
He's pushing down Freezer. C4 will fly out, not find anything, so kind of seeing something similar occurred last time. Utility wasted, and Malusi falling early as well, as Fish getting a 3-bird opening duel for him in 3 rounds so far. But really did well on the Ash, well suited for that role.
Yeah, Fish has been on a tear. Wimpy, honestly, hasn't had any action outside of a death. And then you just got Beastly, who's just opening hatches and helping his team assist. He's got 1 assist, but Beastly just is not doing anything this game, which isn't bad.
He just killed him through the wall.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
I think there was a drone on the black boxes. Fish is able to find one, but Envy's able to shut him down. So the hot hand of Fish will finally bite the dust here, leaving Jandy and Envy in a 2v4. So now Jandy's starting to progress over into Freezer, but he knows that the hatch is open, so he doesn't want to get too close to where he can potentially get his feet shot off. Flashbang's going to get popped off as Jolton's able to clear off Envy. Now it's a 1v4 for Jandy. Sees the back of Jolton rotating in, but Jolton and the rest of the favelas are trying to progress in, and Jolton with the knife to the back eliminates Jandy. Nokia. Well, as we all know, Nokia, they're very resilient, but unfortunately for Jandy, his is going to be defective. So.
Yeah, Jandy was not on the back-facing camera, unfortunately. He was on selfie mode, and he was just that was the wrong way to be looking. Because Jolton's playing Assassin's Creed right now, and I don't think anybody anticipated that one. It's a very strong half so far from the favelas, and I thought the Gatekeepers versus North Coast was going to be dominant, but so far Favelas have just looked not even close, like not even a little bit like they want to slow down their game. I mean, they were still setting up and execute, and Fish was in the bomb site. He got traded out, but he got 2 kills that round. One of them, he was just in sight.
Yeah.
And that's just...
It's just been the Fish and Jolton show. And then...
Yeah, pretty much.
And then you got Snoop trading out Echo for a Cade. So they're going to dorms.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Not a bad pickup. They have the mute, so it's... I mean, the mute device is just going to be more focused on, like, denying intel than denying walls. But, like, I don't know, I guess, you know, bringing a Cade isn't bad, especially when you're patches, it's good, but, like, they have a Maverick. Like, Cade's not gonna do too much. It's just better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
I don't really see a need for bringing Cade when there's the Maverick, because Jolton will end up just burning through it regardless. Which I guess you can probably just utilize the mute at that situation then. But there's no other hard breach coming in outside of Beastly with the Hibana, so I think it's just best to have Jolton possibly melt off the reinforcement inside a closet. And then you have Beastly also open up the tower side, so that way you're getting a split push taken care of that way. And then you're forcing the defenders to watch 2 different areas of the map instead of just one. And then you bring in the Echo for like info and for droning. Granted, he still has 2 drones, and they're much more quieter now, but they've also lost their invisibility cloak. So I don't know, maybe you just need to be more aggressive on the defense here if you're Didn't Ask, and you just need that information, because you're not bringing anything for intel, which kind of worries me. So that's my main concern with Didn't Ask. They're not bringing anything to really help them on the intel game.
It's a fair concern as well, but I guess it's more of a zero-sum game they're trying to play. We're not bringing intel, but we have the mute, so we'll try and deny as much of yours as you can. But again, not a lot of mute devices. If this were a mute Mozzie, that'd be different. But we're also talking about grand strategy, but Fish is just moving and sprinting around inside the building. Delta Force is right around the corner, but he's not able to land the shots. Somehow loses that. Fish flicks back, almost gets the second, but it's Zest to come away with that one. Zest has died to Fish in the opening duel twice now, and he'll manage to get the refrag just after Fish won his 4th in a row. So even though the Ash is traded out 1-for-1, still goes to show how much of a profound impact the Fish has been having on this game so far.
Within 4 rounds, he's 9-3. And he's only...
That's a bit ridiculous.
That's pretty insane. Janny gonna try to creep up into Trophy with the shotgun in hand, while Envy is starting to assist him with those toxic babes. Only having 2 left in his pocket, and Zest is rotated over towards Freezer Stairs. So now I think that Didn't Ask are just trying to assess exactly where is the majority of the push coming from. But it looks to be that it's coming in from Attic, as there's 3 members of the 4 currently over on Attic side. Now Wimpy's going to jump over into Highway, trying to see if he can find anyone sitting inside of dorms. Second Toxic Babe is going to get tossed out by Envy, so leaving only 1 more of those canisters for area denial, with 55 seconds left to go.
Still have 3 C4s on the side of Didn't Ask, so even though that 1 smoke canister being left is only going to waste 10 seconds more of time, well, maybe it won't matter that much, as Jolton just walks right into the waiting arms of Zest down below. It's the 2nd kill for him on the round, the 2nd for him in the entire match, so a bit of a late impact for his team in the second half of this half, so I guess the 2nd quarter, if you want to talk about it that way, but better late than never, I suppose. He also has his C4, he's rotated up white, so in a position to potentially rotate down below and play for the plant, as it's clear that Favelas have maneuvered to a big window take, as Wimpy is the only one still on that east side of the map, inside of Attic. Takes a bit of damage, will take now 75 minutes to rotate off as the push finally comes in. The Zofia falls in Attic. DS Lucas gets 1, DS Lucas gets 2. There's 3 on the side of Favelas, but now the Nomad is down. It's Envy 1v1 with the shotgun. He doesn't even have to work hard or aim all that much. He usually walks right into his crosshairs. Didn't Ask, picks up their 1st round.
I got a little scared there because I thought there was 3 members left that Envy had to fight through, not just 2. I was like, oh boy, here it goes. He's gonna fight. So he at least downs 1. So then he's just gotta pump the last guy, the 2nd guy, and then try to find the 3rd guy while he's either trying to go for the plants. But at that point, I don't even think that the 3rd person would have been going for the plant in that scenario. So well played to Envy there, and he's on top for his team here. Jandy's still struggling to find the board, as well as Wimpy. Wimpy just had nowhere to go. He was stuck in between a rock and a hard place, getting shot from dorms and potentially someone who would swing in from games. it's just a tough situation to be right there for Wimpy. Jandy's going to be 6 picking here, potentially changing away from the Kaid. He's got 10 seconds to do so. Doesn't look like the favelas are wanting to change anything on their side of the board. Jandy will go ahead and lock in the Cade, realizing that there's no other source of breach denial. Maybe you switch over to the Bandit for the 3-speed, but either way, it's just honestly, I don't know. Would the Bandit be a better pick here compared to the Cade?
I think, I mean, obviously either way, you mentioned before, whether you bring a Cade, a Bandit, or whatever, Maverick is going to be able to cut through it no problem because he's left unbanned. But at least when you put him on the hatches, it can trip him up a little bit. It can make things where his hatches are just trickier to Maverick trick overall. That's definitely the thing we see more teams struggle with between walls and hatches when you're Maverick. It's definitely the latter. So it can just cause some damage to him and just be troublesome. But so if you were to bring either, I would say the Cade. But there's an argument for the Bandit as well. Maybe for dorms, I think it'd be different, but for basement, there's not a lot of places where I'm like, that could use batteries right there. It's you can throw them maybe, you know, on a freezer wall. Maybe if you want, like on one of the panels reinforced, or on the wall inside of that's not reinforced, or when they both get reinforced, you put them down then. But like, I think the Cade is definitely the safer bet, and one that requires active thought and consideration before you place them, and then by extension, probably much more utility and usefulness overall. So, long story short, TLDR, I think the Cade's a better pick.
Yeah, mostly just to get the hatches, but either way, they're going to get. So there's really no point. I mean,
yeah, it's kind of like either way, it's like
yeah,
it's not going to matter too much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, because the reason why I'm thinking of the Bandit is because, like, yeah, the hatches will be you know, picked off, but once those hatches are open, then you can utilize the Bandit battery to get the wall inside of E-Box or inside of Freezer, and just kind of tuck it away in a corner where it can't really be shot unless obviously it does get shot. So I don't know. I just think that the Bandit would be a little bit more comfortable for Jandy because it's a 3-speed that you have to work with. You still have a 64. You're denying walls. The hatches will get open regardless by Jolton. So I don't know. But that's obviously what Didn't Ask is going for. And this is a bit of a slower round. Finally, no one has died in the first half of the round here as we eclipse the halfway mark. So
you do have Fish and Zest, you know, primordial foes so far this match. I've just been fighting basically in the opening duel this entire matchup, though they came tantalizingly close to an engagement, but they'll both rotate back off, and Freezer control still strongly in the favor of the defense. They might change how the Jolton's pushing down, droning himself in, as you can see, looking to make some kind of entrance, but at least based off where the attackers are positioning, it's looking like their push might come out from Laundry. Just gaining intel right now, maybe start pushing people out of positions. Jolton does have 2 frag grenades in his pocket, so one could go sailing over and blow Zest sky high. The question is, will he do it? Well, the 2 ADS is burned in time, but the C4 flies out in response. He's echo stunned, he still manages to get it off. Just everything raining down upon the Maverick, but he's still trying to do his best to get the job done. Albeit it's at a lot of HP, and, well, nothing really got accomplished. He pushed maybe Zest out for a little bit, but now he's retaken that position. He's on a prone off angle as well. The moment Jolton swings around the corner, he has to account for the potential that the Malusi's on the floor, and with the crossfires, he has to contend with as well. I don't know if that's going to happen. Wimpy will be the opening pick. The Malusi seals his fate as he dropped down the hatch, I do believe. Joel will be the second one around, but it's Snoop to pick up that kill. His head removed. It's a 3v5 in the favor of Didn't Ask. 2v5. Fish falls. Beastly gets the refrag. Took 25 HP and all of his HP, and he won't get any more. He gets Lucas in the 1v4. Not much he really can do. Spots the Malusi prone, so he at least gets one. This is mostly exit frags at this point. Not much impact unless they all line up for him, and that's not going to happen. Delta Force lines his body with bullets and picks up Didn't Ask their second round in a row.
I think that Didn't Ask probably just needed to get a little bit of time to get used to how favelas are playing. Fortunately, it happened in the past 2 rounds that have been played out, so if they can get this third one here, then they'll be sitting nicely throughout the rest of this round. Well, not necessarily nicely. They'll be in a bit of a pickle because they'll have to be on the attack next round. But, you know, it's better.
Be the bare minimum.
Yeah, it's better than going down 4-2. And yeah. It's a lot better than going down 5-1. Thankfully, you know, for Snoop, for his team, he was able to be there on the Echo. Clearly got misdroned. Jolton stopped droning a little bit beforehand before Snoop was able to get compromised. And then he just tries to swing and get his teammates refrag, which was from Fish, I want to say. and then everything just kind of fell apart there because it was just a crossfire from Zest and Snoop, and then everything just fell into Didn't Ask's lap. So we will be seeing a Valkyrie here coming out on this bomb site, and this is going to be a possible run of the tables if Didn't Ask are able to win out this round. So I also just think that, like I mentioned before, I think that just Didn't Ask, they just need to get a little bit used to how Favelas were playing. They were able to finally shut down Fish, who didn't get a pick last round. So they're starting to adapt and get comfortable, hopefully, here on defense, but it could be too late because this is the final round that we've got for defense for Didn't Ask before we have to switch sides.
Yeah, and the issue is the way you usually defend kitchen is a bit finicky, to say the least. Whether you're extending upstairs or extending into showers, which is usually what we see teams do, it's always kind of awkward, and especially with the recent patch, holding a position and fortifying it is a lot harder with the Jaeger and Wamai changes. They have the Melusi and they have the Jaeger, so if they want to go for that traditional showers hold of putting a deployable shield in there and having somebody sit behind it, though, is a bit different. As you can see, both walls are reinforced and there's a cage charge on it, so might be seeing Snoop play inside of theirs. That's where he's making his home right now. So again, that's going to be a little bit tough just with the changes. It's a bit more fortified, so you won't have to deal actively with gunfights, and with Valkyrie next to him, that's Jandy. 0-5, so not doing much, but maybe this is the round he'll shine. With them in tandem, it might be alleviated a little bit, but still, this is not a comfortable sight overall, and one that the defense, if they're going to lose any sight, this is the one they usually lose.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Ford didn't ask to go down 4-2. Obviously, it's not what they would have preferred. They would have liked to have gone up 4-2, I'm pretty sure, but they just got met with the bulldozer of Fish. It's completely eviscerating everything, so now, with the breach charge coming from up above, Jolton will be able to look through into, I think, showers maybe as well. But unfortunately for him, it's going to have to come into Fish's hands to see what he can do with those Ash charges. You have the Jaeger of Delta Force off on the opposite end of the map and just nowhere. Now Fish is going to get access into bathroom, where it's going to be just Snoop all by himself.
Yeah, Snoop still has Jandy for support, but again, his position is becoming much more difficult to hold the more the attackers open up angles. Minute 30 left, and that's really all they have, to be fair, is angles they've opened up and walls they've, well, begin to break down and knock over. Still some necessary ones. That site wall being opened up is going to provide a good angle for them to cover if they decide to get the plant down from that side, which, considering the fact that 4 of them are all stacked in small tower, I think that's a pretty fair bet to make, or pretty fair bet to make. There we go. We got the words.
You said it right. You said it right the first time. You just have to make sure you said the right words.
I gotta reiterate. You gotta make sure your words are all in the right spot. Didn't ask though. Their players are all in the right spot right now. Segueing it back away from my own incompetence. Jolen's opening up the showers wall, and I'm surprised Snoop has honestly decided to still play in here. I mean, sure, his wall's been opened up. He has a vertical angle, so it's a bit hard to hold, but I don't know. The longer he remains in here, the bigger his impact will be later on.
Very curious as to how, well, not curious because he still met with the cover there, but unfortunately for Diaz, Lucas getting smoked by Snoop. He'll unfortunately shoot the air jab in the wrong spot, but that's allowing Jolton enough time to sneak in and clean up Snoop. But now Whippy is dead as well, as Jandy's finally on the board here, getting his leg shot off through the holes. Finally just going to get bullied here into his death, but there's 13 seconds to go. Jolton's the last one standing here. Delta Force is able to finish off Beasley, and this is going to end in a 3-3 split here for the defending squad of Didn't Ask before they transition into their attack. But Jolton will be able to find one, trying to find his efforts, but nothing there for him. Didn't Ask will win out round 6, winning 3 in a row, responding to Favela's 3 in a row in the very beginning in the first quarter. So now we switch sides, going into the third quarter. It's comeback time here, and it's been evenly matched here. We're sitting at 3-3, and now it's time to reset for the Favelas as well as for Didn't Ask. First bomb site we'll be heading into will be Laundry and Supply.
And I imagine we'll see a similar strategy being brought out by the Favelas, just based off the lineup. Things may change, obviously. Could see a 6 pick, but I don't see anything too drastic coming out. Give it a sec, just wait to see if any player changes their mind, whether Fish is deciding he's going to be a Cade player instead of a Jaeger player, or Mute deciding he'll do something else. But now it looks like these are the ops we're going to be stuck with. So, I mean, we might see an extension up top with the Mute. We could see Fish sitting inside of Meeting and trying to hold that. But beyond that, we have a Maestro, Melusi, Smoke, and Mute. Those ops usually signify that there's going to be close to the site. Mute kind of enables it, but this is probably going to be an anchor. That same elbow hold we've seen before. Somebody playing inside of pillars, probably Fish, maybe the Malusi on Beastly. But that looks like what we're going to be seeing.
Yeah. Also, I just realized that both the stream that we have here and the one that just ended on CCS's, they actually feed into each other. So it's PogChamp that just beat Aerial Arise 7-5 on Oregon. Meanwhile, we have this match, the Favelas and Didn't Ask, so they'll be going up to face against PogChamp in the round 4 best of 3.
10 seconds left.
That makes me... So, I don't know... I've had school and finals, so I haven't kept up on everything T3, but the last time I remember Aerial Arise and PogChamp facing off, and it's a match Crow and I casted, it was an RSA with best of 3, and Aerial Arise... They lost map 1, won map 2, lost map 3, but the first map they lost 7-5 on Consulate, which was really close, and also I think the only time they had lost Consulate in, like, this season, really. Like, especially through CCS, I think they went undefeated since that defeat in RSA. So, them losing 7-5 is kind of sad. They'll have to move down to the lower bracket, but I would not be surprised if we see more of Aerial Arise going forward in the tournament. Obviously, it's risky for them now as even one loss, if one thing goes wrong, and it's a best of 1, you only have one map. If just one bad thing happens and they lose a couple rounds and maybe they should have won, that could be the difference maker. And they'll be knocked out of the tournament. I think a lot of us were considering them to be the favorites. But again, going into this matchup, this will decide who will, this second team, or the second part of that matchup against PogChamp, Velas and Didn't Ask, are even 3-3. And minute in so far, not much has happened. The round is just as even as the scoreboard.
Looks to be that Didn't Ask really want to clear out blue, but there's a lot of angles that are being watched here from the Favelas. Meanwhile, the Jaeger of Fish will be tucked inside elbow, but if anyone's looked at Frozen's recent video, you're able to clear out any shield that's positioned in any spot really inside of elbow if you're able to just utilize the shrapnel. But what a peek from Wimpy, and what a frag indeed. So now Jandy's going to get taken down by Fish, who rotates up elbow. This is not looking good here for Didn't Ask, especially with Jandy's performance in this map. It's just been tiresome here for Didn't Ask, and granted, you know, it is Oregon, it's defender-sided, but still, like, the way that it's been playing out here for the Favelas, they've been in the driver's seat for a majority of the rounds, but, you know, obviously, as I say that, it's probably dumb because they're sitting at 3-3, but with this round here, they're going to go up 4-3 by the looks of it, because it's a 3v5 for Didn't Ask. There's a minute left, and they don't have any real firepower coming out from Envy, who's been a consistent player here overall. You'll have nades with Zest, and he's kind of been here and there, but you have Delta Force currently trying to progress through Freezer. I think Zest is trying to find one in Pillar, but it's going to be at the wrong spot.
Yeah, he's not going to find anything, though I think there is some truth to what you said. Favelas early on were able to set the pace, and it was Didn't Ask that were forced to catch up, and albeit they did it successfully, but if Favelas are able to do the same thing here and set the tone for the first couple rounds, that could be enough to end the match in their favor, especially since they are on the defense now. 30 seconds left. Snoop's still outside a bunker with the diffuser in hand, but he takes a lot of damage and the diffuser falls on the floor right as I say it. He's not finished off, but nobody on his team is in a position to pick him back up. That's the diffuser in the hands of the attacking team, and 2 more kills to fall in their hands quickly after. It's a flawless round for them to come away with, put that in their pocket and move on, and that might just be the Favelas setting the pace, like I mentioned. With a flawless round, no less, that's the kind of thing you want to start out on.
Indeed it is. That just gets your confidence through the roof there. You know, you completely shut down everything that they threw at you without really any much trouble. So, the Favelas will be heading into their second bomb site, which is upstairs in dorms. We'll be bringing a Valkyrie alongside, but it looks to be that Jolton will switch away from Echo. Not a wise choice there, but I'm honestly a bit surprised as to why we haven't really been seeing IQ come out. Granted, you know, it's just the fact that maybe you do need that Ash and that to clear out these explosives, but that's also why you have, you know, Maverick with nades and really no one else. And you could probably just switch off the Twitch for Zofia maybe and bring in the IQ, but
attackers need to locate and defuse
I don't know.
bomb.
Yeah, IQ. IQ is one of those picks where, obviously, as you said, you're worried about sacrificing utility you might need, but also on top of that, it's kind of like, since she's in that position, if you see them bring out an Echo, or you see them bring out a Valk, it's like this, the second quarter of the round, like the next 3 rounds after the initial cycle, that's when you're like, okay, maybe we should consider bringing an IQ. They've had an Echo the first round, you know, 2 and 3. we should invest in it just in case they bring one out. That's usually what happens. It's a reactive pick instead of a proactive one. But with an Echo, that's one of those operators, even since the rework,
5 seconds remaining.
sure, you might lose something, and maybe, Twitch has had a bit of an uptick in pick rate. Maybe that's something Didn't Ask really want to bring. But maybe you just bring it out of caution. Sure, she might not have the same utility that Twitch brings. She has flashes now. Great gun in the F2, and that Twitch run has its uses at times. But still, the Valkyrie, who probably can't make an argument that she's even more annoying than Echo, just with the positioning guys as opposed to the Yokai since the patch. Maybe a good investment, but either way, this is the cards Didn't Ask have decided to deal themselves. This is the lineup they'll have to contend with. Twitch has already taken quite a bit of damage from Jolton, that Valkyrie we just talked about. We'll rotate back, not a lot being found. As the Maverick takes the angle, makes sure nobody flanks. Is Jolton gonna go for this a second time, or is he just being annoying?
Potentially both. As is like the case with whenever like you watch like pro streams or like Skittles videos. But this is also a new angle that I've seen teams start to utilize from the attacking side, where they go prone onto the bar that's between T3 and T2, and you utilize the Maverick holes to look over into Attic. Enemy is able to take care of Jolton, who I think was still standing on those tower stairs, but Fish here, I think he's been unaccounted for. So he has every opportunity to drop here from the generator and progress up top. And it doesn't look to be that anyone on Didn't Ask has situated themselves with a flank drone. So this could be a prime opportunity for Fish in the coming moment. But he'll get compromised here, as it didn't appear that he didn't look for that flank drone. So fortunately for Didn't Ask, they're able to shut that flank down. And now Fish will have to think of going somewhere else.
You think sitting there for minute 30 might have been able to spot it, but unfortunately was not the case. That drone shrouded in darkness, unable to see. But also that actually might have been might not have been a bad position. I don't know the situation of Snoop's air jabs and where they were placed. He still has one in his pocket, but I don't know if he placed one on Big Tower Stairs. And if he hadn't, and if Fish had spotted that drone, that could have been a really big pick and a really big flank coming out. But again, he has to rotate back, and now it's the site players who try and repel this. Beastie spots one, Zest was low, Delta Force is low as well in the same angle that his teammate just died in. He managed to make it through the fire, make it past the bullet tracers, but the smoke grenade makes it even lower on HP. Still manages to continue persisting like a cockroach after a nuclear holocaust. He still manages to live for just a little bit longer. Fish is also downstairs. A great shot by Wimpy. A quick peek onto Snoop. Spells the end for the Nomad on that dorm repel. That's a 4v3 in the favor of the Favelas. The defense still strongly entrenched in their positions, but DS Lucas a bit weaker on the health count. Manages to get one despite that. Jandy falls. Delta Force soon after. Enemy's got a clutch of 1v4, and it's not going to happen. Fish on the long flank finally pays off 2 minutes and 30 seconds later. But we're going to watch it, Fish. We're going to watch all of it. Moment of silence for him.
Oh, boy.
He got the kill.
He got the kill, that's all that matters, but man, Fish, we are not in control of the keyboard here, unfortunately.
Like, what am I going to do? Hold tab?
Yeah, like I can hold tab all I want, but it's just going to bring up the chat inside of VMix. Right, it's like...
I pulled the VMix chat log. Still saw the kill.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't turn the chat off.
I don't know. There it goes. You have to click on the video and then press tab again.
Ah, there it is.
There it is.
How do we get ourselves in this situation?
Well,
we might be incompetent.
You're wondering how I got here. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got in this situation.
how I pulled up the chat on turntables. Can't seem to turn it off.
How the turntables, Carter?
Well, it's turned to meeting since Favelas have won 2 defensive rounds in a row. So fairly standard. Also, Jandy's on Thermite, an operator. That's strangely enough, considering Thermite's, history and prevalence in the game, has kind of fallen out of favor. Not because he means, but again, you have Maverick, Ace, and especially Hibana. Since the rework, he's just, he's not the best. Compared to
he's not ideal. But, I mean,
you can bring.
No.
5 seconds to insertion.
That 5.56 is pretty nasty in the right hands, though.
People don't like that gun. I don't understand. That gun is.
I think because it just doesn't have a fast fire rate.
I mean, like,
It's just it feels the same as IQ's commando. In all honesty, like it shoots the same. It deals pretty much the same damage. It's just the fact that Thermite's a 2-speed and he's more important than IQ, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe it's just the confidence factor, or just the fact that you're on a roam or on an entry role instead of a support role. So you just kind of like have that mentality where it's like dumbed down. Like you just don't want to like take gunfights because you're Thermite and you're important to your team. I don't know, but this peek right here from Snoop, it's very ill-advised for me. And now, fortunately, for Didn't Ask, they're in a position to shoot away DS Lucas. Janny's able to get his second pick on the board by taking out Beastly. And there's another pick to come through here soon from Delta Force shortly after. So a 5v3. The round count is 5-3. Coincidence? I think not.
I don't either. These pushing big towers exactly what they needed.
I don't understand this push or this roam game from the favelas.
I don't either, but it didn't work, and that much we can be certain of. Fish is also still, he's really the last one off of the bomb side, but even him, the most aggressive man on the planet, would be like, okay, maybe I should move back. But then Jolt thinks the exact opposite. He's like, you know what? This is the play. This is the time for a flank. Fish will get the opening kill, well, not the opening kill, but we've got a C4 kill. And there was an air jab right there, Jolt, and you're not going to be much use there. And Fish got one kill, but now he'll have to ace clutch in order to move Favelas to match point. They have a bit of a cushion. It's 5-3, so they can afford to lose a round, but you don't really want to in this situation. We'll get a kill, at least make it a bit better. It's on 13 kills so far. If he gets 16, that'll be insane. It could have. Positioning isn't terrible. Spots the head of one. That's the diffuser now in the sight. But he's worried about the other angles and whether an attacker could come from the back. Nobody is, though. He'll just continue roaming around. He's playing that, mentioned earlier in a different match, that guerrilla style of warfare. Just coming in, making an incursion, making a play, then backing off. But now the plant will go down by Zest into much more favorable position from Fish, but much harder to deal with now. Nomad's around the corner, so he'll have to push up as much as he doesn't want to. The air jab also on the door will mean if the Nomad's watching, he'll get knocked down, but he shot it. He's able to move past. Isn't able to spot Zest on the Maverick, so some traces will fly by, but they won't find any purchase either way. He's holding the angle, but the time is slowly moving away. He's got to go for the diffuser, bait out the kills, but he gets spotted. He's not able to make it happen. It was a nice try by Fish. He got 3 kills, but ultimately impactless. But again, very good attempt. 5-4 now, with Favela still in the lead.
Sorry for the noise that I made earlier. That was
fine.
Just out of hand. Yeah. Is my mouse mat wet? I think because when I dropped water on it earlier. Whoops, pull defaults. But finally, another round in the pocket for Didn't Ask. They lost the opening 2 attack rounds, and now they're able to put themselves on the board. So not having a repeat of how it went in round numbers 1 through 3, fortunately for them. Fish on the substitute role has been really, really well for the favelas. Very well substitute, a very good substitute here for Kino. And I just think that Oregon is just Fish's map. It's his domain. Like the last time that I saw him here, he dropped like 16, I think, against Glow Up. And here he is dropping 14 as well. Unfortunately, not able to find that ace in the previous round, but he's just been on a tear here so far in this map, and pretty much in any other time that I've seen him play Oregon. Or Didn't Ask, however, yeah, I think they're good. They're solid now. I think Janny just needs to like find a way to pick it up. Zest 2 has kind of fallen short here. Same with Delta Force, but fortunately for them, they're not down too bad. They're only down by 1 round.
That's true, but not the time to go back and form.
10 seconds
Pretty
to go.
solidly in their favor, especially the first time against Fish.
5 seconds left before bomb located by attackers.
Maybe they're 1v2. Even though they won, that could be still had a brief interruption from last round. Same hold as well, so it's not like they're going to be venturing into uncharted territory. They'll know exactly the positions they're playing. Fish also on later. Probably get a kill or 2. He'll make these plays. He's got 14 so far. I expect him up to number 15 in this match.
Maybe in this round.
In this round, that's what I'm going to say. In this round. he will probably get another kill in this game. I think we can guarantee that.
I think we can, but who knows? Maybe he gets a little over aggressive here. Is not able to find the right shots, as we saw with the SMG-11. Maybe we have a repeat of that, and he just misses with the Jaeger, I guess. But Jandy and Snoop are still progressing up above inside of meeting, but Jandy's gonna instead elect to rotate away, and Fish is gonna mess with the drywall on the inside of bunker. So now the Ash and Envy is starting to progress over towards bunker. I think he's going to try to get himself some information exactly to see where these defenders are playing it, make sure that it's at least clear for him to come around and shoot off the shield with those Ash charges. If he's going to make a move, he's got to make it now.
Yeah, it's minute 30 left. He's got playing aggressively, could go for that shield. He'll back off, right? It gets short. Only a little bit of damage done to him. What? Kind of an awesome. Loading bag. Don't walk away. That's look at the first skill though. Winston falls to go push up. Colton is the
what?
But somehow wins that. Take the ass. No, he's taking this position inside a bunker, even without the shield. Jandy knows that somebody's probably there and knows that it's probably Fish, and he's probably gonna push up. You'll have to be conscious of that angle, but didn't ask. It's not going to have plenty of room to move, and he's not even looking the way of the Twitch. Walks back in, takes him down, then walks back in to recover the angle and retake it whole. DS Lucas inside of Freezer. Beastly is still in the sight, and if he gets this kill in Laundry, he'll be in a great spot to try and deny the plant with that C4. The plant looking like it's coming in from pillars in that default spot on the north side of the map. 30 seconds left. The attackers have to start pushing in. That's exactly what Delta Force will do. It'll start to get the plant down. But not much DS Lucas can do, but the C4 will fly out and not find anybody. Great rotation. Now, if I didn't ask, that's the best utility you could have wasted right there. Not many Evil Eyes to work with either. Now the Maestro, the owner of them, is dead. At least he's got to use his gun and brains in 1v3, and it's not going to happen. Didn't ask, even at 5-5, and they might just be what I mentioned earlier. They got that one round previously. They're not happy. They're going to try and make the comeback. It's even now.
Speaking of shakes, Jandy seems to no longer have them, picking up 2 more picks in that round. So now we're tied up at 5 apiece, and this is pretty much Intero's favorite round. The winner of this round will go on to match point, and we will need all 12 rounds of regulation. Yada, yada, yada. We know the story. Fish sitting at a pretty 15-7 here. Wimpy, very surprised to see that he's having a lackluster performance here against Didn't Ask. He's hit some incredible shots.
He has hit some nice shots.
But he's just having a very lackluster game here against Didn't Ask, which is a bit surprising to me.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
yeah, I was hoping a bit more from Wimpy as well. I mean, even though he's on roles that you don't expect the most flashiest of plays from, especially with Wimpy, who's one of the better players in the CL, even though his team didn't exactly have the best of runs. Unlike Uzer, I expected a little bit more. Unfortunate, only a best of 1, so not much more time for him to try and make a play so far this matchup, as Fish has been strong in that department, as he did get a kill last round, like we predicted he would. But now he's on mute. DS Lucas is not a position I thought we'd see Fish playing, but I mean on Oregon as well, he's got the shotgun and SMG-11, which I'm sure he'll find an excuse to peek aggressively with. Still plenty of damage he can do to Didn't Ask, even though he's not going to be nearly as aggressive and in their face as he might have been on the 8th.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
So moving into this round here, we've got a tie game. We've got Delta Force and Snoop leading the charge alongside Envy. Zest has been slowly heating up here a little bit, getting picks here and there. There's gonna be a player sitting inside a classroom, I believe, with Fish, and I just hate playing against Fish because he just does these unorthodox things that just always seem to work out for him. And it just, you just can't beat it half the time. It's just ridiculous what he gets away with.
Or step either confidence or luck or both, I guess. Roaming mute. Not something you often see. Not something I predicted. I really thought that he was going to be on the site. But Caster's Curse, once again, he'll just be roaming inside a basement. Probably going to go for a flank in big tower. And Snoop there. Like we have some air jabs, so you see Caster tower there. So if you choose to go for a flank, well, I'm going to have to deal with over on main stairs now, just roaming around. It's like he's like Goldilocks right now. He's like, I want to flank. Nah, don't have they're all just doing air job there. What means what position they might forget the air job? Position I might be able to make a play from. Nobody's there right now, so it'll be a much longer flank. Envy inside the armory corridor though, so decides to make it happen now. You'll find one now two, as there's another one playing. I do believe if there is to go for a C4. You'll wait. Throw it. No blow, it's champion. I'm not gonna find anybody. Now on his gun skill to try and
70 seconds remain on the board here, and no one has died. No one's even lost any form of HP. There has been some utility that has been expended. Currently, Snoop has already used up 2 of his 3 air jabs. Valkyrie Cam is going to get shot here by Envy. He's trying to progress his way into the bomb site, but the barbed wire is currently positioned to where you can't necessarily melee it away. Now, Beastly not in the prime position on top of the dresser. So I think he's trying to find now. There's 35 seconds remaining in this round. Just trying to find anyone who could potentially be Zest here. That's first off the bat. Toxic is going to get finally tossed out here from Limpy, who has 2 more to go. I think Fish might have seen one cross over, but Fish has too much to work around. But he'll kill Envy regardless, pulling out the shotgun. Trying to find a second one here as he finds Zest. Now going up for a third. Not able to find it inside of Delta Force. Now progressing their way through as Jolton finds his death here. Another pick to come through from Diaz Lucas, the Jaeger. Everything falling in favor here for the Favelas. 2v1 here for Jandy. He hasn't been the hottest player here, but he can't find anything for him, and Diaz Lucas will put the Favelas onto match point.
No less. I think they could have been strong potential for didn't ask once they actually made their way into the site, but again, at that point, especially with Fish inside of Attic and Diaz Lucas rounding it out there, now is the Favelas to come out on top. I won Laundry, but now, especially since the second go for the defenses, things are much more up in the air. They could go to Meeting or Kitchen, a site that one they haven't played and one they've played once and lost, or they could go to Laundry, where in the most recent time they played it, they ended up losing it out to Didn't Ask in fairly strong fashion as well. So this is not nearly, the signed, sealed, and delivered game that we kind of thought it would be once the Favelas got into the second cycle. Laundry pretty solidly, flawlessly. Then they won Dorms in a similar fashion, not flawless, but very strong. And then they lost their tertiary bombs, one would expect. This is not nearly as concrete as they would like it to be, and not nearly as such as we thought it would be. They are playing the same way. Operators so far, maybe they'll make an adjustment. Once see Fish play as aggressively or different position off the site or inside of pillars or somewhere. But other than that, that's much easier than after the and they got to play their positions perfectly.
Yeah. So moving into match point here, we will be having Favelas up 6-5 versus Didn't Ask. And Didn't Ask really just they're looking, they're okay in terms of how the match has gone, but they're pretty much fighting a 4v5 here. Jandy, he hasn't really been doing a whole lot. However, on the attack, he's been utilizing his utility pretty decently. It's just in the terms of the fragging department that's kind of holding his team a little bit down here, but it's not the end of the world. It will be the end of the world if Didn't Ask manage to not lose, if not win this round here, because then they'll end up moving down to the losers bracket. But for the way that Favelas have been playing, Fish has been putting in an absolute shift, and it's almost like like Wimpy and Jandy. Well, obviously Jandy's got 4 more deaths than Wimpy, but they're just kind of like sitting around the bottom of the barrel here.
Internet issues right now, so don't know if I'm still messed up or if I sound like a robot.
Yeah, you've been sounding fine to me, but it might just be on our producer's end that's messing up with you at least. So Jandy moving in now into Meeting, going to go ahead and open up the hash to E-Box. Envy now trying to see what he can do inside of Blue, which has been his primary target every time that he attacks this bomb site. Snoop going to go ahead and set up an air jab on the Green Hall flank. Now Diaz Lucas will be guarded here with the task of potentially trying to find Envy, while Jilton and Fish will get assist him in those crossfires. So now as Didn't Ask are trying to progress their execute. The smoke of Jolton is slowly starting to progress up here. And he's already burned off 2 of his 3 toxic canisters. There's still a little over half the round to go, so he's not really trying to use it for execute now. He's more so just trying to keep control of these tower stairs, which is a little bit interesting to me. That's his 3rd one gone. Bishop will clean up Envy. Now it's forcing Jolton to rotate away, so you're only left with Wimpy with the C4, as well as Beastly. And now progressing, and the next one that's up to bat inside of blue will be Jandy, should he progress over into elbow to fight up against Fish. But I think that he should send in Delta Force first, which is exactly what's going to be happening. Fish is prone, and Delta Force is not expecting that. This is a really big problem here, as Fish is finding his 20th kill onto Jandy, potentially. No! Fish will lose the gunfight. Number 20 not on the board for him today. Now there's 44 seconds left to play here. It's all on Zest, Jandy, and Snoop to win out the round here versus the Favelas.
Okay, now?
I think we're all good.
I think we're all good. It's not good for Didn't Ask. They're not on that. They have to win it to overtime, and they're in a man advantage. And Smoke and Wimpy, Jolton and Wimpy, on the corner where they're trying to go. Man,
15 seconds.
Toss a C4 over, but it looks like they're actually going for the kill for the C4. Not in France. It kills his team. Gets one on the enemy side, but Zest gets Wimpy. Now Jandy gets beat. It's a 1v2. And thanks to that team kill, it's all in the favor of Didn't Ask. 1 low HP, DS Lucas knows he can keep with his coverage right to the right, and he's not able to land the pre-fire. And it's unfortunate that a C4 had that much impact, but you have to think. If that had happened, would Didn't Ask be in overtime? Probably not. But it happened. Didn't Ask are thankful that it did.
Wimpy got the 1-for-1 with the C4. He kills Snoop and then he frags off Jolton.
And that was...
Oh my god.
It's always unfortunate when you have plays like that where... Like, normally when you're analyzing something, you're never like, it was this one thing that was the problem. And there were other factors at play. But that C4 sure was a big one. It landed on top of the shelf, which meant if it had landed over, it would have killed Snoop and only Snoop. But the fact that it landed on there, the explosive radius is able to travel on both sides. Envelops the left side and the right side. And Wimpy was prone right there the whole time in case someone swung, so that he had the cross covered and try and get a cheeky kill. And that didn't happen because he died. Because the C4 blew him up.
Yes, Wimpy just said, "No, you're sitting out for the rest of this round, Jolton. I'm sorry. I got donated $5. I got a hit put on you, man. It's gotta happen."
He said, "Listen, man, I got this. Just get out of here. You're gonna get my way." and technically, he did. Yeah. He did get in the way of the C4. It wasn't his fault.
No.
Stormers would be the next side up. Continuing to be on the defense. After the mistakes Favelas have been making, looks like it's possible that they could come away with this. They are on the attack and they are on dorms, a site that I believe Favelas has won every time they've played it. Correct me if I'm wrong. But still, this is a strong position, especially after the previous round win, which could have done a little bit to the annoyance of the Favelas. It's not a mentality chalker. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not completely ruined and decimated after that, but it might be like, hey, come on, man, why did you blow me up, kind of thing. And then also Didn't Ask, we're just looking stronger in general, kind of the same way the first half. Favelas got those early rounds pretty easily. Then as we got to the second half, Didn't Ask started putting up much more of a fight. We'll have an opportunity for Fish to net 20 kills, I'm sure he's hoping for as well. He'll continue to play aggressively, and that'll be one of the main factors. If Fish is able to go unpunished, I think we can count on Favelas having a very good time in overtime, whether they're on the attack or the defense.
Yeah, Fish is just biding his time, going for a shot. Light Jandy up just a little bit here. But Jandy getting shot a lot here by Jolton, and he's just getting bullied this entire match.
Yeah, Jandy's not having the best time.
No.
He's not bagging. I mean, he is, but he's tied with other teammates at the very least.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't technically have the worst stats, 6-5 dead, and now he's dead. And Fish gets his 20th kill. At least Jandy can have that to his Fish's 20th kill in the series. He is down, moved or revived once he enters back inside the building. Aside from Envy's pressuring that side, but Envy's down on the first floor, so not much he can do there, especially outside the building. Know that he's getting picked up, and maybe they'll send somebody up real quick to try and go for a pre-fire, as looks like Beastly is anticipating that. And no matter the Ash coming in, he's over towards highway window. Flashbang will fly in, maybe prepping the entry for Envy. He'll go for the quick peek, not able to spot either of them. They rotate back in the bomb site, and they finally took a bit. They get away with what is essentially highway robbery.
Yeah. Literally, because there's no chance that Fish should have been able to crawl all that way. You see the massive blood trail that they left, and this was able to get picked back up by the Jaeger of DS Lucas. So now, progressing into Attic is going to be Delta Force, alongside Zest, who has a diffuser in hand. And now that there's 55 seconds left to go, Flashbang's going to potentially, I think he blinded Zest just a little bit. But now Zest is going to prep a nade to toss on over, which is usually the spot where Beastly had been playing, but fortunately for the Favelas, Beastly won't get fragged off there. So now Beastly will be the first one to bat should anyone peek him from Attic. Meanwhile, Jolton is hiding down below with a C4 in hand to stop the plant from happening. You got 33 seconds left to go as Zest is able to find Fish. Fish is even amazed at that kill. I don't even think he was able to see where Zest came in from. The time is running very short here, and now the Ash coming in from Envy. That's Jolton losing a lot of those shots, but the plan is able to not even come down successfully for Zest before he gets down. DS Lucas will find one onto Envy here, and now he's going to have to rotate around, and he's not going to get picked back up because of this toxic base that are happening all around him. The diffuser will have to get planted here in the coming moments. This is not looking highly successful here. Jolton finds one, Wimpy with another, and that's going to be it for at least the first round here of overtime. The Favelas will have the advantage heading into round number 14.
That reminded me of Rex final round against BDS at Invite. It's just there's smoke grenades, somebody's down, they have to get the bomb with 5 seconds left. It was so much that they had to do all in one tiny corner. It was information overload at that point for the game and themselves, probably. Now Favelas, they moved to match point, have to go to the attack. We'll go to basement, which is a site that on the attack, they did win twice. It was played 3 times and didn't ask only one of their defense of it once. So, this being the site that didn't ask or going to, this does favor Favelas statistically speaking. Obviously, it's not the be-all, end-all, but at least is a good sign going into this.
At least didn't ask, they're on defense here, but their attacks, they didn't look all that bad.
No,
so
they look fine. I mean, they look solid.
Yeah, they did look pretty solid there heading into the at least overtime. I was expecting a little bit more of a better outcome for Didn't Ask. Granted, I was expecting for Favelas to come out on top of that round, but I thought it would have gone in a much more, closer fashion than what it actually did end up in. So progressing into this next round here, I think this side has been one of the more weaker sides that have been Didn't Ask have won, because it's mostly just been upstairs and downstairs that they've won. But then again, as I say that, they've gone to this bomb site I think 3 times now, excluding this one, and they've only won it once.
Yeah.
And then they won this bomb site, and then they won upstairs, and then they won kitchen. So they ran the tables back to back 3, or they won their circle 3 times. So.
Though the one round they did end up winning, a lot of it was due to the crossfires being held around Laundry and Freezer. And one of the adjustments they made was bringing Snoop on the Echo. They're bringing him back again, so that shows at least a little bit that they're remembering what exactly led to the success previously. And now it's on the Favelas to adapt to that adaptation and try and come out on top. Now, they could just send Fish in and say, hey, go find a kill or 2 and he'll probably win the round, as they do sometimes. And Fish can certainly do that if he's given the chance. But the way Didn't Ask set up the Laundry last time, it made it much harder to do that, especially on the side of Freezer, which is where Favelas have been attacking fairly frequently. Almost every single time they have actually attacked this site, which is also what it appears that Fish and Wimpy are planning on doing. So with those same crossfires set up, and still have Zest inside of Freezer itself, Jandy outside on the Cade holding an angle, and Snoop with likely a Yokai in there, it's a strong setup that they're going to have to try and pierce, and even if nobody dies, it's going to waste a lot of time.
I don't know why, but there's just something about Maveric's scream when he gets electrocuted that just makes me laugh.
It is a very... I'm trying to think of the word for it. It's not coming. It's a very distinct scream. Like,
yeah,
when you hear
it's like Castle or Capitao.
It's like, oh, Maverick just got shot. Maverick just got shot or shot. It's like, You know exactly when you hear that. You're like, ah, that is what just happened.
Bomb
I
located
think
by
Envy's just trying to see what's happening, at least on the south side of Laundry. Meanwhile, Zest is still trying to keep the freezer on lock. He's got 2 ADSs to back him up, and he's going to have to come up against Fish pretty soon here. 2 drones will be lost inside a freezer from the favelas, leaving only 2, 4, 6 drones. Well, now 5 drones as Zest shoots the 3rd one here inside a freezer, so there's 5 drones to work with. Fish and Wimpy have nothing left. Beastly has 1 of his drones gone, and DS Lucas only has 1. So now Wimpy trying to be the first one here to see what he can make of for his team. You got 65 seconds left to go. Envy will be taking a little bit of damage for. Jandy is able to fry off Jolton. So no more nades to be utilized here from the attacking squad of the favelas. And things are starting to look good here for Didn't Ask.
Wimpy will get Jandy in response. A nice shot to say the least. Fish is also pushed up inside a freezer. 1 gets spotted, but it's a down and a trade either way. A trade, I suppose, but Fish gets 1. He's finished off as well. DS Lucas finishes that one off, but there goes Fish as soon as I mention his name. The Echo gets that go. No, that was DS Lucas. Fish is still alive. That's my bad. There we go. He finally dies. I got it right eventually. And it's a 1v2 in favor of Didn't Ask. BC gets put down to extremely low HP. Snoop comes away with that. Ivana in a 1v2. Doesn't have a lot of health and a lot of time to make this work. It does have Diffuser, but there's not much to be said for that. Pre-fire, an easy one for Snoop, even with the MP5 SD. When you're on 1 health, that P-shooter is going to take you down, despite your best efforts. So now this is the final round. We were on the penultimate round. Like many of us predicted they would, or we'll Didn't Ask upset and send them to the loser's bracket instead. We're in the final 3 minutes to decide which one happens.
Tough loss for Secret. They lost to Tempera 2-1.
I mean, I like Tempera, but like Secret could have tore it up.
Yeah.
They really could have. Though, more room for MKers now.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how MKers are going to progress throughout the rest of this tournament inside of SI. So, moving into
I was talking to Loaf, and they give me me OB vibes, like T3 team that just is just running it up.
Yeah.
OB
that's exactly what they are, because they're not even in Challenge League.
They're in the Italian Nationals.
Yeah, the Italian Nationals. And they had failed to. What's up?
That was Sloppy he was on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the team that Sloppy was on. They got so close to making it into CL. They were it was like a 1 or 2 round difference, I think.
Morning Stars is a cool team name though. You gotta even if you're an MKers fan, you gotta admit. So I think it was Morning Stars that made CL, wasn't it?
I think so.
It's a cool team.
If I remember correctly. Yeah.
I don't watch. I want to be honest. I don't watch a lot of EU nationals. Maybe that's my bad. But it seemed like a cool team. I know that's Sir Boss's team.
Yeah.
I like Sir Boss.
I actually met Sir Boss at SI. I hung out with him.
Is he a nice guy?
He's a nice guy. Yeah, I like him too. They hung out with us at SI.
I've never been to a LAN. So I'll just sit here.
Yeah. Well, the next one that comes up, we should definitely go to it.
Yeah, sure. In 2025, super excited.
Yeah. Because by then, hopefully, the vaccine will all be distributed by then. Who knows? I don't know.
No current events here. No current events here. The only current event happening is this final round. And it is an event to be certain. Jolton's in Harry Potter as Smoke. Not a position you often see the Smoke take, but hey, he's playing close with that shotgun. And SMG-11, a lot of recoil, so closer to the engagement. Or here's a sweet spot for the SMG-11 if he's in that sweet spot. It'll be pretty easy pickings with the fire rate. And just, Jolton's a solid player. He can make some work with it. Positive so far. 11 assists. Not like a really important stat, but he has more assists than kills or deaths.
Uh-huh.
Hey, he's doing something.
One point that I was going to make right now, for Jolton's positioning at least, was that his main job right now is just to keep that Banshee up alive for as long as he can, and just try to burn as much utility from the attacker. So right now, it looks to be that it's Envy coming up again. No, it's actually going to be Delta Force. I keep forgetting that Twitch has flashbangs now. And so Envy's trying to toss out some flashes, trying to bait out the smoke here. But fortunately for Delta, he does have a Twitch drone to disable that Banshee for the next 10 seconds whenever he does choose to disable it.
A lot of utility being burned on Big Tower stairs, though the Moosey will finally be taken out, but they have to keep backing up due to those toxic baits being tossed. Jones only got one left. He's got one kill as well.
Envy goes down here. This is not a good look for Didn't Ask. Fish didn't even have to really do anything for that engagement. It was just Jolton swinging in from the pillar door. And now Jolton's still stuck inside of Harry Potter. He's still wanting to keep control of this because that Banshee with Delta Force really not able to do anything with it, I guess, because the Twitch cooldown for the shock drone is still there. Fish and Jandy will actually trade each other. And now Jolton's creeping up. He'll easily dispatch his Zest. And now it's a 1v4 actually, as BC is able to dispatch a Delta Force. This is all over here. It's going to be Snoop in a 1v4. I don't really see Snoop winning it out here. These guys, the Alda and the smoke shotgun really pointed at him. It's not pretty here. He'll be able to find Jolton, but he'll be lit up to about 1 HP. But the Favelas will most likely have this in the bag, as it's just DS Lucas that's the next one up to contest him here on the pillar.
15 seconds remaining.
Well, Snoop's just trying to bait his time here. He'll get the Banshee for his troubles, trying to see if he can find Delta Force, who's got the shotgun in hand. Still sitting inside of E-Box, not able to find anything, and he'll get finally finished off by DS Lucas's Bailiff. And that'll be it for this matchup. 7-8 loss for Didn't Ask. A very nice comeback to come through for them, but unfortunately for Didn't Ask, they will progress down into the losers bracket as Favelas. They win it out here inside of their match, and they'll be playing against the winner of Aerial Rise and PogChamp, which, as we mentioned earlier, will be PogChamp versus the Favelas. I think Oblation is still waiting on their game. I'm not mistaken. I'll double check the bracket and see what that's going on. So Oblation actually beat Tax Collectors, and they'll be going up against Gatekeepers. So now on the lower bracket side, Project Neo or Fernie's Tacos will face off against Aerial Arise. Good Night, they actually lost their match to the Gatekeepers, surprisingly enough. So then you have Good Night versus the winner of Buttadog and In Control, Tax Collectors versus EXE and Team Identity. And we've got our bracket here for you guys to look at. So we got Favelas and PogChamp versus Oblation and the Gatekeepers. They'll be moving on to play inside the grand finals, and then the lower bracket team coming in from the orange, as you can see on the lower bracket, they'll get pushed up into the grand finals. I'm not sure if there is a map advantage or not, but these are our current teams in the top 8, at least the top 8 inside of the winners bracket. But we haven't been able to update the lower bracket just yet because of some of the games that have been going on. So, unfortunately, my co-caster Lynx has been disconnected, and I think he just returned back because I just heard him ping back into Discord. But I think he's back now. So he's just got to connect to the call, and you know, we've got his beautiful face here, right next to us. He's got his card that was made by the wonderful Candor R6 on Twitter. Candor does some amazing graphics. He does the graphics for 6on6. He does some amazing graphics work for Epic's GG. If you haven't followed him, give him a follow. Just look at his work. His work is just outstanding. But I believe my coworker and my colleague here, my co-caster, is back. Yeah, you're my coworker.
What, are you working in the office?
Kind of.
That is a nice card, though. Shout out.
It is a really nice card.
I want to be honest. I have no idea what just happened. Like, yeah. I thought my internet crashed, but I'm still connected. Like, it just died.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I've had that happen to me before too.
I don't know, but either way, I did hear though. I did get word from above, and by word from above, I still heard Uzu casting. Didn't Ask lost. I mean, good on the Favelas making it through. But yeah, so 8 raw. Now they go PogChamp, I do believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I believe, going off this, probably head to a quick break real quick. Be back in 5 minutes with the next matchup, which I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it's gonna be the PogChamp. So we'll have that in a little bit. You definitely don't want to go anywhere for this one. See you in a bit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Rainbow Six Siege $2,500 monthly tournament presented by Mike and Ike, also in collaboration with CCS Esports. So, unfortunately, my co-caster Lynx isn't able to have his camera working right now. That's why they've got a still of him made by the wonderful Candor.
I don't know what's happening right now. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah. So
something bad's going on with my internet.
Yeah. So, our next matchup is going to be between PogChamp and the Favelas. But before we get to that, just a quick word from our sponsor, from Mike and Ike. Mike and Ike Original Fruits and the delicious fruity and chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. So you should power up a Mike and Ike, get some lemon and orange candy in your diet. Those are my flavors. Those are my flavors. Those are also Lynx's flavors. So if you guys want some Mike and Ike, go ahead and check them out at your local convenience store. So thank you to Mike and Ike for sponsoring this event. And we'll be going into the Favelas and PogChamp pretty soon here. I think the teams have already banned their maps, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be moving into the game pretty soon here. I believe the maps are going to be Oregon, Club, and Coastline.
We at least have a nice decider, something that's a bit different than what we normally see. Got a bit scared with Oregon and Clubhouse, but Coastline's always nice to see come out. But it should be a good game overall. PogChamp versus Favelas. This was kind of a match we got robbed of in the second half, chanting to keep in fires. So seeing them happen now. Honestly, you could put any CL team here, and this is something that any kind of matchup people would want to see. See how PogChamp, after the roster changes, they do have Alec and DP Fire subbing out, so not with their full strength. They also have Jarvis as well, so they're in a bit of a weakened position, but they did also take a map from Yellow Rise just now, who have been looking incredibly strong in their own right. So seeing how they pair up against each other, this is going to be really interesting to see. And on Oregon, Clubhouse, Coastline as well, those will be some solid battlegrounds to see how this pans out.
Yeah. It's also be the first time that you and I will be seeing both Clubhouse and Coastline today. So I think it's nice to have some variety. We've seen a lot of Oregon lately. It just seems like the maps like Oregon and Clubhouse just really like to are up high because of how they're structured, and just I think teams just really are very familiar with them. So it's also nice to see Coastline make it into the mix because it's a map that just kind of throws strategy somewhat out the window, and it's more just like a frag fest more than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of a reason I like Coastline personally. Sure, I've heard teams be like, it's not the most fun thing to play, really. That might be true, but it's at the very least fun to watch, at least in my opinion. So seeing something different and not having to deal with that side of playing it, I have that perspective. But at the same time, I do kind of get where people are like, please remove it. It's not fun to play. So I sympathize a little bit, but overall, it's nice to see something. I'm just glad we're not seeing, Cafe again. We're seeing at least some variety. And even Clubhouse, Loaf and I always talk about how there's the triangle of death in T3. It's Cafe, Club, and Villa are the three most played maps by far.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, Club is the least egregious of the three in my mind. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it was one of the first reworks. Parabellum is one of my favorite seasons personally. Could just be sentimental value, but I always like seeing Clubhouse even nowadays, with some of it getting a bit staler. But oh my god, I have a camera
back
again.
Welcome
How long
back,
will it
Carter.
last though? That's the question.
That is
Just
the question.
Everyone hang on. I honestly don't know what's happening. I was talking to just everybody, just relaying the situation. Nobody else is having issues. Sister's fine. She's doing schoolwork. She's fine. Mom's watching Hallmark movies. She's fine. My dad's, I don't know, he's doing something. I don't know. He's fine. But it's just me. Me and VMix, we just have a contentious relationship that cannot be solved. Hopefully, maybe we both love PogChamp and the Favelas, and that can unite us like it unites so many of us wanting to see this matchup. But who knows? I'll just savor the moment that I have with us for the moment. But Uzu, PogChamp and Favelas, who do you think is coming out on top on this one?
I
know it's a tough question. I hate to put you on the spot. So
I'm known for going with the hot takes, so I'm gonna go with Favelas.
Really? Even after that close one with Didn't Ask?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say that if the rest of the team outside of Fish are able to pick themselves up, and Fish isn't just having to backpack 20 plus per map, then I think that Favelas will come out on top. But the safe bet is to go with PogChamp, obviously. But I'm known for the hot takes, so I'm just gonna go with Favelas. I'm not gonna pull a Jesse either, where I switch sides at the end of every map.
Yeah, because he's he's not
Yeah,
a Uzu sticks by his beliefs. He doesn't just
exactly.
he's not a wind vane, Jesse. He doesn't switch at the yeah exactly. Uzu made his point. I don't need to hammer back home. On the other hand, I think it's going to be a close one. Don't get me wrong. I think Favela's going to put up a really good fight, but PogChamp's win against Ariel, and though I know comparing a T3 team to a T2 team might seem a bit weird, but Ariel and Crow and I have talked about this at length. They have that capacity to be a really good T2 team just based off the way they're playing. The fact that they managed to take away with that, and if they're able to shut down players like Fish on the roam and say Wimpy's having a bad day, if he, who is a really good player, stays quiet this matchup as well, I think PogChamp will have a much easier time. Again, I think it'll be close. I think there's a solid chance Favelas could come away with this, with PogChamp essentially having 2 new players with Nyx coming back on the roster after having not scrimmed with them for a while because he went to join Livid. This is a weakened position for Favelas to try to take this out, but I still think PogChamp are going to be able to overcome those hurdles despite that.
Yeah. Also, with Ariel in their match against PogChamp earlier, they were playing with a replacement. I don't know if he's their permanent 5th, but they picked up Wings to play with throughout this tournament. I think this might have been a trial piece period for him, if I'm not mistaken. But obviously, if Ariel had Max, I think that we would be looking at Favelas versus Ariel right now, to be honest with you.
I do as well. I mean, Max is, again, I mentioned him earlier. I think I was talking about Wolfie, just about the similarities in the situation. But again, Max came in RSA Season 2 and CCS Season 5 were his first 2 stints in comp. He had never played before then. And you'd be hard-pressed to say that he did not absolutely pull his weight and then some on the side of Aerial Arise. So losing him, even though he was in those less glamorous positions, I mean, he played Cade 1.5 AUG almost religiously on the defense for Aerial Arise. That is by no means kind of the flashier side of Fish on Jaeger, for example, or anybody playing aggressively. He's in the sight. He's battening down the hatches there, but he was still getting kill after kill, sometimes making huge plays that would win his team the map. So I agree. I think if Max was here, this would be Favela's Ariel. But alas, it's not. And even then, it was still a close game for PogChamp to get there. Maybe that's a sign of their weakness as well, that they lost to a team who was trialing a new member. I have heard, they're Aerial Arise are trialing out a couple people right now. Wings might not be the permanent 5th, but I mean, coming up, if you're going to choose one, I imagine Wings is the first one in line to get that position if he's the one they decided to play with during the tournament. So I think that's a pretty safe bet. I hope we see more of them, though, in the losers bracket. I don't know who they're fighting right now. Fortunately, since I restarted my PC, I forgot to pull the bracket back up. So, Uzu, can you check?
Yeah, so
where
Aerial Arise, they are currently sitting at L21, which means that they'll be going up against either Project Neo or Fernie's Tacos. More than likely, it will be Project Neo. The loser of which one's C25? Is that ours? No. That one is... Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's going to be Didn't Ask versus the winner of Idiots versus Insert Name. And then you'll have Good Night going against the winner of Buttadog versus In Control. Meanwhile, Tax Collectors will go against the winner of EXE versus Team Identity. I don't think that's getting played today. I think that'll be tomorrow, unless no, actually, yeah. So according to the schedule, Aerial Arise's game will be played out today. That'll be their final game in round 4, best of 1 in the lower bracket, and then the rest of the games throughout the lower bracket will be covered tomorrow, and then we'll also have the grand final as well.
So yeah, if that happens, I think it will be. So you said. So again, who are Aerial Arise playing now? I almost said Project Neo, but I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, so. It will be Project Neo most likely, because that's they're going up against Fernie's Tacos.
Yeah, so obviously, best of 1, I think it happened. Project Neo could lose, but that is an off-stream game that I would keep your eye on the result for, because again, both teams, if you keep up with T3 leagues, they're in RSA right now, both in the winners bracket. Actually, they're both in the top 4 of the... Oh, no, actually, Project Neo got eliminated. It was Aerial Arise that made it to the playoffs. So that's actually a rematch from a match, I believe, last week in which Aerial Arise came away 2-1. So 2 very evenly matched teams, at least when they end up going against each other. Maybe not... We'll get into this match, though. Just a couple more seconds waiting for ours to come out and for the lobby to get all set up, or everybody get ready. We have the Favelas versus PogChamp. If you're just now tuning in, should be a good one. Uzu thinks the Favelas. I think PogChamp, but... Don't hold my word to it. Maybe I'll pull a Jesse and switch after that.
Well, we will be heading back into Oregon, where Fish just dropped 20 for the W. So Favelas will be starting off on defense, while they'll be banning first. Then we'll have PogChamp ban their top players, and then ending the ban phase with Favelas' final ban.
That's kind of the rough thing with tournaments, though, because I saw in chat earlier, at least Jarvis and Prod were both there, and that was like, I think starting in the second half or towards the tail end of the first half of Favelas versus Didn't Ask. So PogChamp have quite literally seen the most recent VOD possible of Favelas on Oregon. So that even though they're starting on the defense, favored side, that's a rough spot to start on if your opponent just watched a fair bit of your strategies play out and how Didn't Ask possibly countered it.
Fair bit, yeah. It went all the way to 15 rounds.
They've seen their share of Favela's defenses, to say the least, and that's on top of maybe VOD reviewing they did. I don't know what PogChamp's schedule is. Probably no. Maybe they just pulled a biggity boobop. They're coming in cold. They're just like, hey, let's sign up. Let's go for it. I don't know. It's entirely possible. Ace and Thatcher first bans out though. Nothing all that crazy there.
Second ban is going to come the way. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Valkyrie, but instead, it will be Wamai getting picked off. And he will no longer be available throughout the remainder of this map. Heading into our final and fourth ban, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Mira get banned here by the defense, which means I think Valkyrie will be staying up. And we will be seeing a return of Echo because a lot of teams really haven't been utilizing Echo. And now that I'm looking at the overlay, it says that we are in a best of 5 because there's 3 tallies instead of 2. I don't know if you caught that in the top center of your screen. But
I looked at it for a second and I was like,
yeah.
I was like, are we?
No, we're in a best of 3. I think just the overlay is wrong, but yeah. So we'll be heading into dorms for our first bomb site. You got
Jarvis
Butters
on
and
Ash?
Nyx. Yeah, Jarvis on Ash is something to see. I used to coach a team like way back in season 11 calls. I coached Zanky, Crazed. I miss Crazed, dude. That kid is something special. I'm so sad he doesn't play anymore. God, dude, he was a monster. Crazed. I love Crazed. But it was Crooked, Crazed, Zanky, Wholesale Milk, and Regrets. And I remember them like Coastline was their best map because it was a map obviously not based on structure, more just based on aggression. And they had faced against PogChamp, and they were able to beat PogChamp consistently on Coastline. I just remember seeing like Jarvis on Ash. It just felt like he was cheating, just like how like quick he killed you. It was insane.
I've never seen Jarvis on Ash. And this is a new fight again. Obviously, with Jarvis, he's I think maybe got mentioned on Twitch. I'm not entirely sure there, but how Jarvis is a player with brought in to kind of round up the youngsters. Like, okay, here's how you structure. Here's some ways to play the game kind of mentality. He's not the kind of person you bring into
5 seconds to go.
What is the not a rampy or a full kind of person.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Thinking on Ash, an operator who, even when in the heat of the Jaeger Wamai meta, she became kind of a support with ability, still was pretty well associated with fragging out and making their plays. And then it's a bit of a strange hey, if you find people on Ash, I want to be the first one in line. I am the first one in line to see that happen.
Yeah, it's also so strange seeing Butters not on Zofia. It's almost like you'd never take Butters off of Zofia. Like that's what he's always playing. But instead, it's usually Nyx that's on Sledge too, which is so strange to me. But for those of you who are curious, it is Young Alec and DP Fire that are not playing in this tournament today. I don't know if they'll be playing in it tomorrow. I think it might be this staff right here on PogChamp. But moving into this bomb site now, or into this round actually, first minute of play is already down for the count. And there's not really a whole lot of this been happening. It doesn't appear that there's going to be any kind of flank happening. Nyx lurking down below instead of Zulu, making sure that no one's creeping up Freezer or anyone hiding over by, the dining side of the map. So the attack's starting to slowly execute and progress towards Attic, or just trying to get their information and clear out any utility that they can find.
Not so far, but that might be a bit of a blessing in disguise. We're not finding much. You don't have to worry about too many rumbles. That's just being outside of Armory on top of main stairs. Here's outside as well. Here's the first kill on the he swung the window, oddly enough. Maybe not the best position he could have gone for, but make Kinetic and at least expect the attack. Look more easily inside of Army right now. Maybe gone unnoticed. Nyx looks like he's peeking over towards that wave. Meanwhile, there's some more action on the site, and then all the action on that side of the map is now gone. Beastie has been spotted, taken down. It's a 3v5 in the favor of PogChamp. We have open bedroom wall. It's a key angle. And there is an Ash, I believe, inside of Attic. Yes, there. Actually, I'm not entirely sure. But either way, it's a fairly one-sided push. The majority on the side of bedroom. And a lot of HP being taken down on all sides of the favelas. Fish is the next one fall, making it a 2v5. And DS Lucas and Wimpy both on 5 and 50 HP respectively aren't exactly in a great position to start making plays. And it's just a push in the side from PogChamp. 1v5 from Wimpy. Not much he can do. He'll try to get one, but look at all just crowding on his position. It's a shooting gallery at that point. He was trapped in a corner with 5 guns all trained.
Oh my god.
That's
it's
this,
like
oh wow. Look at wow.
it's like the meme with the one white girl on the couch and the 5 dudes standing behind her. That Wimpy's the white girl.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Literally.
Well, just yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just put that in my line. Where'd I go with that?
I don't know, dude. But it's going to be a flawless round regardless for PogChamp, which might set the tone for the rest of this match. And I might be kicking myself at the end of this picking favelas, but you know, Fish on Maestro? Why? Like you just saw how good he did on Ash and Jaeger for you in the previous game. I don't know why you would take him off of Jaeger.
Fish is on Jaeger.
No, this round, yeah, but the previous round he was on Maestro, wasn't he? Yeah, he was on Maestro, and DS Lucas was on Jaeger. Unless it's just the way it is for the bomb site, where DS Lucas plays Jaeger up top on second floor, and then Fish is allowed to play Jaeger on the bottom floor. And then if you do go to kitchen, then Fish goes to mute, which is what I've seen from fellas.
I was gonna say the one off we saw Fish not on Jaeger, he still was just sprinting around the map. So
yeah,
him being on site in general was just kind of weird. But hey, maybe he's a hella good impact trigger. Maybe that's why they got him on Maestro that time. He just
possibly.
Yeah, he gets those impacts in his hand, and he's just a warrior poet. He can make things happen. Maybe he's on Jaeger, so we'll see him probably playing inside of Elbow like we saw just last match, and I'm sure PogChamp did as well. So if Fish is smart, and he probably just assumed that your opponent might have been watching just to be safe. He doesn't want to play nearly as aggressively as he did with Didn't Ask. I mean, even then, you're facing a much more, you know, maybe it'll be different in practice, but going into this, PogChamp, a much stronger opponent in theory than Didn't Ask. So swinging like he did against Didn't Ask, probably not the most advisable thing to do. You want to play more conservatively there because, you know, Jarvis on Ash, Nyx, pretty much everyone on PogChamp has pretty solid aim overall, so in reaction time and positioning as well. So taking that engagement, not the best move. Fish should counter his instincts and play a little bit more conservatively in this position. I say that, he just swung blue door. Okay. My bad. That's on me.
Yeah, that's on you, man.
That is on me. That is on me.
Butter's down for the count, which he put in a shift in the previous round. 3 picks for himself. Now the next one up the bat is going to be Nyx, easily taking care of Jolton. Or Wimpy is able to trade it back onto Trippin, so it's a 3v4 here for the attacking squad. Wimpy having 1 of 3 picks already, compared to his previous performance. I love you, Kyle. I just got a bag on him for a little bit.
There's not much ground to cover to match his previous performance, as you said.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's a best of 3, so he's got plenty of time. And it's a new map, new day. Fish going for the second peak. He hears Nyx slowly moving up, but Nyx had that read like a book, and now the attacking team will move into pillars. Both Prod and Jarvis being the main pressure here. Prod gets the kill on the DS Lucas. I don't know why. Yeah, like Uja said, don't know why they went for that. That's
Jesus Christ.
You are in a 3v3 in your Maestro. You do not need to be taking that fight. I don't know if they have an Evil Eye watching. If you still have the Alda, man, like, you can do so much work there. Now it's on the all up to Beastly and Wimpy, who do have 2 C4s. That can be huge. We've seen C4s just thrown over that shelf, turn the tide of rounds, but also, at the same time, cost the round for their team, as Favelas did to themselves last time. It was Wimpy who actually died as a result of that faded C4 over the shelf. Beastly will get one with his gun, not a secondary utility, but a kill nonetheless. The first C4 will fly out, not find much of anything. Nyx is on low HP, not due to the C4, but still that'll be a factor going into these final 30 seconds. So I'll have to go for the plant. That's the one thing they haven't really done yet, but the fact that this angle is open makes Nyx in a much better position to hold the cross than if he had to, say, be in pillars or right outside of freezer. Second C4 will fly over, but Jarvis will bait that out expertly. Now he's in a free position to get the plant. With Nyx powering, there's not much they can do unless they peek him a pre-fire, and it's not going to happen. No, Beastly gets Jarvis. Nyx gets Wimpy, but there's only 10 seconds left. He spots the Malusi for a second, but he knows he's got to run away. He cannot go for the kill. He's not in the position. He just has to wait out the clock and force Nyx to either go for the kill, which he's out of range to get, or go for the plant, which he's out of time to do. He goes for the second, and he loses the round as a result. Fella's even at 1-1.
Wow. I mean, Favelas, they just need to calm down.
Yeah, they won the round, but like,
man, that could have been a lot. It could have been a lot easier for them, and not forcing Beastly and Wimpy to force them into needing to win those 1v1s that they were put into. And Fish, I admire the confidence, but still, like, just try to play your life.
And I mean, I understand Fish's position a little bit more. He was kind of trapped in that corner, couldn't really rotate out, so there's more of an argument to be made for peeking there, but I mean, DS Lucas on the Maestro, man, there are very little reasons for you to be swinging that door at that time in the round. And I mean, if it went his way, I mean, that's cool. Cool aggressive play, solid, but when that doesn't go your way, as it ended up going out, it forced Favelas into so much more of an uncomfortable position that they were able to come back from, and that's something to be commended. It was a solid play that DS Lucas gave us by getting taken down, but you can't be risking things like that and going to those gunfights that you probably aren't going to win, and if you do, it could cost your team so much.
Yeah. I just think that DS Lucas right there didn't necessarily need to get so aggressive like he just did. And honestly, just play tucked in the corner. You've got the Alda that can shred through anyone. Granted, you'll be going up against guns that deal more damage per bullet, but still, like, if you're able to just like hit the head, you've got the Alda. It shoots so fast, and it's got so much ammo in the magazine. And you're just set to just anchor in that bomb site. He didn't need to get as aggressive as I just mentioned, and he just needed to stay more put on site. Fortunately for both Beastly and Wimpy, they were able to win their ones, forcing it into a 1v1 with Beastly, because Wimpy was on such low HP that he just got shot in the leg and died to Nyx. And then Beastly ends up just hiding, waiting for Nyx to push him. And Trippin's got a spot here on DS Lucas from inside his drone of master bedroom.
Will be Jolton to take the majority of the damage in the opening engagement, though. Not dead, but very injured, to say the least. DS Lucas will rotate back in, spots him on the rappel, and there goes Nyx like a clay pigeon. You'll fall to the ground. He broke the right window, but at the wrong time, unfortunately. DS Lucas was looking right at it, and he falls. Jolton's still in the wind, not found by the attacking team. Took a lot of damage on that aggressive play earlier, but with Nyx falling early, PogChamp are going to have to consolidate their resources much more in one direction, and that direction is probably going to be away from Jolton, which makes it better for him. Sure, he's on low HP, but that makes it flank much more likely, as most of the attackers are inside of either master bedroom or attic. He also has that C4 he can play from below, so the longer he goes unread, you got it, I believe. There you go. Took a bit, Butters, but we managed to get it out. But again, Joel can play for the C4. He has plenty of time to do so. Minute 30's already passed. Not a terrible position if he goes undroned. Pretty solid position, actually.
Yeah. Flish might go for a flank here. Or he might try to bag Trippin. I don't know, because he's currently situated inside
flanking? What?
You know what? That's kind of unheard of. But I don't know. We could be in for a treat here.
No. Not possible. Please don't. Please. Okay. I didn't want to see another Anubis situation. That's right.
Blast it, Fish. Blast it. There you go.
There we go. We got it. Trippin goes for the thermite on the wall and dies. Now
Great
Diffuser.
From DS Lucas there.
Indeed, giving the call out. Prod will get a kill into Fish, so his kill will not go unpunished, but if the trades continue, Favelas will end up winning the round due to the man advantage. Again, they have Diffuser, but it's in a bit of a rough spot to say the least with the time or the lack of time that the attackers have for the moment. There's a push inside of Attic coming out for Prod, but Beast is on this elevated surface, and he reads that perfectly. There goes the Maverick. Jarvis gets one, but he's taken down by Jolt, and then Butters is in a 1v3. Yeah, he's got Diffuser, and hey, that's cool, but you can only push him through Wolf Door since Trippin failed to open a bedroom wall, so not much he can do. It's kind of the same position that I believe it was Wimpy in the very first round. A turkey shoot, really not many positions he can move, and bullets flying his direction. That means Favelas get their second round in a row.
2-1 here for the Favelas moving into round number 4. They will potentially be going into kitchen/dining, if I'm not mistaken. That will be their bomb site to go to. And it's actually going to be meeting kitchen. As the last time I think it was kitchen dining. Unless I'm just referring to
No, it was because before this we only saw Oregon once today. Or I mean, or was it didn't ask?
I think it was didn't ask. I think
it was actually thinking about it now.
Yeah.
Wait, I wrote the rounds down. I'm trolling. I can just look down. I have this written down. Like, no, I don't think they did not. Unless I wrote it down wrong, which is a possibility.
That's possible because meeting kitchen dining. Yeah.
I did not consider that when I wrote it down, thinking about it now. So maybe they did. I feel like they went to meeting though. I would have remembered if they went to dining.
Yeah, I think they did go dining. So yeah, that was because they were holding control of showers. And Prod this time around, he's going to be switching away from Maverick into Nomad. So the only hard breach is going to be on Trippin. There is no secondary hard breach coming out on the side of PogChamp. And over on the side of Favelas, you're bringing in Beastly with the castle as expected, because they're going to go for an upstairs roam with the mute jammers and the castle barricades. And some intel game coming out from both Beastly and Fish. Fish visually and Beastly with the audio intel with those proximity mines.
5 seconds to go.
Fish on the Valkyrie. Bit of a scary sight, to say the least. What he could potentially do. Has been having the hottest match so far, but we're only 3 rounds in. He's coming off 20 kills. Let the man rest for a little bit before he starts doing anything crazy. You can already see he's got a camera outside. He's already prepped the window. Don't think he'll go for a jump out because I mean he would die. But he's going to go for a peek at the very least is what it's looking like. Oh, no, I thought he was on the 3rd floor. He's only on the 2nd floor. I mean, I still don't think he's going for a jump out, and, I mean, nobody spawned over there, so no reason to. But that just goes to show his strategy going into this. He wants to make those early aggressive plays to try and counter any push from PogChamp before it even really has a chance to culminate.
It's already progressing his way into Master. DS Luke is going to set up in 2 ADSs here inside of Attic. So now his first opponent to come up should be Nyx the moment that Castle Barricade gets opened. But it looks to be that Trippin's going to go ahead and open up one of the split walls. Looks to be the right split wall right now, sitting inside of lobby. But instead of the attack focusing over towards meeting, they're wanting to progress it over towards, well, obviously meeting, but instead of going for a stage plant, they're wanting to go for a split take here.
It's not a bad play by any means, but you always run the risk when you ignore the roamers and just try to focus on the site that they could rotate back and end up taking you down before you can take the site fully. They also have a smoke on the side of the Favelas, so once they know that wall is going open, there's really only one plant you go. They'll just start throwing toxic natives right at that breach. The second one's open now. Fish is just standing right in front of it. It looked like he himself was pondering what to do in that situation. He'll rotate back. Smart play as well. Beastly gets the opening pick onto Nyx. That Zofia we saw up top will fall. Butters gets the refrag onto Jolton, so no more of those smoke canisters we saw come into play just 15 to 20 seconds prior. But Fish has rotated back. Used his C4 on the castle barricade to try to get a quick potential pick or angle on the attacking team. Butters is now in split, so if he were to swing, he would find the sledge, but there's a lot of angles being held, a lot of crossfires being held by PogChamp. That makes it risky for any of the defenders to go for a play, and Jaeger's isolated all by himself. Butters is watching that, but Jarvis gets downed as well. Wimpy gets 1, Fish gets a second, 2 for the Favelas, and a 2v3 in the favor of the Favelas. And
Prod going massive here with 2 picks of his own. Now all of a sudden you're leaving it onto Beastly. The Castle has already got 1 pick to his name here. He's going to have to find Prod here sitting on about 1 shot worth of HP. Incoming clue very clearly there, and a great shot from Beastly. Can he find one more here onto Trippin though? Trippin at full HP. He's inside a split, trying to rotate around here and see if he can find Beastly. With both split walls open, he's got great angles and great time to work with. Trippin takes care of Beastly, and PogChamp will take another round in their pocket.
A solid play from PogChamp overall. Nice shot by Beastly, but unfortunately not able to transition it fully to a 1v2 clutch. Yeah, overall, that was, oddly enough, the extension upstairs didn't have nearly as much of an impact that we thought it would. I mean, there was a fair bit of presence. I mean, you had Fish up top. You had, I believe, 2 or 3 defenders overall, and even Nix and a few of the attackers were all kind of just a cold war in master or in bedroom and inside dorms itself, just chilling. And then mutually, they were both like, you know what? Let's just go to the site. Let's just take this down there. And sure, there was 1 kill up top on a Nix, but beyond that, there really wasn't all that much. It was all focused around split, inside of kitchen, outside of the split walls and main lobby if you're tripping, holding some angles. Yeah, I would have thought that with how much resources, castle barricades, reinforcements, and manpower that Favela's dedicated up there, that's where a few of the engagements would have been. In reality, it was just 1.
So now we're tied up here at 2 apiece. Moving into the basement yet again for the Favelas. Fish will be back on the Jaeger. Beastly's been putting in a shift so far here. It's almost like Fish is kind of just like weaned off a little bit, and it's Beastly that's having to step right up right now. Wimpy, I'm really surprised at his performance today, of how, you know, down, quote unquote, like, so to say, he's been. So hopefully for Wimpy, he's able to like kind of pick it up a little bit more here. But I think Wimpy will be okay. I think he just needs a little bit more time to like possibly warm up. Although he's played like maybe 3 or 4 maps already, so I mean, he's probably just having an off day, in all honesty. But as of right now, it's going to be DS Lucas drawing an obscene image on the wall. Nice, dude.
This is a family stream. You can't do that. That's illegal. Okay.
I'm looking over at the Rainbow Six stream for the prediction. There's 2.7 million points riding on Disrupt Gaming.
It's Disrupt versus Beast Curse, right?
Mm-hmm. 76%
Yeah,
in
Disrupt won
favor.
that.
Yeah.
I'm
I
sorry,
think so too.
but I don't think
I was literally about to put my vote on Disrupt, and then they just canceled. I'm like, this prediction started 5 minutes ago. I'm like, okay then. Like, I couldn't predict. Oh well. Whatever.
There's no point. I mean, you're gonna win like 2 channel points. The odds are probably, yeah. I mean, not much is gonna happen. Though we do see that transitioning back to the game, the same hold coming out from the Favelas. You have Jolton playing in Harry Potter to burn the utility and preserve the Malusi, as Uzu analyzed in the previous game. DS Lucas also inside of Pillar. Not often you see, you know, the Maestro taking this position, or maybe you do. I don't know. DS Lucas just holding aggressive positions on the Maestro is something that scares me at this point.
Did you see? All I saw were the lights from the drones. There was no physical drone there.
Hey, listen, man.
They were just rolling down the stairs. All of a sudden, I see like a green light. Okay.
Located a bomb.
Listen, you either have my internet or you have have good graphics. You have to choose.
You have to choose. I don't know, man. I take both, but that's me. Probably gonna go ahead and cook up a nade. His only nade he's got left here. I think he was trying to clear some utility earlier. Jolton's still playing at the bottom of tower stairs. I think Prod is maybe wanting to nade Jolton, but he'll get lit up and finally finished off here by Butters. The opening pick with 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Now Fish will still be up to the task here of holding elbow. He's got a face of both Nix and Trippin.
Yeah, still 4v5. Bunker hold, or bunker in the favor of the defense, oddly enough. You'd think it would have been cleared out by now, but Fish is still going to be able to get some kills there. And hopefully, Nix is watching the angle, spots him for a second, but he still manages to rotate back. No damage sustained. He's still holding it, though. The absolute just will of Fish to hold this position is amazing, but unfortunately his team doesn't exactly have the same mentality. Wimpy and Jolton have both fallen. He's rotating back in the side, and Trippin's able to get the plant down, no sweat. Prod gets Beastly, Nix gets 2. DS Lucas and Fish fall. The Zofia finally come into play at that rotate, and it's a flawless round for PogChamp as things, once they got map control into their hand inside a basement, things fell pretty quickly from there, and it kind of just collapsed into the hands of Favelas.
So, the attacking squad of PogChamp currently sitting at 3-2 here versus the Favelas. And, it could just be that with the recent changes to some of the operators, that defense is just that much more difficult. And you need to start making these more risky plays, these more aggressive plays to the attacking squad if you want to have any chance of, having more rounds in your pocket when you're on defense. And the way that PogChamp are playing right now, they're doing a great job of shutting down any kind of aggression, any kind of unpredictability that is coming their way. They're just absolutely putting it down and are able to put themselves in a winning position so far here. So the second quarter will be coming to a close here after this round. Potential for a 3-3 split here for the Favelas, or a 4-2 split in favor of PogChamp, which would be great for PogChamp, but also would be bad for the Favelas, obviously.
Favelas as a whole haven't exactly been having the best go of it, not just in terms of round count, as that much is apparent to all of you, but not having nearly as much power on the kill count either. Obviously, it was a very close one last game, so there was plenty of time for them all to get their frags, so to speak, but aside from Beastly, nobody has been really showing up huge, and even then, Beastly hasn't been having so much big explosive moments, but just doing his job, just consistently getting a kill or two every single round. Averages about to almost a kill every round. This is the 6th round. And going into this, he had 6, so not exactly precisely 1. But he's been the only one really showing up, whereas on the side of PogChamp, Nyx is putting in the work, Butters is doing in the work, Prod is putting in the work as well, just a little bit behind the two. Sure, Jarvis and Trippin aren't having the best kill counts, but I mean, if 3 of your players are showing up, you can afford to have a couple kind of lag behind, and especially in the case of Trippin, so long as he's getting his utility down and not dying, as you can see, he's only died twice and gotten 3 plants down, same amount of rounds that they've won. They're still doing their jobs, whereas on the Favelas, on the defense, that's much more important, and sure, you can waste time, but even then, you saw they wasted time last round with Fish on that bunker hold, and it still didn't matter in the long run. So they have to take the fight to the attackers, and Jolton's not going to find anything. 1 increase his kill count. He's still across the map, but again, that just goes to show a lot of what Favelas are trying to bring out. What is this? What is that? Are you kidding me?
Oh, no. Fish is going to look back at that and just be like,
wow.
Why? Why are you right there? Like, oh, man.
What do you even say to that?
Was that Trippin? Like,
that was Trippin. That was Trippin on his drone, hard left outside of the doorway.
Jesus Christ, man. Well, it seems to be that Wimpy has found some hostiles.
A little bit.
Because smoke screamed.
I don't know if
it appears to be that they're on the 2nd floor, too. I don't know.
Not really happening. They're just kind of chilling.
Yeah, pretty much. They just want to like be cautious, I guess, and make sure that they get this 4th round. Is what I had to guess. So now Fish is hearing noises. So that's gonna be Nyx entering in through the garage. And if Fish times this right, which he does. Oh,
Never mind.
Never mind, man. Why is Trippin still there? Like, there's 38 seconds, dude. Go open the wall.
Even Fish is confused.
I'm like,
hey, he's
why
opening,
have you not
he's opening
opened the
it
wall?
now.
Like, but still, like if I'm in Fish's position, I'm thinking the exact same thing. Oh boy. Oh my God, DS Lucas just absolutely terrorizing Jarvis and Trippin. He's got control of the diffuser. Finding a 3rd one here? No, Nyx the Dix is going to shut him down. And I was progressing in. I'm trying to figure out who is who, but Jolton goes down, and PogChamp will rise up 4-2. Sorry, I've seen a lot of like Nyx Dix memes on Twitter and Reddit.
Dude, that round
like
was
a
just
bug fish.
that
Hit the wall, old man. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, why are you still outside of garage with 40 seconds left, Trippin?
Go get the wall, old man. Fish is down absolutely atrocious this game.
Astronomically down bad.
That was, I mean, that round was just kind of scuffed all over. Fish Fish is trying desperately to do something, and Trippin was just in his head the entire time.
Living
Every move Fish
rent-free.
made, he was rent-free. Exactly. Trippin just knew exactly what was going to happen. That's why he was outside. It's not that he was just, old man dementia brain, just did not know what was happening. He was like, no, Fish is going to peek. See, it's like that old Macy J clip where he's Capitao on Plowell balcony. He's like, no, look, the Caveira's going to try to get me. He's like, oh, I'm going to get this guy. I'm going to rotate down through logic, going to go to cash, impact this wall, and I'll kill him. That's exactly what Trippin was doing. He's like, okay, we just saw the VOD. Fish is going to be playing on Armory Stairs, but I know Fish. He's not going to be able to sit still. So I'm just going to sit here. Outside garage door. Then 30 seconds in, he's like, wow, that was a C4 that flew out. I just wasted utility by existing. Surely he's going to come back for this a second time. I'm not going to get the wall. I'm just going to sit here and get my frag in about 2 minutes. And he set a timer, watched it, and as soon as about 15 seconds till the clock hit 2 minutes, aimed his gun at garage door, and sure enough, here comes Fish, clopping down the stairs in the garage, and
Actually
tripping the old
hatch.
man. He dropped that, clopping down the hatch. And he gets his frag, and he opens the wall.
He was about to find Nyx too before Trippin blew his back out.
10 seconds to go.
Sometimes
5 seconds to insertion.
dumb things work. And that's the moral of the story.
Attackers are moving on to locate a bomb and defuse.
No disrespect to Trippin, though. No disrespect. He's an OG. But he did sit outside garage for 2 minutes.
I thought Fish saw his elbow, but I guess he just probably didn't notice it. I don't know. I'm just still baffled as to why Trippin has not proceeded to open up the wall until there's 30
We're
seconds
gonna be focused on this for like 2 rounds.
I'm just like, why,
did
dude?
he wait so long?
I mean, granted, they still won the round pretty nicely, but like, just why, dude? Why? DS Lucas got himself a really nice clip that round, but man,
that was a nice clip too. You had an attacker not knowing you were there and just on your screen looking like he was lost. Then you had a nice flick, like basically almost a 90-degree turn to the guy planning inside the corner. Martyr's also looking like he's going for a clip, but it's an easy pre-fire. Oh, actually, he does most of the damage to Wimpy, so not a clip gained either way, but certainly some damage. Yeah, that was a perfect clip.
That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage, as the kids say.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I wonder if he's gonna need some flex tape to fix those injuries.
Potentially. He might have the Amazon page open on his second monitor just to be safe. Butter's also going to need a shipment as well, so maybe they can split the cost in half, or, well, hopefully both of them live if they want to do that, because so far it looks like they're going to be the main engagement. Wimpy's still looking like he's on the bottom of Freezer stairs. Butter's challenging a little bit. Jolton will get the hatch, so that's easier. No, Butter's just rotated over. He's getting ADS. He's moving it. He's all over the bomb site.
Butter's proceeding to bring in another ADS sneaky beaky like inside of Freezer. Or not Freezer. Is that Freezer? That is Freezer, Jesus.
It is Freezer.
I'm losing my mind, man. But either way, he'll place an ADS inside of Freezer that'll only catch one more projectile. Butters goes for a pre-fire, but doesn't want to give up his life there. Trippin will fall here. Down goes the smoke. No more toxic babes to use for the rest of this round.
Yeah, smoke being the opening pick is a bit rough to say the least, but a lot of time has been wasted on the side of PogChamp. That was an odd grenade, not Zofia as well. But hey, Wimpy gets Butters. So Zofia is able to do something. There's still the Maestro right outside. Nyx gets one. He's refragged by Fish. Nyx gets a second. Jarvis with the third. It's a 2v2 now. Make that a 1v1 effectively. Wimpy gets finished off. Jarvis going huge with the Alda. But he's only got 25 HP, but the timer's on his side. And the Nomad isn't able to react in time. Jarvis takes him down. I don't even know what kind of kill that was. Triple, quad, I don't know. But the old man can frag, and that's what matters.
I mean, like, DS made the right play.
Monster.
Like, he made the right move. Like, he had his crosshair on and everything. I guess his brain just didn't register to click mouse one.
There are times, to quote Gasher, there are times when the game and life just says no. And that was one of those times.
Where the game and life just say no.
80-20 gunfight going his way. and it just didn't happen. He just didn't click. Who knows? He just didn't click. But you're right. He did everything right there. I mean, that was not poorly played by DS Lucas by any means. It was extremely well played by Jarvis, just basically sitting outside freezer doorway, and just everywhere he looked was an enemy solo pushing, and then he would just kill them and then turn 90, 180 degrees, kill the next guy, and then got down to DS Lucas. And at that point, Jarvis with the quick peek was just too strong. His powers were unrivaled in that lobby at the time.
Oh, we're waiting on the player to load in. Jesus.
I'm not gonna lie. I saw we hadn't loaded in yet, and I was like, oh my god, did my internet just crash again?
I thought so too, dude. I was like, please no, please no.
I was like, man, I'm already nervous casting this. Enough already. I don't need another scare.
What do you have to be nervous about, though?
My internet dying?
That's true, I guess.
By the way, I always like to point this out. My internet has not died in like a year and a half. It used to it was always around a holiday. It could have been my birthday, which my birthday isn't a holiday, but you get what I'm saying. A day of importance. Around my birthday, Christmas or New Year's, those latter two were the big ones. Something relating to my internet or video games would just die or break. And especially the past 3 years, it's been the internet. So this is fate knocking. This is fate coming saying, hey, we're watching you. Your internet is not safe.
I don't know why, but I just noticed that over on the CCS stream, they have both attacking and defending recruits banned, along with Maestro, Nomad, Valkyrie, and Jackal. I don't know why.
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just as confused as Fish right there getting that kill, or as confused as Butters on the Jaeger. Like, I know he's in garage.
Yeah.
This is an easy fight. It wasn't. It's Fish with the R4C. That's
you're not gonna win that gunfight 9 times out of 10. It's just Fish.
This is where you thought Fish was gonna have an off game. He's just an attacker-sided player. This is where the comeback happens for Fish.
So the comeback happened for Fish, as well as the comeback for the Favela. With Butters down on the board, that's one of their 2 dominant players out of the count for the remainder of this round. It's also able to dispatch of the wall, sitting inside attic. And Zofia coming in from Wimpy will go ahead and impact the wall. Meanwhile, the next best thing that you're going to have to look for is to take care of Nyx, who's currently riding on a high of 10-3. Wimpy is able to dispatch of the Goyo shield as Nyx is rotated all the way down. I think he was going for a flank, but decided against it.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
That would appear to be what it was. Would have had a lot of players to choose from to try to attack if he had, but instead he'll go for a flank in main lobby and take down Fish. Kind of a drive-by right there, just sprinting up the stairs, spotting the Ash, taking his head off, then continuing on your way. Not even in the room by the time the body hit the floor. It's the opening for the late refrag, very late refrag in favor of PogChamp. Prod gets 1, but Jarvis is down. So it was an effective 3v3. Make that a 2v3 now that he gets caught out on the rotate. Goyo falls. Jarvis is still down, but not really in a position to be picked up by his team. Likely to be finished off at a moment's notice, but Smoke goes for the rotate. Might have been a bad decision from Trippin, because now he's kind of trapped in that spot. Sure, it's very strong if he is able to land his shots, but he rotates back since nobody's looking. Now, it's a 2v3. 30 seconds, time favors the defense, but now it's more so favoring the attack. It's just Trippin left. He's used all the smoke canisters as well, so Attic is not going to be able to be used by the attacking team. That's not even where they're coming from. They're coming from Wolf, and DS Lucas is with a vengeance after his failure last time. He's making sure that he's going to end it this go-around.
I think he's dead, DS. I don't know. You might want to keep shooting the rest of that mag, and then some.
Just to be safe?
Just to be safe.
He was like, I thought Jarvis was a dead man before. I am making sure you are dead now.
Exactly.
No resurrections this time.
Looking over at the CCS stream, it's currently Oblation up 5-3 versus the Gatekeepers on their first map of Consulate. Gatekeepers have looked pretty strong here, mostly just on the back of Splash.
Splash was doing pretty well earlier.
Yeah, he got to the point where he was memeing and was doing insane.
Now I'm thinking about the C4 again. the great Anubis
the
C4.
great Anubis C4.
If you missed the Gatekeepers North Coast game earlier, oh boy, you missed an experience. It was not a bad game. It was a very fun game. There were Splash Ash charged a wooden barricade outside of the map. Anubis blew himself up with a C4, trying to drop down the hatch. There was something else, but I don't even remember it. There was something. I don't know what it was.
10 seconds to go.
But no, we're here. PogChamp and the Favelas. Not nearly the same caliber of game as Gatekeepers North Coast was. A lot more on the line, and a lot more in terms of quality as well. No offense to either of those teams, but I mean, hey, it's PogChamp and Favelas. I mean, they're CL/CL level talent for a reason. Nick's also especially making a solid case so far. Nix and Butters, the one showing up the most. Jarvis wasn't able to do much on the Asher. Had a little bit of success on the Maestro, but that was really his biggest glimmer so far this match. With other been a fairly quiet time for him. But Nix knows that somebody just repelled in. There was a Zofia peeking at those slow walking down. Might know Nix is there. Might be able to spot his head beforehand as well. This is just the case of who swings first, but whose head appears first. And that's going to be Nix. Well, Nix sees the head first at the very least. He gets refragged. So it is a 1-for-1, but still getting the opening pick on the Zofia is solid. But Jolton is still alive on the Maverick, and he might have, well, he will have DS Lucas support. And sure, that's one less man you have to devote to the push elsewhere on the map, but still, your hard breacher's left alive, and that is what matters. You shut down the flank, and the most aggressive and successful player on PogChamp early on.
That, but also when he does go to melt off the reinforcement, which I believe he's already done, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he has.
They're going to have to rotate Fish over, which is exactly what he's having to do. So he's wasting some time now, effectively having to replace Wimpy. So instead of Wimpy having to be here and progress alongside Jolton, now it's going to be Jolton and Fish. So instead of utilizing Fish in an off spot where he would normally be at, you're now having to have Fish come over and help out Jolton, which is a good pick for Nix's part. But, you know, Nix has done his job. He's got his 1-for-1, but he won't be able to have that C4 in hand. The only 2 C4s that remain are going to be with Jarvis and Prod. And now comes the time to clear out Attic. So a nade will come in. Jolton's going to have to toss over a frag. No, never mind. I was going to say I would probably use Fish to toss over a nade, but it doesn't appear that Jolton has any more nades now. So Fish is going to wide swing here. Immediately dumps her Prod before instantly getting refragged back by Jolton. This is just absolute chaos. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's just pandemonium inside of Attic right now, but it goes to the favor of the Favelas, and at the very least, they were able to take much more control of it. They do have Diffuser, and Jolton's all alone is the issue. So if he just gets taken down by Butters, even though there's someone, in terms of spatially speaking, close by, he's on opposite sides of the wall, but he just pushes in, but his head is right in the crosshairs of Butters. Beastly on low HP, one gets spotted, but he's not able to land the shots. Butters falls, Favelas, even at, is it 5? It's 5-4 now. It's 5-4.
Yes. Nice shot by Beastly.
Wait, is it 5-4? I lost confidence in myself. I had one of those moments where I went to go say something, and I was like, wait, am I right? Yes, it is 5-4. Okay. Wait, no, it's round 9. How could it be 5-5? I'm just an idiot, dude. This is why I didn't go to, like, a STEM school. I do things like that. Math was never my strong suit.
Same here. Even if it's simple math.
Can you tell? Can you tell by the fact we're casting a video game right now and not, I don't know, building a rocket or something like that? Whatever math people do.
Whatever math people do, I don't know, dude.
They just
push numbers on a calculator.
Yeah, they get paid to sit in a room and count. They're just sitting there looking at a wall, just like 1, 2. I think that's what they do. Times tables, though, I was sick nasty at that when I was younger. I was absolutely bonkers at time tables. Unfortunately, that was in the 4th grade, which doesn't really matter, but you know, to me it does. I'm interested to ask you something. So, with you know, with basement, behavior changes. It's much harder to hold the position, kind of just kind of the way this setup is meant to do, you know, with the shield inside of the elbow, somebody playing behind it.
10 seconds left.
Do you think that teams sticking to that kind of style, especially with how
5 seconds
much
left.
more aggressive that the attackers are allowed to be, and well, just have been so far today, and really since the patch, do you think that's kind of a failing for teams, that they're still clinging to that style when in all reality it's much harder to do? Or do you think, or am I wrong? Or is it, you know, it's still fairly viable?
It's definitely a lot more difficult, given the fact of how Jaeger changes are, especially with the Lamai ban. I think it's more so just the comfortability factor than anything, with the 416 and how it shoots. Okay, Nick's getting. I guess he was drone hunting. Because going up against fish like that in just the middle of a hallway, I wouldn't want to be caught with my pants down like that.
I was gonna say if he was
dangerous.
Just 2 seconds later, and Fish might have found him in his crosshairs. Thankfully,
Possibly.
he didn't.
Yeah, thankfully for Nyx, he did not. Nyx is kind of cooled down a little bit here. He's currently sitting at 12 and 5.
He's cooled down a little bit. 12 and 5.
Well, I mean, because like on the attack, he was like really tearing it up,
True.
and then right now he's kind of cooled down just like a little bit. So
Still a funny juxtaposition.
yeah, he's cooled down. He's heating up. He's cooled down at sitting at 12 and 5. He was at 10 and 3 earlier.
Question: who wins this? Fisher next?
Fish.
Because it looks like one of them is about to start shooting each other.
It's getting very, very aggressive. Fish not accounting for the ADSs. And Fish will lose the fight here because it was Nyx. Because it's not a head-on one-on-one engagement. It's an angle that Nyx was having to use to his advantage that Fish was unaware of.
Bomb located by
Thought he couldn't be seen. His perspective didn't show him that Nyx was up there, resulting in the frag. And another one potentially right there for Nyx, but he'll miss his opportunity. The window potentially has sailed here. The next one up to bat is going to be with Wimpy.
Still a nice angle being held by Nyx that can probably do a fair bit if it manages to work out. If the pre-fire doesn't happen, but that's exactly what Wimpy's going to bring against him. He doesn't die, but a lot of HP taken will probably dissuade him against taking that engagement a second go around. It's a laundry push coming out from the attacking team. Laundry and Freezer both being the two positions that the attacking team has opted to try and stake their claim on. Now with 38 seconds left, the defense just kind of has to rotate back, and Nyx just has to crouch through the rotate, peek out, take the head off Wimpy. Jolton also falls to a toxic Babe, and Favelas, to put it mildly, are on the back foot. Diaz Lucas is separate from the rest of his team, and Diffuser is even farther away from both. Not much really they can do. BC will move into the side. Butters gets one. Nyx rounds it out. That was the most flawless of a round you could really get. Sure, there was some HP lost, but I mean that was not a Favelas round in any conceivable fashion.
Beastly just gave himself away, like just gave himself up there.
He was just in the sight.
Well, it's match point. We are on the verge of moving into our second map, which will be on Clubhouse, with our decider going to be on a coastline. So 15 for Nyx, 11 for Butters. No one on the side of the Favelas has eclipsed double digits. Jarvis going to switch away from one piece of intel into another. No Valkyrie. We'll instead be seeing a Maestro. No 6-pick going to come out on the side of the Favelas either. So we'll be heading into Meeting Kitchen for PogChamp to circle the wagons and run the table here. Jarvis locking in that Maestro. A Vigil will be coming out for Nyx this time around. No Malusi to be had here.
That is interesting. I would have, especially for these first 4 sites, I normally expect the Malusi. That's one of the, with Wamai ban, obviously it's Wamai, Malusi, different methods of burning utility, but you'd expect her to come out a little bit, especially in conjunction with the Maestro. Maybe they're just like, Equalizer annoying enough, and the Kate also wastes enough time in terms of forcing the attacking team to either use a Maverick or do something finicky to try and open up those walls. They're just like, that's fine, but I would have expected the Malusi. I mean, she doesn't have a lot of downsides. I mean, sure, Butters has those ADSs, and they're useful for catching projectiles. I'm not flaming him for bringing it, but I wonder if maybe for the Vigil you could have slotted her in. Nyx not doing too hot on the Malusi, but again, in terms of utility, and he's gotten a couple kills with her previously, I don't know. I think it might have been the better pick overall, but Nick is probably going to get a 3K and make me eat my words, so. That possibility is still very strong.
Fish doing fish things, progressing into garage and getting smoked by Butters. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Absolutely down for the count. That's like a DDT off the top rope, man. Oh my god.
Down for the count and down bad. Fish is 7-11 right now. He can probably run and get some Mike and Ikes from one afterwards if he wants.
Yeah, I think
he does need. He might need a Mike and Ike right now, or a
Snickers,
like a Sprite cranberry or a Snickers.
Because he's not him when he's hungry.
I'm just running through the
candy.
Yeah, I'm just running through all the. I like that you said candy, but I also said Sprite cranberry, so like not really candy, but you know
it could be
sweet.
Candy.
Butters is also peeking out dorms again, or not again. He's trying to get a kill again, but this is his new method that he's fashioned to try and get one. Nobody's really looking like they will, but you can see an orange outline slowly creeping its way over to Butters' crosshairs. But DS Lucas reads that like a book, and he gets that one every time. Nice try from Butters. There was an attempt, just not a successful one.
Nope, was an attempt indeed. Currently 6-5 for Oblation versus Gatekeepers on Consulate. If I'm not mistaken, that is the first map, as I mentioned earlier. So it's to be Oblation possibly winning, or overtime if the Gatekeepers are able to win it out. So on this match, however, Nyx is going to rotate into Attic, currently boasting a 3.0 KD with that 15-5 scoreline. Jolton getting lit up a little bit here, as Prod is able to dispatch of Wimpy, who hasn't really been having a day for himself. You still got DS Lucas right outside with Wimpy and Fish dead. There's really no one here to open up the wall outside of Jolton's nade, which he's not going to utilize for opening the wall, so they just made the wall soft for pretty much nothing.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, Nick's also getting a kill on the Beastly, using that angle made by Jolton to his advantage. Now the diffuser on Big Tower stairs, Jarvis picks off Jolton. It's DS Lucas in a 1v4. You hate to say it, you hate to call it early, but this is probably the map win for PogChamp. He's all the way outside Small Tower. No chance of recovering the diffuser. He was outside, man. He was doing his thing. He was running around, spotted on a default. You know for a fact that PogChamp is running around to try and pick up this kill. Free fire through the wall. DS Lucas will pick up tripping, so it's at least the burden is lessened a little bit, but the time is bearing down on him. That much is certain. Might be able to free fire the Maestro. Spots him, will take him down. Now it's a 1v2. This is manageable. With very little time left, there's not a lot he can do, but he can at least try. It is not going to happen. Seemed like something could have happened. Unfortunately, Prod's going to seal his fate. And PogChamp end the map 7-4. But this isn't a best of one like the previous 3 games. This is a best of 3, so there's still a chance for Favelas to come back and send us to map 3 of Coastline, which I wouldn't be opposed to seeing. I do like Coastline, but again on Oregon, PogChamp, your winners, 7-4.
So we will be moving on into Clubhouse pretty shortly here. It will be Favelas on attack, followed up by, should we get into overtime, with PogChamp on attack on overtime. So Clubhouse, I think it might be PogChamp. In all honesty, I'm still gonna stick with the Favelas. That's initially who I came with, but I think it might be PogChamp all the way here, considering how Oregon just went. And these 2 maps, they play kind of similar in a sense because they're very structured. They're not as frag heavy as, like, say, Coastline or Consulate are. Yeah. So I think it might be PogChamp on top.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, anything could happen. I think kind of the same vein of Coastline. I think Clubhouse will be a bit more of an even map in theory. Just based off how things have been playing, the attackers have actually been having a much better time on the side of Clubhouse with how things have been going. So honestly, I think it could be even, but I'm with Uzu again. I'm sticking with PogChamp because that was my initial prediction, and they're up 1-0. I'm not just going to switch now, but I do think it's probably going to end that way. But we'll just have to see. We'll see in a little bit. We got map 2 Clubhouse up next. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, you're not going to pull a Jesse when you're up.
No. Welcome back, everybody, to potentially the final map of today. PogChamp versus the Favelas. The winners upper, or I guess winners and upper are synonyms. The upper bracket semifinal matchup. If you didn't see map 1, it ended in PogChamp 7-4ing the Favelas on Oregon. The map that Favelas had won the game prior against Didn't Ask 8-7. So maybe that played into a little bit. Who knows? But we're going to map 2. I'm not sure entirely whose map pick it is. I think it's the Favelas map pick, if things match up. I don't know. Either way, but Uzu, you still sticking with your prediction? I mean, obviously you want Favelas to win, and you think they'll win.
Well,
but you did say you backed off a little bit.
Yeah, I've backed off a bit just given how Oregon went. I think, if the Favelas are able to just kind of buckle down and just kind of dial back the aggression that they've been having on Oregon, they'll have a much better stance here on Clubhouse. But the way that Clubhouse went, the way that Oregon went, it might be in PogChamp's wheelhouse to 2-0 Favelas here.
Yeah, I mean, this is Favelas map pick, did get word in, so potentially some home field advantage here. Could see Favelas coming out on top. It wasn't exactly a stomp from PogChamp. I mean, there were some dominant rounds, that will be said, but it wasn't exactly like Favelas were not putting up a fight whatsoever. So I think it's still possible for you to come back. So Uzu, don't lose hope yet. Hibana ban coming out first, so Favelas time on the attack will... I guess with a Hibana ban, it's not... Your time is... It's going to be harder for you, but with how powerful Hibana is, it's kind of just like... You're back to the levels of where it was before, really. With how much utility she has gained, at least. If you get what I'm saying. Like, it still sucks, but... I don't know. I tried to find a way to phrase it, but it didn't really work out. Thatcher ban coming out, though, will certainly make things harder, not comparatively, much more objectively.
Hibana and Thatcher ban on Clubhouse, no surprise there, especially given Hibana's recent buff.
That's crazy.
First defender ban will be Mira. No surprise there.
Question is, what will the final ban be?
I think it might be Maestro, if not Wamai.
I would say Maestro or Wamai. Maybe Malusi, but I'm leaning towards Wamai right now. Could be wrong. I am wrong frequently, so keep that in mind.
No, we are wrong.
So we were all wrong. None of us were right. Alas, here we find ourselves. Valk being banned, no black eye cameras. She didn't get, I don't think she got too much play that last matchup. Like, she was played semi-frequently, but it wasn't a staple with either team's lineup. And the only one I really remember was Fish bringing her out, and I think somebody else did. But, like, again, she didn't really have the biggest impact on the planet. Barters is on Ella right now. Okay, thank God he's on Smoke. I was like, really about to see an Ella just start sprinting around the map. But no, we will not. Malusi will be brought up by Trippin. Wamai sticking on the, or Nick sticking on the Wamai. It's basement defense first. This is one of those sites that got hit hardest by the most recent patch. A lot of the anchor, or the anchor play of what you would normally do is you sit someone kind of in impulse spot, maybe now and then they'll rotate back, but you focus just generally on all different parts of the bomb site. There's not a part that goes uncovered, and one of those parts was Gen. But since the rework, and they did just 6-pick a Wamai, that part is much harder to hold, and it's almost essentially like free map control for the attacking team if they're coordinated enough to take it, which, since it requires much less utility, is usually the case. So, this being the first site, Favelas have a bit of an advantage in that way. Just this bomb site has definitely lowered in the defensive advantage, to be certain. I don't know, PogChamp still have looked very strong.
It is currently 7-7 on the other stream for CCS and the Gatekeepers. If you guys haven't been keeping up with them, you've been watching us all day. Thank you. First of all, thank you.
Shout out.
Second of all, there's 2 streams happening between us and them together. So right now they're fighting for map 1, and it's currently a 4v5 for Oblation as Inreal falls to Splash. Splash has been dropping 17, 18 now that he's got Vivid. Jesus Christ.
Favelas might be wishing that Splash was on their team.
I'm assuming so, yeah.
The frags have not been strong in Favelas department so far this series. They've gotten a few, but as you said, nobody broke double digits. So that was a stark contrast to the first one where we saw Fish drop 20 against Didn't Ask. Not the same one, but he's on Ash now, as he was on it before, so he's trying to recapture some of that former glory in the previous series. There's a Malusi at the bottom main, so Either way, whether he pushes down or uses an ash charge to blow it up, he'll signify his presence. It's also a dirt push coming out from the favelas. You see the Maverick opening up a hole and Wimpy just chilling there for support. Moral or physical. Nix is just chilling here. Hole just got open above. He's like, I'll just sit here. I'll
giant hole above me. I can get shot in the head, but
nah,
chill here.
I'm fine.
We vibing.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I think Fish is thinking about his next move right now. I think that's his drone inside of Moto.
It looks like it.
I think Prod might have heard it, but it looks to be that Fish is still inside of, yeah. So Prod will be able to clean up his drone before Fish is finally able to, I guess, using a second drone. Fish is really committed to droning out Moto.
Yeah, Fish really is, he's going hard on the drone game right now. He has not left that phone like 30 seconds. There we go. Finally will. But
he's back on it.
He's, listen, man. Fish, I'm trying. Rod's going for the C4, though, the one we often see. It'll sail over. Get 3 big kills for him. They all line up. It's easy pickings for the man. You don't even have to worry too much about that. Just throw that over. Press G. Even look, nice catch in chat. And that is exactly what it was. They caught it, but like hot potato, they weren't quite sure where to throw it. Now it's a 2v5. One that favelas have just very recently been put in, pretty much all at the same time. But hey, DS Lucas's diffuser. That's good. Beastly also has an exothermic in his pocket. Not much they can really do with either of these, but I mean, hey, it's something, and now it's nothing. It's a flawless round for PogChamp, a quad for Prod, and only one of them with his gun. Solid play to start off the map.
You dropping bars already? Quad for Prod? I see you, Carter.
Listen, man. I don't want to say I'm Lin-Manuel Miranda or anything, but I looked in the camera, like I made a facial expression, like I am, in fact, Lin-Manuel Miranda. That was the bit, but you could not see it. You always love it when the observer catches moments like that, where it's just all 3 of them just sitting almost in a perfect triangle, almost right at the bottom of main
Pretty
stairs.
much, yeah.
You see Prod just chilling behind the wall. It's like, I know how this ends. There's only one way this happens, or there's only one way this goes. Unless Siege just decides he goes back to that Gasher quote earlier. Sometimes the game just says no, unless Prod threw the C4 and it just didn't go off, which can happen sometimes. Not so much anymore. It used to be a problem much earlier on in the game's life cycle, but that would have been a strong intervention from the Siege Lords. Thankfully, it didn't happen. We got a nice clip from it. And Prod got 4 kills.
Prod indeed getting himself a quad in the first round. So, moving into this next round, we'll be setting ourselves up inside of the server in cache for our second bomb site. Butter's setting up some barbed wire outside of the server window. Standard reinforcement, standard procedure here for PogChamp. Nothing too out of the ordinary. You got your 4 garage walls, 2 server walls, 2 what's it called? Cache walls. The 1 wall that separates garage and oh my god, I thought Butters just hit that. Oh my god. If he hit that, I would have lost full.
If that somehow would have topped that definitely would have topped Prod's triple C4. That might have topped Burr's shot earlier.
I think it would have.
That would have been something. Didn't hit it though.
Absolutely sick. Yeah.
Located.
You got very close to it.
You got relatively close.
Yeah, it was like a centimeter off, if I had to guess.
All right, well.
Meanwhile,
so Wimpy just sprayed through the wall, kill Butters.
Yeah, I think there might have been a drone from someone that gave him the call, and Jolton's gonna get lit up to 75, or lit up by 75 HP, dropping him down to about 25. Not a good start here for Jolton in round number 2, but he's still got both of those nades, so he's gonna have to be very careful for how he wants to progress throughout the rest of this round. And I don't think they're aware of this flank coming from main stairs, but Nyx is opting to rotate away, realizing that his team is just falling everywhere on the bomb site. Tossing up a C4, don't know if it's going to hit, but it actually gets shot out of the air by the sledge of Wimpy. So now as Nyx starts to rotate up the stairs, that's going to be the smoke of Trippin rotating into cache. This is not looking good here at all for PogChamp. This could go into the hands of the favelas.
Yeah, it's not looking great. Nick's losing that C4, losing a lot of HP, and his life all subsequently. It's all up to Trippin to clutch this out. He gets one. That's on a Joel, but he's already on low HP. This is where the real fight begins, especially because you have no smoke canisters left. Thankfully, they're pushing from construction, so he has some time to plan as much as one can plan in this situation. But again, there's not much he can do. He'll down the sledge, but walks right into the armor of Beastly. It was an admirable effort, to say the least, and honestly, maybe if he had more ammo, would have come away with it, but the SMG-11 shoots too fast and has too little ammo to make that happen. The favela's even at 1-1.
Like a night and day difference from round number 1 to round number 2 for the favelas. It's like they just don't, like, they didn't know how to like do anything for the basement attack, but the moment it came to attacking cache and server, they're just all over the place. Everything is just falling into their hands. Very well done. And 4 of them are able to pick up at least 1 frag. So well done to DS Lucas for that 2-piece. Wimpy, Beastly, and Fish find themselves on the board, and the last, Jolton at the bottom, 0-2. I didn't hate on Jolton, but, you know, that's just how it went for that round. So
That's just how it happens sometimes.
yeah.
He got the wall open.
Yeah, they did. They did get the wall open, and it was very well done. Jolton losing, I don't even know where he got a lot of his HP get taken down from, because he was over on Highway, I think, wasn't he?
Probably, I don't know. Getting the wall, maybe. I don't know.
Defenders, protect
No,
your
but yeah,
bombs
he was
from
already
being
off the
defused
wall
by
at that
attackers.
Where did he release that HP from? Thinking about it now.
I don't
It
know.
must have been cache. It must have been server window. Like somebody
Maybe.
just peeked it, then ran away. Because
Yeah.
you know, Uzu. I think there are a few players in the lobby who that might be the play they'd go for. They might just go for a quick peek out a window and just run away.
I mean, you never know.
You never know for sure.
Yeah, because Jolton died. I think it might have been Jarvis, because he's the only one that has an assist. So
5 seconds remaining.
You're like a detective breaking this down right now.
that's the only thing that I
Like
can
Joel
think
lost
of,
HP.
'cause
Need a bomb and defuse it.
Trippin got the kill, but Jarvis
Jarvis has an assist. Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Well played. I applaud you on
played
your
indeed.
efforts there. Got Batman
Maybe I should be
in the
your,
Batman in the call.
maybe I should be your detective when you become a lawyer.
That's always something I've seen in TV shows where like The Wire, especially because that's the most recent show I watched where this happened. But the lawyer's got a personal private investigator, and I'm like, is that a thing that people do? Now, obviously it's a show, and I'm only 19, so you know what the heck do I know? But I'm like, is that a thing?
Attackers
Are there just
located a
lawyers or
bomb.
firms that have private investigators to like investigate people? 'Cause that seems kind of shady. I don't like that. I don't know.
I mean,
Either way,
Yeah,
beside
I mean,
the point.
it's less work that the lawyer has to do. They'll just have somebody do the dirty work for them.
The lawyer's not sitting outside someone's house at
Yeah.
5 o'clock in the morning with binoculars,
Well, yeah,
watching their
on a
car roll out
stakeout.
the driveway.
They're on hour 23 of a 24-hour stakeout, and something finally happens.
Jim, you've been wanting to doc review for 12 hours. I'm on a job right now. I've got a job to do.
Got a job to do, Jane. I don't know why her name has
Come
to
on,
be Jane.
Jane.
I've been watching this show called Jane the Virgin. So
Oh yeah, I've heard that show.
that show's hilarious, dude. It actually plays out like a telenovela. Oh my god.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's absolutely amazing. It's incredible. Some of the things that happen in that show.
Well, if you're listening, show recommendation for you. Recommendation though. Butters, back up. Good. He followed my recommendation. He didn't die to the grenade, and he's continuing to hold his position. Down Fish. Might not be able to secure the kill. Spots his leg for a second, but he's able to walk around that metal sheet. Thankfully, the Jaeger's holding the angle, so it's much harder to revive him. Butters picks up a kill on the Beastly. And a C4 as well flies over. Fish is inadvertently baiting his teammates into the waiting arms of the defense. The Fuse are now trapped inside of construction due to that series of unfortunate events. Wimpy could be the third, technically the fourth to fall victim to this play coming out inside of construction. Nobody's going for it on the defense, so he'll thankfully be able to revive Fish.
It's like Saving Private Ryan, man.
Just, that's actually good. That's a good analogy. I could not make a better analogy there. You're all right. That's basically the plot of Saving Private Ryan.
But instead of Saving Private Ryan, it's Saving Private Fish.
Well,
That's not that's ironic. The Jaeger dying to a nade.
indeed it is. Shrapnel flies into Butters. He's dead now. 3v3. basically an even 3v3. When you look at how much damage each side has taken, you know, one guy on each on 25 HP, one guy on 50. Their fifth is one kill, almost two, but DS Lucas gets that. DS Lucas gets it.
What just happened?
And the round's over. It's over now. You thought we were gonna keep going? We were gonna have an execute? You were wrong. It's over now.
That's something that would happen in a
What just happened?
Oh my god, dude. Fish baked two of his teammates to their death. Private Ryan gets picked up, finds one, and then everything just comes through from DS Lucas.
Until like the final 5 seconds, I was like, PogChamp is winning this round. And then they lost.
Well, that's 2 in a row here for the Favelas. We'll be heading back into Church and Arsenal, which is the bomb site that PogChamp has only been able to win here. And for the Favelas, they've already gotten their 2 standard procedure round wins in the first quarter.
Did their job.
Yeah. Given the way that round number 1 played, I'm expecting for PogChamp to tie it up here. But who knows? Maybe given the way that Favelas have been able to compose themselves these previous 2 rounds. Stop nitroing me. I don't know, Zoltan. I mean, that's kind of on you, man.
That's what you get for being the only one with the Favelas in your name.
Exactly. That's what you have for having
get the
TF
memo.
in your name. You did not get the memo at all.
That is the question, whether or not PogChamp will get this round. Because obviously, if you have a solid short-term memory, you'll recall that the big portion of that round was Prod getting a triple C4 on the bottom of main stairs. Now, I don't think that can be replicated 2 times in a row. I have seen crazier things happen, and I mean, it's not the same situation as, you know, somebody fragging out, getting a 3K. They definitely should have won. It's just Prod sitting behind a wall, doing a basic default C4, and the members of Favelas stacking up at the bottom. I think you might still get 1 kill there, but I hope the Favelas won't make that same mistake. I mean, you even have Fish just getting an early entry. He might be the one to fall victim, pushing bottom main early on. He's just kind of face-checking right now. He does have a drone right in front of him, checking bar. But so yeah, I think it's really the question. Is PogChamp's defense strong enough not to rely on that singular play? Because the other 2 rounds haven't looked that way. But if they are, in Basement, they're just a really good team, and Nick still doesn't get picked off on the roam, as he definitely will. Jolton holding that angle, won't die to a C4. He'll get his first kill of the match instead. Might be looking up for the Favelas.
Jolton is finally on the board, and Nyx falls here, which is a pretty nice pick, because that's the Legion gone, and there will be no more Gumites for the next 2 minutes of this round, so very well played to come out there from Jolton. And that's a pretty high-impact frag, if I had to say so.
Yeah, I'd agree as well, pretty solid. Also, that was a top fragger from the previous map. Obviously, Prod has taken that domain for the moment, but still, Nyx is... I imagine his skill hasn't dramatically dropped off since the last map, so not having to worry about him will be a boon for the attacking team. It's also looking like they're diversifying their push a little bit. Some more pressure over towards blue and stock, but that same telltale, you know, presence over on main stairs and above kitchen hatch. So really just all over the board for the Favelas. They've had some success with that opening pick, but now they have to transition it into a round win. Evil Eye will be spotted. Looks like it'll start to be destroyed. Fish makes his entry down the bottom of main stairs. They're not all clumping together, so that much we can be happy about. And they'll also drop down Moto. Now, once they get this cage charge out of the way, Church Wall will be free, and that'll be a massive gift to the attacking team to get this execute down. And probably, it's still potentially, depending on how Prod plays this, could go the defense's way. But once this wall gets open, this is going to be a big thing for the defense. But Trippin's going to get a big kill for him as well. Fish on the bottom main.
Why?
Falls. I don't know either. He walks in front of Moto. Loses a lot of HP. Jolton takes a lot of damage as well, but it's beastly to take him down. There goes the Maverick. Prod with the refrag. It's a 3v3. Diffuser down inside, right below Moto hatch.
Like, why do you Maverick the bottom first? And then, like, you're not even giving Fish a chance to really defend himself. You just start mavericking the top part, but it's not really...
It's like the middle instead of the top.
Yeah, like... you're just giving him a great crouch angle here to utilize against your team. You basically solidified the fact for the defenders to win. DS is down, basically finds one. It's an effective 2v2, but DS can pick himself back up. Jarvis is able to find one. The plant isn't coming down. Wimpy will fall here. And the plant's actually coming down, and Prod is aware of this. Wow. Easy win. Easy win.
Yeah, that
Maverick hole is the sole reason.
At first, I didn't think about it. I saw him opening up the bottom, and I just didn't think about it. But then the moment he started, it's like my brain caught back up. He started doing the middle. I was like, wait, did he start at the bottom? Then he did the middle, and I was like, why is he doing it there? And then Fish died, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be a thing, isn't it? And it was. Prod just kind of sat there, and the Mavericks' own holes gave him at least 2 kills, I think. Might be wrong. Prod's been having a great game so far, though. On the Cade as well. Doing his best Max impression.
Honestly. Yeah.
Shout out.
Shout out to Max. That kid's going to go far in this game, man.
I hope he does.
I think he will.
I think if he does, depending on how he does in the next season or whatever he decides to play, don't know where it will be. Maybe it's CL, maybe it's CCS again. Who knows? Depending on how he does in his second season, if he doesn't even have to do as well, but if he's still fairly consistent and consistently good, I think Max is going to do really well. Obviously, because we just need one more season to ensure that this wasn't a fluke, and Max just wasn't having a really good couple months. But if he gets that second season, I think we can ensure that he's going to be around for a good bit, hopefully.
Ooh. The second map between Oblation and Gatekeepers is on Coastline.
Who won the first?
Gatekeepers by a score of 8-7, and the last round was flawless. So, the way things are going, I think it might be Gatekeepers 2-0ing Oblation. But it is Coastline. You know, it's a map where a lot of structure just gets tossed out the window, really. So, I don't know. We'll have to see for that map. That game, if you guys are interested, is over on twitch.tv/CCS esports. But if you want to keep watching PogChamp versus Favelas, you know, you're more than welcome to right here. So thank you if you do. Big shout out to y'all. And
big
round
ups.
number 5, yeah, big ups to y'all. Round number 5 gonna be played out inside the gym bedroom as PogChamp is looking to secure their 3rd round win. You got the sludge of Wimpy already ascending the rafter stairs inside of the garage. He's gonna go ahead and take in his drone from lounge. Set up a flank drone inside a garage, so that way should Wimpy fall here, he'll have that one to help out his team should anyone from PogChamp try to retreat and flank through the garage.
Fish as well looking to make the entry over by Jim. There is a lonely Prod sitting in the corner to the very hard close right of him. You'll have to contend with that, but it doesn't look like anything is really happening so far. It's mainly over on the CCTV and cache side. Just the attacker slowly waiting, burning utility, opening up the wall. The impact grenade will fly out, but it did not get the ace charge. That's a key angle open. Nick's now in a much more uncomfortable position. Not untenable, not unwinnable, but he's still much, much worse off than he was before. Looks like he's still planning to try to get a little bit aggressive, though, holding the angle, waiting for someone to show their shins so he can just take them down, kneecap them, and drop them to the floor. He just waits. He'll continue sitting there alongside the aid of the Jaeger, but he gets the open hit onto Wimpy. The sledge already used a couple of his frag grenades, so mostly just a body for the execute that will now be lost. All of them in the hands of Jolton, with the CCTV cache hold for now is rock solid. Never mind.
Well, for the time being, they burned off 2 minutes, so
True.
They're in pretty good hands here. They've also taken out care of Wimpy, who is another set of nades. And now that there's not going to be any more nades to be utilized throughout the remainder of this round outside of Jolton's 1, they're in pretty good standing. And it looks to be that the smoke of Trippin has expended all of his shotgun shells. At least that's what I heard. I think he said out of mags, if I had to guess. But right now it's currently a 4v4. The time is slowly waning in favor of PogChamp with every second that ticks. And now Fifth is trying to see what he can do here. Finds one in the bathroom, Jarvis! Good night, my friend, but you're getting quickly traded by Prod, as Prod will drop now. No C4 in hand. Just checking to see if there's any attackers below. A Toxic Babe will get reached out. There's one inside of Logistics, and down's going to go Butters. Advantage in favor of the Favelas, but Diaz Lucas is down. He'll have to pick himself back up as BC is waiting, but there goes Prod on the next frag. 2v2 here, excuse me. And now Prod is trying to fight as Trippin is able to secure one, but down goes Trippin. It's a 1v1 here between Trippin and Prod and Beastly. 5 seconds to go. Prod is reaching all the way down. Prod is going to lose the gunfights! Favelas are on top, Prod. You lose that? What? Bex Dog on top.
I'm gonna be real. I don't know what to say to that one. Two old men shooting each other.
No Country for Old Men.
No Country for Old Men. Good movie. Awkward gunfight, that was. SMG 11, man. It gets you sometimes. That's...
Oh my god. I thought he was going to keep running down the staircase.
I thought he was too.
Or at least maybe move to kitchen? I don't know. Wow. That is incredible.
I mean, he probably made like the right decision turning to fight because... I don't know. It's one of those... The timing is so weird there. I mean, the ace vaulting over, sure, you can't really turn and kill him as he's running down the stairs, but maybe there is a chance he's able to get Prod with his back turned while he's running down as the moment he hits the floor and is able to round the corner, but I don't know. That was... I don't know. That's... I really expected Prod to win that.
I did too. He had everything going in his favor, and then he botched it. Wow.
Hey, you know what though? He had a shotgun. Might have been easier.
Might have been. Very possible indeed. That had PogChamp written all over it.
Yeah, it did.
And then Fish and Beast just said, nah. It's our time to shine here. Step off. We're taking this one for the team. And then Beastly literally put the team on his back.
Fish just at bedroom window is like, oh, Jarvis is in the bathroom. No, he's not.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
That's a dead Canadian man right there.
May he rest in peace. He's still a Maestro, so same role as last time. The sound on that hatch was weird. I did not like the way
I think Wimpy used the power of the Pickle Dog. Are you familiar with Wimpy and the Pickle Dog?
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Man.
Is that similar to Karn off an iced coffee?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Pickle Dog, for those of you who might not know, Carter, this is you. So Wimpy has had some very interesting dinner plates where it's a hot dog in between two pickles, and he's got like mayo and ketchup, and it's just disgusting.
Is that a thing he ate?
Yes.
He ate that?
Yes.
It's like I heard one of my friends last night ate Oreos and ketchup. It's like the equivalent of that. I don't know. People who eat weird food are weird. It seems kind of self-explanatory, but I think we can all agree on that.
Actually, no, I lied. It's a literal pickle inside of a hot dog bun.
Here, I was gonna say
for you.
Pickle in between hot dog in between two pickles. I was like, I don't know how mathematically that one works out, but I'll take your word for it. Wimpy, using that power, has cleared out cash much more successfully than he did last time. If you recall, Nick's got the opening pick, but he didn't anymore. Now he has to rotate out. Still a 5-5 going into the final minute. And Fish is on main bedroom window as well. He was able to work a pick here last time. There's quite a bit more guns trained towards that opening than there were previously. Really, this is just a stalemate right now. Nobody has an edge at the moment. So yeah, this is really just who can work a pick first, is I think the name of the game.
Wimpy getting the opening pick here. Down goes Prod, the man of the hour for PogChamp. So no C4, no more SMG 11 for the man. And he will be down for the count. 40 seconds remain here as Trippin is still fighting up against the Maverick, who seemingly just only opened up Jacuzzi to make a horizontal line of the site. I think Wimpy's trying to get rid of some utility by tossing that second nade in there. Wimpy's going to find another pick here yet again as Fish is able to bite the dust here. Down by Jarvis, and Nyx is going to shut down Wimpy, so it's an effective 3v3. Toxic Bait is coming all over the board. Nyx still inside of logistics, just raining down Hellfire. Trying to find a fourth, which he'll do so. Finally, Jarvis is there to clean it up. It's an effective 3v. It's an effective 3-3 scoreline. There's no clear victor heading into the second half here.
No, there is not. Not kind of similar way to how Oregon panned out going into the half. It wasn't really quite certain who might have an edge. There was a potential for a Favela's comeback, but it is dead locked right now going into the second half. PogChamp, their attack, though, looks like they'll have to deal with a CCTV defense first. It's got all the fixing. It's got the Jaeger, the Wamai, the Malusi, the Mute, and the Maestro. Pretty much everything you'd expect from a defense. Might see a 6-pick. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see one. It's a fairly standard lineup. No real need to change anything, but it looks like DS Lucas and Jolt might be giving it a bit of a good think. Bit of a thought about, do we 6-pick? No, they won't. They'll stick it, and no 6-pick will come out on either side. And again, you don't really need to. You pretty much have the essentials on, well, all across the board on the attack and the defense. You've got, you got the Maverick, his frag grenades combined with the Ace for hard breaching, Sledge with his frag grenades, Zofia and Ash for staff destruction, utility burn, all those sorts of things. It's all you could want from a lineup.
It's a very good map. Very, very close between the two teams. And
at first, I thought you just meant Clubhouse. Like, it's a good map, and I was like,
I mean that too. But yeah, like this map, like in particular, like we're watching between these two teams, it's been very well played so far by the both of them. You know, it's also interesting to see that no one on the side of the favelas is really hard carrying, as we saw Fish earlier. Prod is kind of hard carrying here. He's got Nyx and Trippin backing him up as long as Jarvis. Butters has kind of cooled down after what we saw in map 1. And Praj is having a field day today. He's been on one all day.
Yeah, map 2 is definitely more so than Oregon has definitely been his time to shine on the Maverick right now, so we'll see if he's able to continue that shine onto his attacking half. Not exactly the most glamorous or sexy of roles, that much is to be certain. Unless you're into Maverick tricking. You're just a really big fan of that. Well, no disrespect there. Solid play. But DS Lucas is on the Jaeger, something decidedly more flashy. Playing inside Master Bedroom in construction right now. Has been spotted. There was one outside Jacuzzi Wall, though. He'll rappel up, so he's left kind of to play there with impunity, at least for the moment. Next, rotating over to Logic, could go for the cutoff, but it's going to be a bit too late. DS Lucas spells the end of Butters. The Sledge and one of those sets of frag grenades is going to fall to the floor and clatter. No longer able to be utilized by the attacking team. The opening pick goes in the favor of the Favelas.
So now Zofia of Nyx starting to progress their way through into construction, as Jolson is going to lurk below and lounge. Possibly rotate up towards garage, maybe. But it looks to me that the execute might be coming down pretty soon here. There's been a smoke grenade that got tossed in from Trippin, I believe. This Trippin's going to be sitting inside of Master Bedroom, looking all the way through into Cash, tossing out a second smoke grenade. Now Prod is just awaiting anyone right outside of the server balcony. He's in a good position to do so, but he'll get caught off guard here a little bit by Fish. Finally down and finished off before Beastly finishes off Nyx, and down goes Beastly as well to Trippin. So it's now a 4v2 for the defending squad. This is not looking good here for Trippin and Jarvis, who's also with Jarvis on very low HP, and I don't think... Okay, he's aware of Wimpy. Somehow Wimpy just loses that. And Jarvis just gets his back blown out.
How did he lose that?
I don't know, man. I don't think Wimpy had his pickle dog today.
He must not have. I mean, you saw it. He was just sitting in a corner, and all the defenders were looking at him. Like, they were like, "All right, come out with your hands up." You know, it's like in Django Unchained when Christoph Waltz and Jamie Foxx are in the bar, and they've got it's after they kill the sheriff, and then you've just got literally like 40 people all with guns lined around the saloon. It was like that inside of Cash. They were all just like, "We know you're there. Just come on out." And he did. And he killed one of them, which I, again, don't know how, but it didn't really matter in the long run because Jarvis was on a hair's worth of HP.
Yeah, Trippin is Christoph Waltz in that situation, and Wimpy is the sheriff.
Yes. Though Christoph Waltz obviously goes on to live longer in the movie, so he... Not an exact one-to-one impression, but he did his best attempt at it.
Yes.
Basement will be it'll be a solid chance. Go for a second time. You want to try the impression game, start to impersonate a win, or something that looks like a win. Is there wasn't much in that round for PogChamp that looked like a W.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Is there something with like Siege, or is it just like I've been witnessing to some of the CCS streams here, where like the overlay just
It like loads in top down.
It just takes forever.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it does that. I can't explain it.
It happens to me too whenever I observe, like whenever I observe like the SI match for Intero, and when I was doing it for like that day.
Yeah.
It was just doing that for almost
It's
every
like
single
a
round, like
it's like a CRT TV. Like it loads like it goes top to bottom the way it is.
yeah.
I don't know. I do not know why it does that. I already got my ranting about the overlay earlier when I talked about the 0.25 millimeters that they decided to move up in the in-game overlay, so now it overlaps the pre-made overlays for a lot of people.
Yeah,
again,
I can see that. Yeah.
I mean, I guess they moved it up for the 5v5. That it's actually not there. Looking at it now.
Yeah, I think CDC might have
Are you
disabled
able to turn that off?
I think so.
I didn't know you could turn that off.
Unless it's just bugged and it's just not showing.
I've never seen a bug with it not show.
I don't know.
I don't know. Here's the thing though. I think we've been just fine without it.
It does make things a little bit easier, but I'm looking over at the main Rainbow Six stream, comparing it to ours and CCS's stream, and the Rainbow Six has it, but us and CCS don't, which is strange. I think you can turn it off because I think Keglanek, who was observing for me for SI quals, I think he did turn it off. So
there's our answer. That's true. Prod opens up the hatch. Tried to come up with a transition there, but I really couldn't do anything, so it was more like a John Mulaney, just like changing topics entirely. Prod is opening the hatch because Prod is Maverick, and that is what Maverick does. Tripping on Ace, looking like he's going to push down main stairs. He'll rotate back up. That we'll likely be seeing him push down there at some point, though, with those Selma charges. He's probably going to use it on Church Wall. It's usually what happens. Nyx has assumed the traditional Zofia position on blue stairs, contesting with Fish of the Jaeger behind Generator. And I said earlier how this position is much easier to clear due to the ADS change, but if you still only have one person trying to clear him out, it's just as hard as it was before. Normally, to make it easy, you need a Capital, but it's going to be much harder if you got Fish who can just land his shots whenever he damn well pleases. Sophia's the opening pick, and Favela's got that one.
Yeah, Nick's gonna have to rethink about how he wants to peek Fish there. Who's surprisingly, although Fish hasn't been flashy in this particular series, he's been hitting some crazy shots lately. That's just incredible.
He's a very good player, all around. Don't think anyone, or very mechanically talented player. Don't think anyone would take that away from him. Now they push down to blue because he's rotated now. But he's rotated back in the exact right time for him. Wrong for the enemy team, but now right for PogChamp. Prod able to throw a frag grenade right over. The Jaeger died. It's a 4v4. Only 30 seconds left. The defense are in a very solid position to try and win this out and just stall for as long as they can. Made easier by Jolt and C4 and the AUG soon after. It's 2v4. Prod takes a lot of HP and damage, is able to get the kill inside of Dirt. Looks like this is going to be another Favelas round. We're moving up 3-5, and yes, Jarvis falls to the MP5 DS Lucas. That's a 5v3 for the Favelas.
Indeed it is. And the Favelas, like, you know, they're a lot better at Clubhouse compared to Oregon, which is strange because when they played Oblation in the first match of stage 2, they were just really good on both Oregon and Clubhouse, if I remember correctly. And then I think that Favelas, they've just always been a really good Clubhouse team. For PogChamp, they're kind of struggling here. They went 3 for 3 on their defense. Butter's just not having a good time here on Clubhouse. Same for Jarvis. Next, he's been up and down. And then, you know, Trippin's just doing whatever he can on support, fragging, opening walls, planting. So Favelas are only 2 rounds away here from progressing us into map number 3, which will be Coastline. And if it does get into map number 3, I think the Favelas might be able to take it.
Attackers need to locate.
I think they might as well.
That's if we get there, though.
That's true. We could see a PogChamp comeback. In order to deny Favela's match point, they would have to win the next 4 rounds all in a row. Because if Favelas get even one more, we'll have to settle this in overtime if PogChamp decide to mount the comeback once that happens. It's gym bedroom, since, well, they won cash and basement. Where else are you going to go? They're going to gym bedroom. BC's also on the Goyo. That's an operator we saw somewhat throughout today's series. Not so much on Clubhouse, I do believe. Haven't seen it much on either side. He's got a C4 in his pocket, and it's being utilized, the shields as well, to aid the CCTV and cash hold. Hopefully it's a bit more successful this go-around than PogChamps was on their second time. But the utility they have dedicated to it, it looks like it might be. Obviously, there's a bit of a difference. The Lamais, you don't have the same burning of projectiles. You can put some ADSs in there, but it's just less in quantity if PogChamp are coordinated in clearing those out. But those Goyos as well, you will have to dedicate, you know, some Zofia lifelines there, maybe an Ash charge or two, or all else fails if things have gone extremely poorly. Maybe a frag grenade, or I doubt we'll get to that point though. But again, it's a possibility.
Bomb located by attackers.
First half minute of play is going to eclipse here, as it looks to be Prod on the Mavericks still trying to get open the jacuzzi wall. Butter taking a little bit of damage. I think that might have come from Fish, maybe, if not Beastly. I don't know. He took a little bit of damage, and Butter's gonna have to rotate over to impact the jacuzzi wall since Prod is already done with that. Now you currently have Fish sitting inside of logistics, just waiting for anyone to come over towards the hatch and peek him, which honestly, it's a pretty hard gunfight to win as an attacker. I'm not gonna lie. Because if that defender already has themselves positioned and you're not aware of exactly where they're playing, it's so tough to win out that angle. And right now, PogChamp are just sending in drones, making sure of where these defenders are playing. So far, it looks like they've only got eyes on where Fish is. I'm pretty sure they're aware of certain players playing inside of the bomb site, but a majority of PogChamp is all outside of Jacuzzi. Meanwhile, you got the Ash of Jarvis already progressing up the main stairs. I don't know if anyone's on the main camp.
That's a good question. Has it been shot as well? I'm not personally sure, but if it has not been shot, that'll be good for the defense. But if it has, Jarvis might go unread in this position. Zofia stun will blind Fish. You'll still see one light Prod up on the hatch, but won't be able to take him down. Finally gets finished. Fish isn't going to take that. He tries to go for the second, but the Thermite is too quick around the corner. It's a 3v2, but it's not in the favor of PogChamp. It's in the favor of the Favelas. Now it's in the favor of, well, nobody. Just a 1v1. Trades light up the scoreboard, and Butters is to try and continue. Beastly with only 35 seconds left, but Beastly goes for the C4 rip at the exact wrong time with the wrong angle. Butters on PogChamp is watching that. That's an easy gunfight for him to win. Easiest gunfight of the match right here.
No contestation, nothing to go against him, just a C4 that he has to kill, or a C4 in the arms of a man that he has to kill. And Butters is quick enough to the trigger, and he is able to pull it in time. So, PogChamp, stop the bleeding for the time being. And they will decrease their deficit to just one round here. No match point yet here for the Favelas.
I'm getting word, by the way, Uzu. Crow just DM'd me. He just goes, bro, Gatekeepers might be about to beat Oblation.
They are, because currently it's 4-2 right now for the Gatekeepers, and the Gatekeepers started off on defense, and it's coastline, and now they're switching over to the attack.
Could happen.
That's pretty scary for Oblation. Because
it would certainly be better than Gatekeeper's previous run.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
In the NSG tournament, that is. In the tournament the month prior. I actually don't remember how Oblation did. Think about it now.
I think they won, didn't they?
I don't believe they did.
I'm pretty sure that they won last NSG tournament. I don't know. Maybe Bob can correct me on that if I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know why it's slipping my mind right now. I just know Gatekeepers got knocked out in semis. And in terms of that matchup, that's what I remember specifically. But again, going back to this matchup, fellas, going for a CCTV and cash defense. It went their way the previous time.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
I almost said this was the round where Fish baited his teammate, but that was when they were on the attack when that happened.
Yeah.
Defense, it was a much different story. Obviously, culminating in them winning. Oh wait, no, that was
the last time we were here was Jolton getting the final pick inside of stocks.
Yeah, no, and that was a trip and stuck in the corner, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's what it was. I remember now. On the A, off of the A's, he's on the Thermite now.
Yeah.
You like that
Also
adjustment?
looking over at
Oh,
looking over at the main stream, it's currently 2-1 for Disrupt on Oregon, and Disrupt did win map number 1, so they just need to win 5 more rounds to progress themselves into the grand finals.
Do you know what the first map score was?
7-3, I think. 7-4.
Yeah, it's about what I expected. Or it's about
Somewhere
what
around
I
there.
did and am expecting.
Yeah. Wimpy goes down. He's been having a pretty below average day for his taste.
Yeah. It has been great, to say the least. This is about generally consistent with his performance across the previous 2 maps, that also including the best of 1 that they played before this series against PogChamp, so starting off on an early disadvantage is not going to be something Favelas is screaming to do and very excited about, but they're still in fairly solid position. The garage control in their favor, 2 inside of sight, and 1 down below could go for a flank. I think that's DS Lucas down inside of Secret. Yes, now he's rotating back up. Back at Bread, the Marusi also down below, so again, they still have a fair bit to play with, and PogChamp is stalling out right now, but again, that's to be expected. They're just figuring things out, reading intel, getting their drones into construction where the next aspect of their push is coming from. Still in their favor, but Favelas has, as I said earlier, a lot they can still do and work with to try and make this comeback.
Kind of Dalton just crip walking down below inside a lounge. Meanwhile, the rest of the most of the PogChamp attack is trying to come in from construction. But Nyx doesn't have any more nades in his artillery. Prod does have nades, but Trippin will fall here. So unfortunately, PogChamp will not be allowed to open up construction after a C4 gets blasted. Dalton with a great pick onto Trippin.
And this is now the risk of not focusing on garage. If the construction push doesn't work out, you don't have to deal with that player who's just sitting inside. 2 kills go to the favor of PogChamp, though, both from Nyx, and now Beastly is stuck in an effective 1v4. He's got the Alda, a great weapon to do so, and 1 impact grenade if he so chooses, but a lot of things are happening all around him, maybe too much to contend with. Nash charge down below, and he can't even land his shots. Butters gets the final 2, 1 was down, but final kill.
How did they win this?
I don't know. I want to be completely honest with you. I literally do not know how they just won that round. I mean, they couldn't open construction wall, and Fish was still in garage. Like, that is like the definition of a winning position. Sure, plat wall is open. That's like the only thing that could have gone better for them. But even then, we've seen plenty of teams with plat wall open and have that, you know, lack of garage control and lack of construction wall just completely fail because they can only push in through CC window or construction doorway, maybe with someone sitting on plat wall watching the angle. And often that's not enough to counter it. And they still won.
I think it's just over-aggression from the Favelas and just, I think, just not being aware of their situation and where they're currently placing themselves, maybe. I don't know, but Butter should not be allowed to get 2 right there at the end. That's just ridiculous right now, and it's now tied up. We're at the penultimate round of 5-5.
I mean, Nyx even pushed it himself. He got 2. It was It was 2 double kills to end that. Obviously, the final 2 from Butters and the previous 2 from Nyx. So it was just, I guess it was just, you know, they were like, hey, we can only push through 2 doorways. Might as well make the most of the situation. So Nyx just pushes in. He's like, oh, I got 2 kills because they weren't looking at me or for whatever reason. This can actually work now. So sometimes, I guess, sometimes that happens. That's just how things go. Sometimes gunfights that probably should go your way or positions you should be watching, either they just don't go your way or those positions don't get watched. It is what it is. But now you've allowed PogChamp to even at 5-5. You've lost Jim. You've lost Cash. This is the final bomb site that Favelas have where PogChamp have not won. But if they're able to turn this, and the attacking team, I mean, are able to turn this into a 3-round win streak, PogChamp are now on match point, and they have successfully, at least for the moment, made the comeback and secured overtime.
This is not looking good for the Favelas at all right now in the past 2 rounds. These were rounds that are honestly in their favor.
Yeah.
And they're just not utilizing the fact that they have the advantage. They're getting too cocky, I think. They're getting too, you know, loose, like not loose, but they're just getting too confident, and it's just biting them in the butt.
Yeah.
So moving on into round number 11, Butters will take control of the Zofia as Nick will be back on the sledge. I think they came to a mutual agreement for that. Fish is going to get spotted out now, sitting behind the generator from Butters. So Butters will be tasked with killing Fish right now. Some ace charges are popping off, I believe, on the hatch. If I'm not mistaken. Oh no, ace hasn't even played them. What did I just hear? I swear, I thought I heard like a summer charge being hit somewhere. I'm losing my mind, man. Either way, the ash from Jarvis is gonna blast the ADSs from the generator, which is a pretty newfound trick that's recently came up. I actually like that trick a lot.
Burning them, then using an ash charge once they're burned to blow it up. Is that what you mean, or?
Oh no, like you just shoot the ash charge on the generator roll, and then the shrapnel reaches around the backside and gets rid of any utility. So like right there, both ADSs were there, but they didn't get used or burned at all. They just died because of Jarvis' dash charge.
Huh. I didn't know that. Well, that's a new trick that you all can learn if you didn't already. Basically, we'll get nixed though, and Butters will finally, that blue push will finally work out. Fish falls, and second one for Butters as well. He's just cutting people down left and right. Dirt is the next object of ire for him that he'll want to try and deal with. I believe that's a Wimpy playing inside of there. Toxic Babe will fly out. Only one left in his pocket, but 40 seconds left. Not a lot of time he has to delay. Just simply there's not much time left, but there's a lot of kills in the pocket of Butters. Jolton got a C4, but it's the Butters show so far. Finally gets taken down by Jolton. The Trippin gets the refrag. It's a 1v1. It's all up the prod. He spots the Maestro, both on 50 HP. Maverick has to recover the diffuser, which was left inside the bomb site. No frag grenades. This is just about getting the plant or baiting it out and getting the kill onto Beastly. That's the game Prod has to play. Beastly, though, he's got time and 2 impact grenades. Not often something you think of getting the kill, but he prepped one, goes for the rotate, try and bait it out. The pros don't fake, and Prod is most certainly a pro. He sticks down the diffuser, goes for the spot. You can see him right at the moment an impact grenade flies by his face. He gets the kill onto Beastly and completes the 3 attacking rounds in a row. Now PogChamp are on match point. The comeback is 1 round from completion, and for PogChamp to win this series and send the Favelas to the loser's bracket.
I have no words for what the Favelas are doing right now. It's just absolutely incredible how they've managed to go up 5-3, and now they've lost 3 in a row, and they're on the verge of losing 4 in a row. I mean, sure, you know, you can blame it on the fact that they're playing with a sub and Fish, sure, but still, like, you're not losing your in-game leader. Fish hasn't been terrible.
No, Fish has been I mean, again, not nearly as strong as Didn't Ask, but he's been one of the stronger players this lineup. Obviously, kills can be deceiving. What you see on the scoreboard might not actually be indicative of the full scope of work a player could or could not be putting in. But since that's mainly what we have to go off of, we're not in their comms. Fish has certainly been showing up. Just the overall strategy and coordination coming out of the Favelas isn't, and unfortunately, that's the thing that matters the most sometimes. Well, not sometimes, all the time, really, most of the time.
Wow, Gatekeepers are up 6-2 versus Oblation on Coastline. And they're up 5-3 in man count on the final round, potentially. Unless Yeti, Benji, and Vivid are able to come away with something, but Vivid goes down easily by Rexavy. Bear just has been off today. I don't know what's going on with him right now, but it's GG. They won 7-2 on Coastline. They 2-0'd them.
5 seconds
wow.
Before insertion.
So at least they still have the losers bracket to go through. Oblation are not done just yet. They'll be going up again. Let's see. Who do they go against? C30? Oh, okay. They'll be waiting a while tomorrow. Moving on to this matchup though, PogChamp have won 3 in a row. And Favelas have just not looked good at all these last 3 rounds. I don't know what's gotten into them, but everyone on PogChamp has really risen up here. And they've really been laying down their foot, and they're just looking very strong here against the Favelas. And PogChamp are also playing with 2 subs.
Yeah. Obviously, one of them is Nyx, who, up until very recently, was the IGL of the team. So yes, it is a sub, but it's not a sub in the traditional sense. This is someone who was, you know, IGLing the team. That's a pretty core thing. And obviously, PogChamp saw a fair amount of T3 success during their time outside of CL with Nick's on the roster. So he'll be a welcome addition. And then Butters as well is a good player in his own right. So yeah, they're playing with subs, and that can have an impact, but you always have to consider who the subs are playing, or who the subs are going into this. But it's that blue push again that Butters managed to work out last time. I believe that's either Fish or DS Lucas. It's DS Lucas sitting there right around the corner, not behind the generator. Lucy will be spotted, but the Jaeger not so. He'll rotate behind Gen. Hopefully for DS Lucas, Butters didn't spot him. This will be a strong position to try and take the Zofia off guard and waste a bit more time. Other than that, PogChamp, they're just doing the same thing they did previously. Taking map control, maybe trying to work a pick, but beyond that, they have all they really need so far. Once it gets to that final minute, 45 seconds left, that's when they actually need to start pushing in and making some plays. And they were able to do it last time. I have confidence they'll probably be able to do it again.
2 minutes have been burned here. It's a very slow round for round number 11. Flashbangs are coming in. I'm sorry, round number 12. Flashbang charges in, but it's not going to do anything. Butters will get his stun beaten up by the ADSs in the back of blue. And DS Lucas has repositioned himself, but fortunately for Butters, he's got 2 drones here to assist him. But I don't know if they're currently facing towards DS Lucas, but given Butters' current moves here, he is aware of DS Lucas on the oil pit side of blue. Just biding his time here, waiting for DS Lucas to come to him. As the rest of the execute is starting to progress its way on through. 2 members inside of Moto from PogChamp, but the Toxic Babel will force him to retreat away. Butters is still just trying to play his time here. Beastly will take care of Trip in. No problem there. Down goes a diffuser though. Church Wall hasn't been open, so this is looking very good for the Favelas. As Butters moves in, he's not even able to take care of DS Lucas, as Jarvis is able to find one here onto Wimpy and prod onto Beastly. Everything is falling apart here. It's a 2v2. The plant isn't going down. Nyx will be forced to start to hold this plant down. As Jolton progresses up, that's going to be a great pick to come through here. A C4 blasts him to smithereens, but the plan is successful. Can Jolton win out the 1v1 here versus Nyx? It's back and forth, all rotating back and forth between the church wall. Nyx going down to 1 shot of HP. Jolton still biding his time here, trying to find the necessary angle, but Nyx comes out on top. 4 in a row. PogChamp rise up to the occasion, and Nyx comes huge here for PogChamp, pushing them into the winners bracket finals. What a shot from Nyx.
25 HP in a dream. That's a very close 1v1, but fortunately the Favelas were just not up to the task, as you said, of coming away with that. And PogChamp will go on to face the Gatekeepers, who, after all, as Uzu updated you, just beat Oblation on the second map 7-2 to decide who will be in the grand finals or who will join the losers bracket roster, or the assortment of teams all the way down there. So not completely done yet. You've not secured the grand finals at the moment, but you've made it a lot easier. Say at least. You can see it slowly get unveiled. PogChamp and Gatekeepers. That'll be the next match up tomorrow. I believe this is the final match of today. So not much more for us. We'll start to close things out, wrap everything up. The Favelas are going to face the winner of Goodnight and Tax Collectors. It's yet to be decided. Oblation also. We'll have to decide. We'll see who wins it out there, as they have now entered the loser bracket. Have to wait for that matchup to happen as well. PogChamp versus Gatekeepers. That'll be an interesting one. Not one I think many of us expected. I know personally, I expected it to be a PogChamp Oblation winners finals to decide who would go to Grands. So the fact that it's PogChamp Gatekeepers, that throws a lot of variables and a lot of unknowns into the mix. Was that a fluke for Gatekeepers? Are they, a lot better than I think a lot of us rated them to be, especially going against teams like Oblation and PogChamp? And PogChamp are going to have to be on their A game tomorrow? Or was this just a fluke? Oblation may not have been on their game. Gatekeepers could have been having a hell of a day, and come tomorrow, could all be over. I don't know. Either way, but going back to that game, the one we just finished, and I think, Uzo, you can probably agree, a lot of mistakes by the Favelas throughout that series, especially map 2.
Yeah, especially in the last 4 rounds that we just witnessed there. Very poor play coming out from the Favelas. I can't really, blame that they're using a sub. I really don't know what happened there. I'll have to review the VOD more just to try to figure it out. But everything that Favelas did up until round number 9, it just did not work in their favor, because it went 9, 10, 11, 12, all for PogChamp, winning it out 7-5. That last round showed a lot of hope for the Favelas there. They were able to keep themselves up for the majority of the round. Trades were happening back and forth, and then, Jolton just not able to win it out versus the SMG-11 from Nyx's Sludge there. So congrats to PogChamp. You're in the winners grand final right now, or in the winners final. And then whoever wins between Gatekeepers and PogChamp, they'll move into the grand final. I don't know if there is a map advantage, and if there is, more power to whoever wins tomorrow. But we'll be having a lot of matches being played out tomorrow. Tomorrow's the long haul. So if you lost, then get ready to grind, because it's not going to end. It's not going to end here.
Yeah, it most certainly is not. They still have quite a bit of ways to go, but hey, if they win that series tomorrow, they'll be able to come out on top, and they might have them again. Don't know exactly if they have a map advantage or not, but they'll certainly have the advantage of just having some more time to rest before they actually have to play grand finals, and that itself can be a little bit of a moment of solace for them. Just kind of sit, watch the other teams, and see how things pan out. But that is all for us today. It's been a solid group of matches overall. We had some very good moments, triple C4 from Prod, some clutches. We had some funny moments. Still, the cake goes to the Anubis C4, man. That is the best play of the day, just in terms of comedy right there. Nothing is beating that the rest of this weekend. The trophy is in that man's column. Don't think you're not going to win the whole tournament, but he at the very least won our favorite play here on the NSG channel. But I've been Lynx, joined by Uzu. Catch back at us tomorrow. I believe it's the same start time, if I do recall, of noon as well. Yes, it is. Yeah. So I'll be here at the same time. Hopefully my internet doesn't crap out halfway through. With that being said, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.